fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon. Peace to the gods. Check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in a heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is sitting in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't feel satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war to attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky.
HURYKANE 313.
This a breath of the ancestors. With this time my hawk, you get your head severed. Creep up in the building, get the fair records. My Beretta was gold plated with a suppressor. Feel the pressure of heavy rates, nothing lesser. I'm the god that storms, I control the weather. So clever, you fools should know better. When I come through better until the storm shelter. Flow better, hip hop is forever. We take the government down, we write no letters. Take hold of the crime, we make the throne better. I turn this whole world into a Coachella. Pick up the back of a pistol, pop you like pimple simple. People packing pistols, the population of evil tremble. I resemble the revolution, no ancient temples. Haters better watch your tone, or you get dismembered. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. Cracking bottles overhead to make them wobble. Don't like the TV show, nigga, just change the channel. Genocidal, these lyrics might hold the title. Carry Bibles, mind goons, they carry rifle. Very tribal, sometimes be very primal. 8 on 15, I'm killing every rival. They say it's mediocre, cut you up into pieces and leave your body parts inside your easy sofa. Being a soldier, you see my soldiers, they creeping over. Parkour type shit, you see us sleeping over. Jack your chain, you understand, you catching hands. Kick your ass through the van, I think you dead, man. Fuck a fizzle, the fragile fickle. Feel like I got a blast at the government quicker than anybody, nigga. Split your body apart and throw you in the river. This the revolution, you gotta deal with us. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone or get your head severed. This the breath of the ancestors. Better watch your tone and get your head severed.
You better watch your tone and get your head severed. Oh shit, what the fuck's going on? I forgot I put that there. I thought it was an actual reptile baby. I was about to punch my phone. I was like, they found me. Damn, what movie was this from? I was watching. I screenshotted it perfectly because it pops out of the screen. It's a baby in the womb. And then it's supposed to be Satan, or no, Lucifer, my bad. It's supposed to be Lucifer. Satan, I think, was a human, in my opinion, through my research. I don't think Satan was any match for Lucifer in these books. But this movie's dope, man. The Angel Michael, some black dude. And the black angel freed a bunch of white people at the end. I was like, damn, there's no racism back then. I was like, I wonder how he felt freeing white people from slavery. Racism. But no, seriously, it's a good movie. The guy who played the Angel Michael, I think he played in the movie 300, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like him. The movie's name is, I fucking forgot, but I gotta look. Hold on. I must look. This is from that movie, The Devil's Conspiracy. And it was about this woman had the perfect, like they were planting seeds in the womb. You know, Satan or Lucifer wasn't having sex with these people. They were doing it in a laboratory. And I don't know. These fucking biblical shit makes me think like but the only place this shit exists is in your imagination or in faith. You know, you got to blindly have faith for this religion. But other than that, I don't see any of it in real life. I don't see no angels falling from the sky. And then people be like, but what if a shooting star is an angel? What if this? What if that? It's all these what ifs. Maybe Satan was created to blame evil stuff on something, right? I don't know, but That's one ugly fucking baby, I'll tell you that. I would have smacked that bitch right out the womb. I would have pushed it back in. That ain't my son. Straight up. They were creating it with Satan's, somehow they had Satan's genetics. And why couldn't he just have sex with the woman, right? They could have brought her to hell. Because they had these ugly things guarding the gate to hell, right? And, well, actually, yeah, they dropped her into hell, but not all the way in. Satan met him halfway. And finally, they got a match. And the baby was grown in the womb. But it was supposed to be, he wanted to be like Jesus, I guess, in the movie. He wanted to have a son like Jesus, I guess. Some shit. He wanted to be like God. That's what they always say. But what contradicts that is, in the Bible, it states God's within all of us. So they're always contradicting in that fucking book, man. There's always contradiction going on. Yeah, I think that might be by design. But yeah, that stuff to me is dangerous, basing your life on some book. People spend their entire lives searching for information in these books. And in the end, they probably don't even get the answers they're looking for. What a waste. To me, it is, at least. You know, maybe to the person searching, it wasn't a waste. Damn, every time I look away and look back, that's one ugly fucking baby, man. Got the split tongue. Look at his teeth, yo. I'm just glad my mother didn't force me into any religions, man. I'm just so glad what she went through with the Catholic religion. After that, my mother started practicing, I don't want to call it witchcraft, because it really wasn't. It was just the stones and the herbs. She became connected with Mother Earth, which people say all witchcraft is evil, but I just don't see that. I think there's a balance in everything. You know, it's how could something be evil if there's no good? And how could something be good if there's no evil? Sometimes it's best to choose neither side and just observe.
Yeah, it seems a little weird to me when you know, we talk about paganism. It's what it's like worshiping nature, and I get there's a lot of weirdo stuff attached to that whole thing, like the witchcraft and all this. I mean, I can understand how people, especially of a religious slant, could, you know, criticize certain aspects of it. But what is like worshiping nature? Aren't there worse things you could be worshiping besides nature?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It sure is. I personally don't worship anything, I don't think.
Right.
At least knowingly. Maybe sometimes in life I blindly worship things and didn't realize it.
Yeah, I try to stay away from, you know, – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – you know,
Like
I guess
birthday.
rituals. Well, you know, like I was gonna say, there's certain things like it's a ritual to put your shoes on every day, 1 foot at a time, or whatever. And so I get it, bro. But when it gets to be, when you got to put a little too much effort in, you got to have special clothes, or you got to say fucking special words and shit. No, I don't. I'll sit that out, bro. I can have gratitude without all that shit. Yeah, I'm up early today. I usually don't get up this early.
Wow, when you ate your food? It's fucking ball busting cold today.
Huh.
I had to use the bathroom.
I'm running my AC today.
What?
Yep. Yeah, we'll have like I'll be running my heater in the morning. And
I had to
then
put my stove on, yo. We lost power the other night.
oh really?
Yeah, that shit was bugged out. I said, "Up, we're fucked."
Well, I'll tell you the best thing you can do to have a backup, get you a little small kerosene heater and keep your little kerosene. That should stores well, and it's pretty cheap fuel, and it'll burn for a while if you got, and you can burn it inside kerosene.
Look at this monstrosity of beauty. Wow.
I just sent a friend of mine some there's a video online of old Baton Rouge photos. So it's photos from like the 50s before they started building everything that's there now. And it's pretty trippy when you look at a place like a city that's near you.
Do you think, because you live in Louisiana, so that's perfect. I seen a video the other day where they were claiming that Louisiana, because it's below sea level, it's in a bowl, that part of Louisiana, I think it is Baton Rouge, is in a bowl.
That's New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
But Baton Rouge
But
is
it used
probably
to be like Paris, they said, you know? And
yeah,
there was
Venice,
architecture. Because of one of the cathedrals that are there should not be there, should be sunk. But how they built the foundation to that cathedral, there's no way they were using fucking horses and shovels. The foundation goes so far down and into the earth that there's no way they were using shovels.
No, hell no. Yeah, that's the thing about the French Quarter specifically, is on one side, I can't remember if it's the east side or the west side. It's it actually is a little bit above sea level, only slightly. And then like as you go further down Bourbon Street towards like the Superdome area is and that's where the 9th Ward and Katrina. That's why when it flooded out, all those areas flooded, but the other end of the French Quarter was still fine because it was a little bit above.
The Superdome.
They gotta run pumps all the time. When it rains, it's steadily pumping water out, because if not, that's what happened in Katrina. The pumps stopped working and it fills up, and then the levees broke. So
when you said the dome, it made me think of how the Patriots sucked last night. I didn't watch the game, but when I woke up, I checked the score and I said, I knew it. In the back of my mind, I seen it a week ago, Groove, where it was right after the game 2 weeks ago when they beat
Denver, right? Denver.
Yeah. They said Drake May's shoulders hurt, and I said, "Oh, here we go." I knew right then and there. I swear, I knew. I said, "Oh, they're gonna lose." they need to make up an excuse now of why he's going to lose. It's going to be his shoulder. And look, he was thrown so terrible. So a lot of them look like he was purposely throwing interceptions. Like, how can you? I'm like, yo, what? He threw one right to the guy. Like, he wasn't even trying. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. But
Yeah, and I saw some big plays from the Seahawks, especially like run plays or like short passes that turned into like 30-yard gains. And there was a lot of times it looked like they were just letting that dude run.
yeah.
So yeah, it sucked. Because it was my birthday. My friend came by and hung out with me. He never watches football, but we were watching it because it's an event. We want to see the halftime show. And even he said it looked like a preseason game. Like it was just so.
Happy birthday, man.
Oh,
Or
appreciate
happy
it.
born day, more or less. Yeah. I'm just glad I didn't bet. I had a feeling. I think Brady lost his first Super Bowl. Am I wrong? No. I
Who?
think he beat the Rams his first Super Bowl, right? Yeah.
Who does?
Because he came in for Bledsoe. That's right. Trying to
Oh,
remember.
Brady.
Yeah, I think he won his first Super Bowl. But Brady
Yeah,
did a speech, and he said he learned more. He's like, it's not the wins, it's the losses where you learn. And I'm hoping Drake May learns that money isn't everything with this loss, because they paid him off. I personally think he could have breezed through that Super Bowl, but he looked not. He just looked like it wasn't even him. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I hadn't watched. I didn't like either of the teams at all. I didn't really give a shit, but it was definitely a game. There was no stars on either team, bro. It was just mid. So, yeah, I think personally it was one of the worst games, and the halftime show to me was horrendous. It was probably the worst one in 20 years.
Hurricane says happy belated birthday.
Thank you, man.
Hurricane said I cooked and worked on music during the superb owl.
Yeah, we were kind of doing the same thing. We ate good and messed around with some tunes and shit. Just had the game on in the background, but the symbolism was off the charts with the fucking pink and blue and the fucking agenda, all the commercials. It was like, oh, this was nauseating.
The Arawak people, they're in Ohio too, I think. I think I heard SIRDROP mention that the blood of the Arawak was running, something about that. He said it's running through his veins. And I asked him, well, what tribe is that? I don't remember what he said, but I think it was the Arawak people. The Tiano, I've heard of them too. You know, I personally think there's the darker Indians, right? Or whatever, these stupid labels, man. Whether people agree with them or not, whatever. There's darker Indians, and then there's, you know, you got the Spanish Indians too, I think existed. And then you got Indians that I think came over where Russia's at. Someone made a good point. It might be the Tartarian people that came over that bridge. That were now called the native people. But it's crazy, man. Is when I think about this shit, like they want us to stay at war with each other. That's why they create this history. And all they talk about in history is war, right? These people are at war with these people, and this, and they just, since your child age, they're breeding into your mind that, or uploading into your mind that we've been at war for thousands of years, and this one hates that one, and this, you know, even when I was a youth, I wanted to be in the military. You know, my family was in the Navy, the Marines, the Army. So that's what I wanted to do when I was young, you know. I didn't know the concept of killing people. I just know I wanted to shoot people, right?
And get away with it, right?
Yeah, in the war movies and shit, you think killing people is like a movie, but it's not.
No. Yeah.
It's nothing like a movie. And fucking all these youths, they fucking brainwash them with the movies and the music. And fucking they want you to go kill for them. And then it you know, it's sad when they say they died. People went to war and died for my freedom, really? Wow. But yeah, fucking I don't even know why I was talking about war. But that
And it started
I
with
used to always
Ohio.
question shit, you know? That's why I brought it up. Because I used to question it and wonder, this can't be true, man. There's no way. But now we're so chaotic and so divided. I always think to myself, are we ever going to be able to turn this around? Or is it too far gone?
Yeah.
People say unity won't ever happen, but I don't. I think that's wrong. Maybe everyone won't unify, but that's fine. I expect that. But
Yep. It definitely seems like people are more loyal to the past than they are the present. You know, it's like just because things were a certain way at whatever time period before now, it's like momentum, dude. They just want to keep perpetuating the story instead of realizing that, hey, for the first time, we can actually look at this whole thing and compare it to where we are right now and say, do we need to continue doing the same thing and just expecting different results? Or maybe we should say, okay, it is what it is. And you make a choice to do something different, dude. People just get stuck in a rut. They won't even think about moving different, thinking different. It ain't about denying history, but
oh yeah,
it's about evolving. And you want to talk about evolution too. It's like, okay, let's evolve. Are we really just primitive minded person that things have to be, unchangeable, I guess. That's the problem for me.
Not to get off topic, but since this picture came up, look at those fucking entrance. Look at the fencing, whatever you want, the pillars to this fence. Look how fucking huge these things are. Now, I personally don't think nobody that little built that. Maybe there were some tall ass 12-foot people living there or something. But yo, that makes those people look like ants.
Well, and then they tell us history again. It frames this historical narrative that, back in the day, there weren't as many people, right? I mean, we got steadily rising population. Why all these big ass buildings for a place that shouldn't really have that many people during these time periods? And if there's that many people, where's all the fucking cemeteries and shit, I mean, you're talking millions and millions of people who should be accounted for.
Well, Hurricane, I heard this whole reptile and sheep thing, or goat and sheep, whatever, are bloodlines. You got the reptilian bloodline people, and you got people that were breeded with sheep and goat. I don't know how true it is, but I hopefully wasn't breeded with none of that. I don't seem to be. I don't like it. I don't want to eat insects, so I couldn't be a reptile.
I mean, I know enough about my time in academia to know that it only takes one assumption in the storyline that'll taint the rest of the storyline. But if you really start looking at all this shit, especially if you have a critical thinking, even scientific mind to it, you see how easy it is to gloss over something that if you considered certain things a certain way differently, that it would totally change the rest of the narrative. But people just buy everything, bro. Like all this DNA shit, you know.
It's bullshit to me that you could send in your saliva and these cats could tell you who you are. That's fucking hilarious. It's the biggest okie doke ever right there.
Yeah. And people have already done it, right? They've already done, like, they'll send the same DNA to a couple of these different, you know, ancestry type sites, and they'll get totally different results. So once you know that, once that's established, how can you not question the whole goddamn thing, bro? And I ain't saying just say, oh, it's all bullshit and don't look at it. No, look at it, take it in, but you got to make sense of it. And at a certain point, if it don't make sense, there's probably a reason.
I'll make sure I showed all these pictures today, and so I'm gonna erase all of them. Well, no, I'm gonna keep a couple. It looks like they cut this picture out, right? It looks like the sky was cut out, and it just blows my mind of why they're doing that. What are they hiding in these skies? This is my favorite piece of architecture. This would be in the top 3, this piece right here. I thought they knocked this building down, but it still exists. I forgot what it was called. I went over it yesterday. But this is one of my favorite pieces of architecture. I got some more pictures of it today. I'll show it. And the inside of it. The inside of it, oh my God. It's fucking amazing. I like my women like I like my architecture. I haven't made up a good line yet, but I'm gonna.
I was waiting on it.
I'm thinking of one, a smooth line. But I'm trying to think, how can I compare my women's architecture? Look at that thing right there. It looks like it's an entrance to the underground. That's where I want to go, underground. I've been seeing a lot of videos of this underground. They got everyone looking in outer space. Oh, look up, look up, look up. There's fucking and even in the movie that I was watching about Lucifer, underground, there's underground cities in the movie, fucking underground labyrinths, like, dude, it's all in these movies. Like, I even think Hades is a true city underground. Who knows what else is underground, like other cities. I mean, look at this castle. Look at this fucking castle. This thing is huge, man. These are real photos from the 1870s. I think this is in India. I don't know where this is, but I know this picture sucks, but it would have been nice if it wasn't so. Imagine living here. Come open the gate. I can't get in my house. They always got some guy on a fucking horse or somebody holding a fucking halo in their hand. It's always the same shit. Like even in Connecticut, they got Pulaski. There's Pulaski schools, Pulaski fucking statues of him sitting on a horse. Like, come on. Don't that shit get old? But you never see a black person or Spanish person or whatever, Mexican. Like, you never see them on statues. It's always some fucking old school Cracker Jack.
Huh.
What's up with that? They make it like no one else did anything around here, which is weird to me, but what do I know? 369.
Creating an idol. I mean, for whatever reason they want to do that. Like after I die, bro, don't let nobody make me into a fucking hologram and come out and fucking start doing some wacky shit, bro. You know what I mean? I don't. Nah,
That
bro.
would suck if that was a way to trap us here. Like I personally think there's a way to trap us here, which is very nerve-wracking to think about. The people say,
Like,
if you see the light, don't go to it. You know, like they know and shit. Like they've done it
right.
already.
Yeah. That's the thing, bro. People are just, they seem convicted on all these ideas, and no, I don't do that. I'll consider things. I'll take it in. I'll let it kick around in the old dome up here, but it ain't absorbing in, bro. It's just gonna be something in a little file cabinet.
Oh, there's people on the porch. When I zoom in, on the look at those archways. They got a staircase that goes up right there. I mean, you could tell some fine carpentry right here. These people did a good job. When I zoom in, is it zoomed in there or no? It's regular.
I didn't see any change. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I figured it wouldn't. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. See, I only downloaded this one because I wanted to zoom in and really get a look at that dome back there where it's glass up at the top. I was trying to see if there's any tech left in these things. And look at that other shape. You see how it has the dome with the glass thing on the top? Right next to it, it has a little cross on the top, right? And a ball below it. That fucking thing is shaped like a bell. I wonder if that's a resonator or something. That's crazy. It's shaped like a bell.
You know,
Oh
now
shit,
that
they both are. Each side
now
has
that
the bell shape.
I think about it out here where I'm at, out in the middle of fucking BFE. When I was a kid, I think I do remember they did used to ring the bell at the church. Like I remember at noontime, because they would strike it 12 times. So yeah, I kind of remember that now. Even here, out
I
here.
remember the bells.
Yeah, man.
It could have been a hologram. I saw a holographic city in the sky in China. I've seen that video. They're getting ready, yeah, for Project Blue Beam. This whole world is turning into a super. You know, it'd be crazy, man. Like, imagine, like, they got like, man, they could approach this from so many angles. Like, what type of firmament do we have, right? You know, I think about that, and if there's like, I've heard people say there's tracks on this firmament. Imagine that there's tracks up there, and fucking they could run things on the track. I've heard people say the sun's on a track, the moon's on a track. I've heard so many theories, man. But yeah, if they put Project Blue Beam machines on these tracks, or drones, or however they're gonna do it, if they do it, I wouldn't get on one of those crafts if you paid me. I know that much. Them bitches land. The only way I'm getting in there if I'm gonna steal it. I would definitely try to hijack me a craft for sure. I'll learn how to fly that bitch in 10 seconds. It'll be a 10-second trial and error. And the reason why I would take it is so I could get the fuck out of this shithole. I'm going to the outer lands. Look at this beauty, y'all. Holy shit. I think this is in my top 5 too. This is in Mexico City, y'all. This is a fucking masterpiece. Wow. Who spoke this into existence? It started with a thought from the void. Yeah. That's how I'm going to start my verse. It started with a thought from the void. I used to work for Babylon, but I'm no longer employed. Huh.
Some people think I'm paranoid.
Because I am.
And I say, yo, you see this shit? It's out of this motherfucking world, yo.
I'm definitely a little bit paranoid. Look at this. I've never seen a factory like this, so I took this picture. This is in the 1800s too, I think. Is that the Empire State Building? I think so. Or is that Chicago? That shit looks like a needle ready to inject the sky. That shit looks like a penis with fucking infection. That shit looks like a fucking needle, a penis, a fucking a rocket.
Well, what about the thing in Seattle, the fucking Space Needle? You ever took a look at that thing as far as, like, what the fuck is that supposed to be for symbolically? A Space Needle. Sounds pretty intentional, you know?
I'm going to look it up for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. Is this some sort of a city in behind this wall? It's in Mexico too.
It's like, why they got those fucking big ass arches there in St. Louis? They call it the archway to the west for the railroads and shit, but really,
Some
that's
people
all?
say it's a portal.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, that makes more sense than just, oh yeah, they just built this big ass shit here, this big gaudy lights on the landscape, and it's just for gateway to the west. Oh, okay, I got you, bro. Makes sense. No,
I don't know what the fuck this is. And in all these pictures, when I look at them, it's like, where's the people? Like, where are all the people?
They at work.
Maybe. There's two people in this picture.
They in there doing all the stuff we do, you know, like they're in there, they're inside all these buildings back in the 1800s. They're just doing what we do now. They're just sitting in them and they're just doing fucking little useless fucking paperwork and shit. Acting like they're fucking doing something, you know. Pushing pencils.
What the fuck is that? And this one on the right, when I zoom in, what the fuck is that in the yard there? If you go in the picture on the right hand side of the picture, in between the building and that little triangle roof near the edge on the right side, in between that, there's some fucking thing there, like a tower. And you could see people walking in the yard when you zoom in, but there's some sort of tower there. Yeah, I'm going to further look into a lot of these pictures, especially this one. This is Russia. This one too. I think this is Russia, and this is Russia here. This one. You know, a majority of people in Russia study Islam. It almost looks like this building has no windows in it, but I think it does. Nice building. This looks like the 50s. Look at this stairwell. I wonder what it's made out of. Yeah, it's outside. So that's got to be made out of some granite and cement. I like the old school steps like this that are made out of sometimes limestone, or they'll put like granite steps. Will have the granite with a cement like foundation. I love them type of steps. All right. Next. Peter picked pickled peppers.
For Run Rock Rhymes.
Peter pecked the pickled pecker, picking.
Peter Piper picked a pecker, but Run Rock Rhymes.
Damn, that's funny. Peter pecked a pecker. Peter picked a pecker and pecked it all the way home. Damn. What the fuck's wrong with Peter? Pecking peckers. Anyway. Wait a minute. I got this picture twice? Anyway. Come on. Pictures. I love my pictures. All I want for Christmas is my 2 pictures. Oh shit, this is that same building. I was just looking at the steps. I'm just realizing that. I like buildings like this with a lot of style to it. Even these, it has that fucking huge. I've noticed too in a lot of these old buildings, a lot of them. This is the Teatro Dramatico Nacional.
Oh,
They have some fucking story under this arch on the top. It reminds me of like the dome or the firmament. And the bird has the 5-pointed star above it, which would be Polaris, exactly where Polaris would be at the center. Now, I don't know if they're purposely doing that or was it just an accident, but yeah. And that bird is huge because they have two of them in Connecticut. I've showed the pictures where they have these huge fucking eagles. But sadly, they're doing away with good architecture and they're replacing it with some fucking bum shit. Look at this theater from back in the day. You know, the rich people of today will knock this down and build a fucking parking garage. Yeah. That's the type of people we got in office today.
gotta make that money, man. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Odessa. I think Odessa. Huh. Odessa. Odessa. Not Odessa. It's Odessa. Let me find out. Theater Russe? Odessa. And see what we could find real quicko.
They got Odessa, Texas, but I doubt it's
That's
that.
what I'm gonna say. It might be Odessa, Texas. Shit, I forgot to spell that.
And Odessa is probably the name of some fucking old fucking ancient fucking god figure, deity, something.
Russe. Okay.
That's what people in the 1800s have been, they'd be sitting around, you know, worried about that shit. Cause they ain't got no plumbing and no fucking light bulbs and no fucking power tools and shit. And they're worried about fucking ancient gods and shit. It's like, okay.
So it says the Odessa National Academic Opera and Ballet Theater is a renowned 19th century neo-baroque? Baroque? Yeah. A neo-baroque or baroque landmark in Ukraine, initially built when Odessa was part of the Russian Empire. It remains a symbol of cultural resilience, hosting opera and ballet performances despite wartime safety protocols requiring audience, artists, and staff to use shelters during air raids. Yeah, let's go see a play with fucking air raids. I'll risk my life to go see Odessa. Fuck. You know, when are we gonna stop going to war with each other? That's a question I had at a young age. Well, what are we killing each other for? You know, when is it when people are gonna realize that we're the power? We're just giving these 1% the power. It blows my mind how 1%. I say this all the time because it's like, are you kidding me? I don't. Whatever. I just found out too that people say that there's people being made in laboratories. How they know this, I don't know, because I can't find hardcore evidence. But they say these people made in laboratories don't have an inner voice. Now, how do they know that?
Well, if anybody was to press me on, oh, you think they're cloning people? I'd be like, okay, how about you give me about 15 minutes of your time, And I'm gonna show you some things that have been given to us from what are called official sources, such as Associated Press. And we can watch just a couple videos of actual news reports of these motherfuckers talking about it. And this is just in the 90s. They already cloned a person. They called it Eve.
Yeah.
And that was in the late 90s. So we had congressional hearings on this shit with these same fucking people. They're sitting in front of our Congress talking about their work as human cloning. It started in Canada and it had to move around a couple times, but now as far as whether they got fucking Britney Spears in a fucking lab and shit, I don't know any of that shit, but
I've seen
if you
some
tell
disturbing videos of Britney in this last week.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They got it dancing. I think it's AI, you know. But
Probably, yeah.
AI is just going out of hand. It's getting out of hand, AI.
Yeah, they're taking the piss and they're pissing all in our face, and most people are like, enjoy it, I guess. Piss in my face more, please.
People like pissing in the wind. They're like, I could defeat the wind. Let's piss. I like golden showers. That's their excuse of pissing in the wind. Anyway, enough of the piss. It's going to piss me off. Yeah, StreamYard's been acting up, man. It won't download all the pictures I pick. You know, I got to go back and fucking play games with StreamYard because it can't manage to upload 10 pictures. God dang it, dude. Look at this beauty. Too bad they didn't back up a little bit. But I wanted this because I was looking at that centerpiece. Anyway, this would have been a nice picture. I mean, look at this building. I don't know what happened. Maybe it didn't. They did something wrong to it to make it do this, but look at that fucking building, man. That is an amazing. I'm going to use Google Lens to see if I can find others identical to this, because this building is a fucking amazing. It to me, it has like all the architectures in one. You got the pillars, like the Greek pillars and shit, where they call them Greek pillars, but who knows how true that is. You got the big bell tower, then you got a big ether tower, and then you got just, it's amazing.
So are these?
Huh?
Well, I was just gonna ask, are these supposed to be? Like, are we looking at images from an actual photo, or are these illustrations? Because they all look like they've been taken by this fucking camera to me. Like, they all got consistent quality. There doesn't seem to be any, you know, primitive artifacts in the processing of the photo itself, right? There's no glitches. It's just, I don't know. That's why it's just coming out of a book. And even if you scan a picture out of a book, right, it's going to look different.
These are, I think some of them are drawings, a couple here and there.
Okay.
But most of these are between, like I said, I think 1850 was the earliest, and then 1930. I would say it's in between that. And it's from all over the realm. And some of them are great and some of them suck. Some of the pictures are terrible, but I just like looking at them. And I think some of them might be like, I've seen buildings with the different backgrounds because they used to edit by what is it called? Like we call it photo editing. Well, they used to do it with what do you call that? The
Like the film negatives,
yeah, it's called
layering shit or something.
yeah, they layer it with the the negatives. They're overlaying using negatives, or I don't know how they did it completely, but they would overlap. They do it on like this plate. I've seen how they used to do some of these old pictures, and I'm pretty sure mercury was used too. If I'm not mistaken. It was some metal. I think it was mercury to help it capture light or some shit. You know, that's a good thing to do. I'm gonna see if I can find videos on old school photo editing and stuff. That's a good. I'm glad you brought that up because I haven't seen many do that. I'm not saying no one has done it, but we used to have buildings like this, like not exactly like this, but wow, look at that. Like, I think this is Germany. So is the other picture. Because I like to look at old world Germany before it was leveled. But man, before they leveled Germany, it was a place of heaven. But they had to get rid of Germany because there'd have been way too many questions. Way too many questions, and they don't have no answers because they're parasites spreading like a cancer. We should stomp them out like roaches, but people just can't focus. Their thoughts are so negative and they feel hopeless.
Listening to all this hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus. I don't know. I lost it. I dropped the mic. Fumble. I fumbled. I would love to look at these statues in real life. They probably don't exist anymore, but it's like they tell a story of some sort. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I did that. I split it into one. I think this might be Russia too. Oh, don't say. Is this the same building? No. It's always some white dude, yo. It's mind blowing. Strasbourg. Strasbourg, IE. Strasbourg would be in Russia? Yeah, right? Strasbourg's in Russia or Germany.
Yeah, so only two come to my mind.
This might be Germany. Look at this beauty. I just love the way the buildings were too. And yeah. Look at this. What the fuck is that? I only downloaded this picture because I'm trying to think, what the hell is that? Is that like, oh, it goes all the way up the dock here. There's more of them. Interesting. Is that some sort of thing they load? I don't know. Hey, it's another Cracker Jack. God. They're claiming everything. This is South Africa. Do. Like, look at the. You ever look into Charlie Manson murder and all that?
Yeah.
There's so much symbolism behind. You know, I personally don't think. I have my opinions on that whole thing, but yeah, there's a lot of fishy stuff in that whole thing too. It's like they want to keep everyone in fear. They want us begging the government for protection. That sounds fun. That don't even sound right when I say it like that. The government, protection and the government. It's a fucking joke. I don't need the government. We have the Second Amendment. Look at this beauty. Imagine this is your home. Groove got, you know, would make a club in here. You got all the equipment.
That's about it.
It would be dope to maybe like where you see the top of the castle there. It looks like the Rook, you know, that has the top there. You could set the DJ equipment up in there and put like big speakers and just bump them shits.
Fucking rock the world, man.
Play some techno, have a big fucking party.
Yep, it'd be better than this other fucking shit we doing out here these days. You know, which ain't nothing. Everybody just going to work and being miserable and trying to tell everybody they're not miserable. No, I like it.
I love being a slave.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. I love paying taxes.
I love coming home and being too tired to fucking call my friend. I don't even want to talk on the phone. This life's great. I'm fucking living my best life, yo. Making all this fucking paycheck money. No time at all for anything else.
Where the fuck is this? It says, what? Robucan? Portiers? I don't know. This says Savigny, something.
That's
Savigny, Sousfe, Vienne.
Yeah, that sounds very New Orleans. So it's French and
French.
I have problems with some of those words.
People forget that, man. That the French was heavy in Americas back in the old maps. You see tons of French.
Oh, it's definitely Louisiana.
And German. There were German and French people here before the so-called Columbus fruitcake arrived. What a monstrosity he turned out to be. You know, and I'm hearing stories that Christopher Columbus and his fucking savage beasts were eating fucking people. They were eating, you know, and this is not the first time I've heard this. I've heard the same bloodline and the same people that are with Christopher Colombo here were eating the mummies in Egypt. What the fuck's going on? That's what I'm wondering. Is it made up, or were they actually eating mummies and fucking aboriginals or indigenous or whatever label we want to put on people? Yeah. This woman was saying these are stories they don't want to teach, or they don't teach in school, that they keep out of the, they keep these stories out of the books, she said. So I don't know. It's when people use it, it's a tough topic. And when people, because I've seen this plenty of times, like people will create an ideology out of things, and it'll be racist, and they'll hang on to it. It's like they got one up on the other side. When people, how could I put it in better terms? You know what I mean?
Well, it feeds into certain traits of the ego that, when you don't know yourself, you're going to look to anything to fill that void within your own sense of identity. And people replace it with a lot of horse shit most of the time, must be. I mean, at least if you're going to be, if you want to have a horse shit ego, that you need, at least make up something that's, original or impressive, like. But people want to they want to call themselves something and point back to something, but what the fuck's that got to do with right now? Nothing. You're just making yourself feel better by telling yourself a certain story. And then get mad at other people if they don't want to adopt your fucking horse shit. And it's like, okay. It's ego, yeah.
I don't want to adopt horse shit. I'm a pooper scooper.
Yeah.
Let's scoop that shit right out of here.
Manure, man, you are horse shit. Bullshit. Dog shit.
That's the moon behind me. It almost looks like a street lamp with Venus. And then there's a star above my head. I don't know what that star is, but that was a crazy night. It was cold. Now, what map is this? It's Irie. Is this Ireland?
E-I-R-E.
Oh, it is Ireland, because you see the I-R-E, and then you got the L-A-N-D at the bottom.
Okay, yeah.
But what the hell is that other stuff? Why is it like that? Why would they put decorations around that?
I think before Ireland, it was E-I-R-E was the name.
Irie.
Ire.
Look at and I've noticed too that figure at the top is Poseidon. They got the trident in the right hand, got a body of a serpent, or not a serpent, a mermaid body. Then there's just a baby there that looks like Cupid, but I can't see the rest of the symbol anyway. Some people say Satan with the pitchfork is the ruler of the ocean. And then I've heard that's why Jesus walked on water, to show Satan that he has, that his power is nothing to Jesus's power. Like, you know, because the earth is allegedly Satan's, or some people say Lucifer. I don't even think Satan was in heaven or none of that. Lucifer has nothing to do with Satan. I don't know why people mix that together, but I think Satan was like a ruler, like a man ruler that wanted to be like Lucifer or something.
Well, I did I've done videos on like using those online Bible sites where you can put a keyword in and it'll pull up every Bible verse that has that certain word in it. And
That's awesome.
I still have the video up, so if it's changed, I definitely got proof that when I looked it up and made these videos, when you type in the word water, and like for the King James version, the word water is in there 636 times, which is 603 the number of the beast type shit. So,
and this is the tip of South America, and the reason why I downloaded this is because you got right there, Terra del Fuego, which means fire, the land of fire. Now, the tip of South America is supposed to be right near Antarctica, where it should be ice. So why the fuck would they call something cold and icy the land of fire? And also in that map from 1540 something by, I always forget his fucking name, man. Urbano Monte's map, or they call him Urbano Monte, aka he has another name. But on that map, when you cross from the tip of South America, is almost damn near attached. When you cross over, the land of fire is also in so-called Antarctica. But like I said yesterday, Antarctica was also called the land of it's called Australia's something. But why does it do that?
well, and with places like Argentina and Australia, right? They are supposed to be, you know, at least geographically pretty damn close to Antarctica. But it doesn't seem like they have the same weather that a place like Canada has in relation to the Arctic, right? It gets cold like pretty far down south on a regular basis because of the Arctic weather and shit. But when I think of Australia, everything I've ever seen from Australia is about, you know, like a desert kind of hot. They got beaches and all that shit. And it's supposed to be right fucking there. So I guess the whatever they call it, like jet stream and shit. I don't know, bro.
Look
They're
at
just
this
not
shit.
don't add it up, just like everything when you really look at it. It's like, don't really add up,
What
does
the?
it?
We're gonna look this up. What's Mer de Canada? Hold up. I want to see what that means. Is this before the Atlantic Ocean? Mer de Canada. What? Hold on. They're trying to play me, dude. Mer de Canada. I did it right. It says Mer de Canada does not have a standard, widely recognized meaning in French. It appears to be a misunderstanding or misspelling of phrases related to Canada's maritime, or possibly a confusion with the French expletive merde. Oh, Okay. So it is Murday. They separated it. Graphic context. It might be mistaken for Murdu, Canada, which means the Sea of Canada. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. So before the Atlantic, it was the Sea of Canada. That's what Murday means. Sea of, and you got Canada. So this is Murday, S-U-D. There's no more. That's it. Look at this at the bottom. Instead of South America, it's Meridional America. And then look at Mexico and Louisiana. It's damn near. Mexico goes all the way up to Canada, probably all the way up in Canada. And then look at Louisiana, man. Yeah, Florida and Louisiana take up all that for the most part. I can't read up north. But hey, I love these old Maparuskis. I got more maps, but I don't even remember what these maps are for, truthfully. I'm gonna skip over to maps, dude. There's no one even in here. Oh shit, what's up, JK?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted, but I was rambling off. But I was saying, like, areas like where I'm at, this whole, like, the Louisiana Purchase, and specifically, like, Baton Rouge and New Orleans itself, like, these were very highly disputed over places according to the historical narrative. But having lived here all my life, I can't really understand. I can kind of understand New Orleans if you're talking about like a port city. I mean, it makes sense a little bit there. But like Baton Rouge itself is like, it's really unremarkable in terms of like it location wise. It makes sense now when we have these the interstate system. I mean, it's like the spot in between other spots, so it makes sense. But back in the times when there was nothing there, and these countries from Europe are fighting over this spot, bro, on a fucking river that, I mean, before a bridge was there, I don't even understand how they would even be using this for anything. So none of it makes sense, right? Unless you get into more sacred land and occult and ley lines, and you get into all that, then yeah, I guess there might be something there. But people just buy
look at this.
Shit. Like fur trading and shit. It's like, all right, bro, you can do that shit anywhere.
Check this out. I want you to zoom in on this picture, Groove. Watch. You see the two people in the boats? There's one little guy with the row. When I zoomed in, I'm like, what's that big thing in the boat back there? Well, that's a fucking dude. I can't zoom in. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. That's a fucking guy in the boat. It's a giant or something. Why is that guy like way bigger and taller than the guy is so little in this boat? Unless there's something up with these pictures. Dude in the back is huge compared to this little nugget guy. He looks like a midget rowing that boat. What's up with this?
If I was to try to make normie logical sense about it, it could be like when you're steering a boat like this and you got somebody rowing with an oar off to each side, right? It is it is more efficient if you have somebody at the back they're steering by just directing. You just stick an oar at the back end, and you can control the direction, and the person up front can keep rowing off to one side, and the person in the back is doing the actual steering. So it could be a statue that just holds that oar in place in the back. So if you don't have a human being back there, you know, it could be just part of the structure, and but I don't know.
What's up, Copper Tone? I think, in my opinion, I could be bugging, but I think that might be a tall person back there. Or it could be that these boats were put in after the fact, maybe. Maybe the building is separate from I don't know. It's just weird to me that it kind of don't even look like a guy either. When you zoom in, it just looks like a black blob of something.
Yeah, what you need to do is look up pictures of whatever these type boats are. I don't know, like a canoe or whatever the fuck it's called, but look up pictures of those. Because, you know, like those old Viking ships, they had the big ornate, like, what's the front called? The front's called the bow, right? Or the stern? I don't know, whichever one. But anyway, they always have some sort of big ornamental, almost even just artistic structure on the front. And so it could be just part of the structure of the boat for fucking, like I said, if it's not a person, it could be built into the boat where there's still a person back there, but because there is something to standing up, like when you're in a canoe and you're directing, when you're standing up, it helps to have weight on the back, right? Because
Yeah,
it allows the front to cut through waves and shit. So it might just all be a structural, ornate kind of thing. Right?
the Tower of London. Got your little horse and carriages parked.
Horse shit everywhere.
This is Boston,
Dude,
and
that's the thing. All these people that back in the day were supposedly just riding around in horse and buggies, bro. Anybody that's been around horses, you know, bro, that shit. Yeah, they fucking shit all the fucking time, bro. So you'd have to constantly be cleaning up. So
ooh. Oh, okay. I thought I was bugging.
I'll tell you a prime example. Have you ever been to a street parade, and they'll have horses in the parade itself? Guarantee you walk behind that, they're shitting the whole time.
Yeah, they are.
They're dropping shit, bro. I mean,
I've seen it. The parades we used to have.
yeah, bro.
They would have someone going behind.
Yeah.
To pick up these large turds. And horses don't care, man. They just drop it right then and there. They gotta go going. And then they look at you like you did something wrong. The horses like, and when the horse will look at you like, pick that shit up.
What's up? Come here, buddy. All right.
Let's see. Oh, it didn't even, no wonder. It didn't even upload that picture. And now I'm noticing, what the fuck? I should expect that. All right, now we're getting into pictures I didn't show yesterday, I don't think. I don't think so.
That picture itself, it looks like an arch, right? The shape of the picture, a portal.
Yeah, it looks like they're inside of a doorway.
Like a window, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was on purpose, bro. Why would they do that?
It probably
The
was
portal.
on purpose, but it looks fake a little bit.
Right.
I don't know. This picture it didn't show. This is a famous building. Now, you could tell on the left side they put the clock in there. How come the right side don't have a clock? See, that's how I know it was never supposed to be a clock there. It was something else. And they added the clock afterwards. It's a clock tower. What did you think it was? Won't let me zoom in. This is
Well,
in
in that regard, if you look at the history of standardized timekeeping, right, and clocks, that's only been around. That was established sometime in the 1800s, and the official story was because of this was the first time that they had
continental,
travel on trains, right? So you go to two different areas quick enough to where you'd need to coordinate time, but that's a fairly recent historical technology that was implemented on the popular population level, right? And so that means before that, people were just like going by no standardized time. And you have to know that that would make daily life completely fucking different than what it is now. But I don't think most people can even allow their brain to even try to imagine that things could be possibly vastly different. I think people just think that we just live the same daily life as motherfuckers from hundreds of years ago, but that we just have all this nice new technology and shit around us to make it easier and more enjoyable, but their whole fucking psychology would have been different. You know what I mean? I don't think motherfuckers from the 1600s gave a shit what was going on 200 years before that. As much as we do nowadays. It's like a whole industry of academia and whatever about, ooh, what happened 400, 500, 600,000 years ago? It's like, goddamn, bro. What the fuck's happening now is what I should be asking you, because people would rather marry themselves to old shit.
This is Dresden, Germany, and so was the last picture. And this right here, I wanted to show that tower, the way it has, the way that piece is set up at the top of the tower. I have found two other towers that have the same setup. Actually more than that. They, you know, the piece at the top might not be a circle. It might be bent a little different. But yeah, I think this stuff was active then. They were still getting power from the ether. Those are still active. And I have a picture where I think one of them is on. And I'm going to line it up with that. I got to find that video. John Levy has a video, or John Levy, whatever. John Levy, yeah. Of a thing in Taiwan, I think it is, where it's on. Look at this beauty. I don't know what this is, but it's awesome looking. It looks like an old school toaster.
Toasty.
This could be Paris. See? Hold on, let me zoom in on this. We got Dom came up. I think he's still here. Look. Oh, man. It looks like this is on. It has the 3 things around that center pole, just like the video I watched when the tower was on. It had these 3 lights shooting, like it looked like the lights were just floating there, but they were around the pole because it was on, sucking energy in. It looked just like that. Let me screenshot this.
Isn't that kind of the same concept as the car in Back to the Future, that flux capacitor or whatever? Wasn't it just drawing in energy from something? Yeah.
What the fuck? Great. Now my picture's stuck like this. Fucking scumbags.
Pictures. He's stuck in the frame, is he? Go get that shit out of the way, man. You're blocking traffic, bro. You all good? You're quiet all of a sudden.
Hey, in the groove.
Must be digging in the program.
Did Charles take off or something?
I think he's debugging.
He's debugging. Okay.
He's bugging out now. He's trying to debug, I think.
Unfortunately, I've been hearing you. In the age of information, a lot of people will accumulate information and really, it'll be like, how does it serve them? You know, to know that information.
Yeah, that's the thing about science, right? It's good on paper, but there's a whole another branch of science is the applied. So if it's not applied, it's just sitting there, and you might as well just, it's not really much value until it's applied.
True.
And
it depends. If a person is able to, wield it, it's kind of like history. Why would somebody want to study history if they can't alter it or maintain it now? The masses are going to be, and I'm included in it, those things are really of no interest. Like, to know whether or not how the horses were going in the streets and how they structure all that. You just have to look at today. How do we pick up garbage? And then once you realize that, you replace the garbage people with the people that used to pick up shit, or the people that used to have to light up the lanterns in the streets. Today we have guys that have to replace the bulbs in the poles. Most people, it's plug and play. They're not really going to be concerned about history. So it's their everyday duties that they have to do: go to work, have kids, buy things at a grocery store. More times than not, most of us are the frog in the water as it's evolving around us. But there is people that actually take that information and they will utilize it maybe to push for the next generation or the next agenda, whatever word they want to use.
yeah, it's like I said earlier, though. It's like, it seems like a lot of people, I'll say, they seem to be more loyal to the past than they are the present, and trying to even have a different future. It's like they're stuck in this loop of like the momentum of history is just too big to overcome, so we just have to carry on with this timeline that, when you really start looking at it, it really doesn't make sense and add up. And even if it did, so what? If we can look at something, we consider ourselves intelligent beings, we should be able to look at it in the context of right now and say, okay, that worked for then and all the way up to now, but when do we get to the point where we can say, hey, we're at a place where we can actually do something better, do it differently. Thanks for getting us here, but here we are, and let's strive for something besides just, it is the way it is, and that's the way it's always going to be. I've heard that so many fucking times in my life by these defeated people around here.
Well, most people are trying to just survive opposed to thriving. The written work encourages, actually, for majority of it, history, past stories. Now, whether or not it serves today, that somebody would have to, apply it. It's kind of like any kind of tradition. If it's not questioned, a couple things will occur. Either A, it will die, or people will follow it aimlessly. So, if we're going to have the written work, people should be questioning it. Okay, how does it serve today to love thy neighbor? How would it serve to know a guy named Muhammad or Jesus or Socrates existed, let alone what was written about them? Forget about whether or not they wrote anything. So for most people, they're not even in the moment at that point in the groove. So at that point, you're talking to a lot of people that would be classified, as harsh as it may sound, NPC, Walking Dead, useless breathers, plug and play.
Yeah.
Goyim.
Automatons, yeah.
And we all do play those parts in certain moments. Some people just do it all the time. They're just not aware of it, and then they'll make excuses. Well, I got to go to work. Okay, why do you have to go to work? Well, I have to earn money. Okay, so why do you have to earn money? Those are questions. Not to say what I'm saying is wrong. It's just to see whether or not they're going to be true. Well, I'm going to work because I want my comforts. Okay, at least you're honest with yourself. Most people will say, well, I want to make sure I support my family.
Right.
Okay, if you're supporting your family, why aren't you growing your own food then? But again, that's here or there.
No one has to do anything.
You don't, but in civilization, you'll know in a short period of time what your rewards are, not your punishments, but your rewards. If I don't do nothing, then how am I going to sustain my body? Like I said, these are great ideals to play with. Ideals is just another way of saying belief systems. And I enjoyed playing with them, but I also realize I still have to do my due diligence, whatever that is, whether I'm doing a good job at it or I'm failing myself. That's why a lot of times most of the stuff on YouTube or even in book, it's entertainment. It's going to entertain the mind. Unless you're going to make a buck off of it, which is nothing new, you're just going to open up a channel to try to make $1, which is fine. But how does it serve other people like myself? I come on here. Oh, I like to socialize. I like to chit-chat with people and ping-pong different types of ideals. It's usually the guy that says, Dom, I have the answer. I said, okay, this ought to be interesting. Carry on. What answer do you have? And for who? And then, of course, they'll tell
Oh, my God, StreamYard.
Yeah. Hey, can you turn his mic up a little bit? It seems a little low.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Yeah, don't turn it up too loud because it'll start doing it's a funny that mic shit.
Is it okay now?
StreamYard's been failing terribly.
Okay. Maybe I just need eventually. I'll just probably have to reset my laptop. Maybe my speaker, my mic isn't working. Anyway, again, it's conversation, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's conversations. If we can have conversations without arguing with each other, then it's conversation. But unfortunately, for some people, they come in, they have all the answers. I said, okay, so you're one of those right and wrong folks. Okay, so how do you know you're right or wrong? Well, I read it in a book. Okay, this ought to be interesting. We all read books. We to assume all books and then use the word fact. It's a fact. Okay, so there's an act in that. Okay, so were you there? Were you there when they told us they went to the moon? Well, no, not really. Okay, so how would you know? If
I used to do that.
Yeah. What's that, Charles? You question things?
Fact. That shit's fact, bro.
Yeah, it's factual.
Yeah.
It's factual. It's fact. I'm an actor. I'm doing.
I used to do that.
Yeah.
I used to blindly do that. That shit's fact, bro.
Yeah. So if you know that, Charles, then when you're talking to a person that says, I am a Christian, they're going to be following it blindly. Because if they're truly following it and they're true, I said, why would you have to say to me you're a Christian or an atheist or a humanist? But again, this is how people figure, I will justify my position by attacking somebody else. Oh, now it's a sport. So we have to have winners and losers. Is there ribbons going to be handed out in this particular conversation?
Yeah. They're going to go to the rapture and we're going to go to the crapture.
We could, you know.
Remember, they're chosen now. You know.
You know how easy it is.
They're going to get the rapture and we're going to get sent to the crapture.
You know, Charles is going to say, you know, how easy it is to say, I'm the chosen one. You know, I'm with God. I'm with Satan. Okay, you're with it. Sounds like you have a.
And that's when you say, that's funny because God told me he doesn't know you.
Even that I would have to speculate. So God was speaking to you? Which could be true. Which could be true. I can't tell somebody else if it is or isn't.
Yeah, but I also don't have to accept that, oh, because you said you saw something, that means I got to change my whole narrative about all my experiences and say, well, I guess I'm wrong. You saw it.
At that point in the groove, you'd be very polite and try not to let them see the little smirk in your face and say, you know something, I'm not going to accept it, let alone tolerate it or allow it. I've heard your story. It sounds interesting.
Right.
And that's enough because really, you know, you're not going to convince them. It's kind of like, okay, he's a Christian. He goes to church. He believes in being honest. But meanwhile, he just told me he cheats the tax system. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, if you really believe, then it should show in everything you do. And that's the problem, you know.
Mm-hmm. How many people get caught up if the Earth's surface is either flat or globe? You would have to be a believer either way. And then if you, let's say for whatever reason, there's this thing as a spirit, you get taken up high and now you see exactly for what it is. Whatever's telling you that, so listen, good luck trying to explain it to the rest of them now.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and even that I'm speculating, you know, I like to talk about the spirit, but how can I prove it? That's why I tell my buddies, I say, okay, where's air? I don't know. So therefore, is that spirit? I don't know. It could be. At that point, I'm probably speculating the whole time. That's why I say, the guy that tells me he has an answer, let me go get some popcorn because you might be entertaining me. It might even be the truth to them. But to me, it's a story. Back in my mind, I'm thinking the never-ending story or once upon a time. You know, I'm not trying to demean them. I'm just saying, okay, you're telling me a story. It might be real to them, but to me, it's still a story. No different if I told them my story. Were you living in my vessel? No. So therefore, it might be I'm using the word story. It could be whatever. It could be a belief, whatever bullshit they want.
yeah, yeah.
When you zoom into this picture and these two people are looking into the water, I mean, I didn't even really see them until I zoomed in. It's like, God, man, that you really see the size of these structures when you put people in front of it. But I'm going to get back to this picture real quick. That, my friend, looks like a fucking what we would call a fireplace. But unfortunately on this, doesn't look like a fire. It looks like people took these, whatever they used to be, and converted it into a fireplace. But from some of these old so-called fireplaces I've seen where there's like plugs or a thing to get electricity from it. Now, I don't know, because I'm not saying fireplaces are like that hard to create. It's really not, but I think these had other uses before fireplaces. Because people say, well, how did they heat these big buildings? Either A, there was no snow or cold, and it was always warm, 24/7, 365, everywhere, or fucking, believe me, these people were smart on, they were able to heat the entire thing. I don't think they would build something and not think, well, damn, we got to heat this fucking place. I think we underestimate the ancestors because we're trained to underestimate or give credit to some fucking green aliens that live on Akubaku somewhere in fucking
Well, see,
light years away.
that's the thing right there, and where cognitive dissonance should be kicking in with most people, because you can hear the same person tell you both that we used to be primitive and that we used to have like lost fucking advanced technology and shit. So which is it? I mean,
You know, it's the funniest one I've heard. That I remember I was listening to this podcast, and the black dude, was talking shit about so-called white people, saying that we originated in caves and they created us. And then what really got me was he said all these things that we didn't know how to wash ourselves and all this craziness, but we were cave people who defeated these cities that had all this technology. But you mean to tell me cave people with monkey genetics defeated you guys, and you had all this technology and you built? It's like their shit don't even add up properly. Who'd want to tell a story they got defeated by a bunch of monkey men?
Again, Charles, those are
You mean to tell me cave monkey men beat a society with technology and flying crafts, and we couldn't even wash ourselves, allegedly? We didn't know how to, so-called white people.
Okay, so Charles, there's stories. Okay, sorry, there's stories. Instead of going back into history, look at the now. Is there technology that the masses don't have access to or even informed? Probably.
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe that you have to speculate at that point. But then again, you probably drove in a car. You've seen a truck. You've seen pictures of an earth mover. Have you ever questioned how those things come to be? Let alone if you watch old buildings. Yeah, you look at all these big chandeliers. Like, who's giving us all this tech? Now, to
That's
think
what I'm wondering.
Back in history, that certain groups probably had technology that the masses weren't even aware of, I would say yes. Because there's technology today that we're slowly finding out that's been around for 30 or 40 years. So that at that point, it would make me speculate and think, well, maybe there's even other technology that's beyond even Wi-Fi, or cars that actually don't need traditional fuel. Again, the masses usually get the backwash products. So who's to say that the technology we're using now is like outdated already? Give it to the masses. So then to look at maybe history and say, okay, well, these rich people, forget about the fact that how are these buildings coming to be? Who's doing all the labor? And if they might have what we call electricity today or nuclear energy. Like there's jets that are flying around that would probably shake most of our heads. How did it come to be? Opposed to, okay, what fuels those things? Jets that can actually land on a boat. You ever get a drone? Just to understand how a drone works and all its capabilities is like, how the fuck did we get to that technology? And who's to say in 100 years?
My favorite is how the fuck I used to look at tapes. I used to take my tape apart and look at that film. And I'd put it up to the light, and I'd be like, this fucking little piece of whatever you call it, magnetic tape or whatever, is holding sound. Like, who the fuck thought of that and how? Same thing with a camera. It's capturing the light in the moment. I'm just like, when you think about all this stuff, or just pressing a button, and when you take apart a computer or anything electronic, I look at the motherboard, and I'm like, man, like who thought of this stuff, and how is it holding this memory? These little dots of metal on the fucking motherboard, and it's interesting stuff, but it makes me wonder, where are we?
Should give you almost like a childlike awe moment, like how does AI, which is an evolution of the calculator, all these different kind of recording devices, but for us, we think, oh, wait a second here. How did it come to be? That'll be no different a child looking at a father and say, Dad, where's the voice coming from? What do you mean? It's coming from my mouth, son. I said, but where's it coming from? I don't know, son. There you go. You have a father that's honest and say, I don't know. How's it being recorded? I don't know. Now, you can speculate and say, maybe the blood. This is where people start talking about, okay, maybe it's in a different auras. Okay, so now I got to speculate about an aura, the ether. These are all speculations at that point. Because like I said, if I was aware of all of that stuff, and I actually know for sure, How would I explain it with you? I say, guys, we'd have to use a different language. Why? Because English is too cumbersome, no different than all the other languages. But then a person would say, how do I know those are cumbersome? I don't know. You know, it's always humble enough to say, I don't know. But if you do know, okay, I got a lot of questions to ask now. And I want to see whether or not you're going to be true to yourself. Because I get it. A lot of us, we fling around belief systems. Religion, state, science, commerce, we can all speculate, even though we can look at it from the physical. Yeah, well, I'm a religious person. Then they point to a church. Yeah, I see the church, but where's religion? You know, I see the White House. Okay, but where's state? You know, I see fiat currency, so where's commerce? You know, we all have to buy into the system in some way. Forget about selling out. I think we buy into it. And probably more times than not, I think we do it unaware.
Wow. JK said, Ukraine and Russian meat grinder is eating people, actually more people than all two of the world wars put together. Even if you include Vietnam and Afghanistan, it doesn't even come close. I've seen some wild shit in these wars, man.
But
it kind of reminds me of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Huh?
But have you seen these wars, or have you just been told via the media?
No,
These are the
I've seen
stories
videos.
Okay,
I've seen videos, but
there you go. You've seen videos. Media and video is the same thing. Have you been there? Do you know if Russia and Ukraine are really warring each other?
I personally don't think so, but
okay. But you can speculate and say you don't think so, but you can't confirm, can you? Hence, believing. You would have to believe what the media tells you. You also go to church and the sermon says there's a place called heaven and hell. Excuse me, sir, but have you been to heaven or hell? Well, not really, Dom. So then how would you know that? Oh, I'm reading from a book. There you go. You're reading from a book. So you're a believer. Like I said, whatever they say on whatever, CBC, NBC, ABC, again, let's change the word, American Broadcast System, National Broadcast System, the British Broadcast System, they're casting information and most people are believing it. They're not questioning those things inwards. How does it serve if there was a war going on in another part of the world?
I look at it like this. Wars are ways for the so-called elite, L's light, to fucking, to make money, wash money. Look, the biggest cocaine and fentanyl dealers, whether people want to believe it or not, is politicians and police. They're fucking flooding this country. And the politicians you probably will never catch because they're not dumb. Well, you know, they're not going to be on the phone talking. They got ways to handle shit. But same thing with the pedo ring. That could be going on. See, I could prove with drugs and stuff, but that type of shit, I haven't seen that with my own two eyes, or children being kidnapped and stuff. I don't really ever hear about that. So if it's true or not, I don't know. But if it is, those people need to be.
Well, I could say with pretty much certainty, as far as all this weird child stuff going on. In my area, I went to school with a guy who later became a SWAT team leader. He was the best friend of the local sheriff here. And he just got arrested in 2019 also for despicable things that would have fit right in place with the Epstein stuff. And I know this dude. We were in the same high school at the same time. I know this guy. I've always known him. He's a dick. And it turns out he's a fucking weirdo. And he was getting away with it for forever. And they finally caught up to him. And he's in jail for 100 years now. So
shit.
It definitely happens. I mean, if nobody knows any personal, I understand. Be skeptical. That's great. But too much, I'm hearing people just automatically discount everything. And, you know, again, how can I explain? Well, I could tell you, go look this guy up. I could give you his name. You can look it up. And I can verify. I know this motherfucker. So, you know, you have to extrapolate a little bit, but It's just a lot of people are quick to dismiss things, but at the same time, they'll grasp the most weirdo concepts out there, whether it be flat Earth or even religion. If you can believe in religion, nothing else should be off the table. But you'll run into the most hard-headed, normie wannabe types they'll tell you they believe in Jesus and walking on water and all this shit, but you bring up magic and oh, that's all bullshit. It's all a scam. It's like, okay, well, tell me about your book again, bro.
Tell them is technology a scam? Because magic is technology and magic are one and the same.
Yeah,
magic. Fucking the transformation of energy and light and all that. Yeah, that's in the metals and yeah.
Tell me how your cell phone works if you don't believe in magic, bro. I mean, because it's going to be a very boring answer based on, well, we got transistors and they have these things called liquid crystal and you do this and it's like, okay, well now you're just, again, you're telling me the book story, what you read somebody else. It's not really no firsthand experience or knowledge there. So you might as well be telling me it's magic. Huh.
That's the thing in the groove, and that's why I use the caveat, whether it's true or not. And in this case, you gave an example that you actually know somebody, and you put some key element. He was a dick, and he probably showed out he was a bigger dick. That you have experience, so you know that. Now, for another person that's hearing
what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, the other person that's hearing it now, how does it serve them to know that information since I didn't experience it? Now, I know that there's wars always going on, but is it the wars that the way they're depictuating on the news? Probably not. Is there pedophilia? Yes, it does occur. Is there people in clubs? Yes, it does. But for a lot of people, when they're hearing the information, is it infecting your immediate environment? Probably not. So
definitely.
Now well, it can for some people, Charles.
Well, when you understand that things like child protective services and sheriff offices in a lot of little towns are actively involved in the trafficking aspect. So how it would serve somebody, I would say, is that, and this has to come to everybody on their own terms, but you should just be aware that the things that claim to be very virtuous may in fact be so inverted that it is the thing that they read about in their religious books as the adversary. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you, Andrew. And that's why when people become aware, accumulate more information so it won't be a slanted view. It'll be like, okay, so I'm hearing all these different stories. Okay, so now this guy here has done this wicked thing. This person's done this kind deed. I'm the guy that's just taking all that information because I can only experience so much. I can observe way more than I can experience. And I can accumulate any kind of information. That is why I say, okay, if it serves somebody, I said, okay, can you apply it? Well, not really. I just know that information. Well, then share it then. Because for some people, they can actually put that into action. For most people, it's kind of, I just heard it online. I read it in a book. Okay, so then it really doesn't serve beyond anything that you just can pass it forward. For a lot of people, what they do is, well, I need to do something. Well, you just heard poverty in another part of the world. How does it serve in your part of the world? Well, there's poverty here. I said, okay, well, then that message helped you start helping the poverty here. And then they should at least become aware how people become poor, how the system, actually hoists that poverty. As much as people, they don't like it, I said, well, how do you think rich people get rich? It's not they're always being deceitful. In any system, you're going to have people that are going to come to the top, and then there's going to be a lot of people in the middle. This is kind of like a pyramid scheme. That's why when people talk about Masons or whatever, well, you think most Masons are really aware of what's really going on? It's like saying most Catholics are aware of what's hideous and going on at the Vatican. They don't. Most people choose to be constantly ignorant or just choose to be naive.
Look at this masterpiece. I just wanted to say, look at this masterpiece, everyone.
Yeah, it's a great cover story to think in absolutes. A lot of people do that. It's either got to be all one thing or all nothing. Instead of the most likely like you said. Lower level Masons, yeah, there's a lot of them that are good people. I know one. He comes over here all the time and helps me out. I don't think he's doing dirt. He might know somebody that is. I'll give it that possibility, but do I think he's eating babies? No. No. Motherfucker ain't got no teeth.
Say fuck. I used to say fuck all the Masons too. I was ignorant. You know, I was very ignorant. But I learned a lot from my ignorance. Ignorance can teach a lot. It teaches you that you also don't know shit.
You know a little bit, and which is great, but most of the rest of it's probably belief. So, and yes, I agree. A lot of people, whether they're aware of it or not, an absolute could be I'm a liberal and I'm against conservative. An absolute would be I'm a Christian, I'm against a Muslim. I said, okay, so where's the, a person that's already voted is.
There's a lot of that going on, Dom, right now. There's a lot of people leaving the left and says, I'm going to be a Republican now, and vice versa. I'm going to be a Democrat now. Like it matters.
Okay, so they convert from one position to another, opposed to one should just see it for what it is, and then maybe accumulate information. Don't be so quick to judge it and say, okay, well, that's interesting. Why would I want to be a Christian? Why is usually a wisdom question, a philosophy question. Why would I want to be a Muslim? And if you're not interested, then you can see it for what it is. Okay, those people are playing roles. And they will actually be, most people are fundamentalists. I'm a fundamentalist conservative. I'm a fundamentalist, democracy. Oh, okay. So how is democracy working when it's trading with a communist country? Well, I don't agree with communists. You don't agree with communists, or you don't understand what communism is. There's the difference. Most people are too quick to agree or disagree without questioning, do you understand all the isms? Have you put some thought behind it? Because I didn't create the system, so I have to take with a grain of salt that whatever I read will give me some sort of explanation, unless I go inwards and say, Dom, it doesn't really serve you. Okay, so at that point, if it doesn't serve me, then I can play. Sure, you can play. It's usually the people that have to defend their position are the ones that are going to attract the ones that are going to attack it. They're not telling a Christian, why are you a Christian again? Opposed to just saying that you're a Christian? No different than asking an atheist. Tell me again why you're an atheist. Well, I'm an atheist because I don't agree. No, I don't want to hear what you're against. Why are you an atheist? Why are you a humanist? Why are you a Muslim? Why are you an American? Those are a lot of questions. And if a person can't answer for themselves, what, am I supposed to babysit them now? They're not even willing to challenge themselves.
Well, yeah, I think along those lines, because, again, I think it's all these identifying with Christianity or identifying with even anything. It's to fill their ego with something, right? So if somebody was to tell me I'm a Republican or I'm a Christian, I'd like to know, okay, without that, what are you? And see if they have an answer, because I bet most people wouldn't. I think the reason they gravitate to this, I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican or a Christian, I think it's just a way of telling themselves they are something, and without it, they don't have anything. Or maybe they don't like what they are without that label, because they're not any of those things. They're not conservative, and they're not a Christian or liberal. They're just a group identified, a phony, really. Most of these people are phonies.
Or you can go the other way. Then you say, I'm all of those things.
Right. Yeah.
And then all the masks. I'm an electrician. I'm a guy. I'm an atheist. I'm a believer. Okay. At that point, a person said, well, Tom, that's way too many things that I am. Why would I do that? I said, now you want to use the whys when you wouldn't break it down into individuals. But now once a person floods you with all those things, like I always find it interesting when I say to myself, okay, I'm a human. Okay, I am. I'm an electrician. Fuck, I got another mask. I'm a man. Oh, there's another person. Especially when a guy says I'm black or white, I said time out.
Hey, but are you a real man? It's not enough to just be a male. You got to be a real man and shit.
Yeah, I got to be a real man with. I got to be black and white. I'm like time out. I'm black or white again. My friend's from Jamaica. He's dark skinned. My friend's from Barbados. He's dark skinned. But when I get a good tan, guess who's dark skinned? I guess I am today. But the ideal that people go around telling each other that they're black or white, telling the system is working well. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
They're conditioned.
Programming.
And they will defend that. At that point, I'm like, okay, so you're defending a position, but you've never questioned it. That's like a Christian. Most of them can't defend their position because they've never questioned it. And if they did, then why would they go around telling other people openly, I'm a Christian? I just follow teachings. Okay, that's nice. What teachings are you following? Go ahead.
I have a strong opinion about why, just based on the observation of the people in my life and experiences, I think that probably a large majority of people who like to tell people they're Christians, it's only because of the social credit that they get. It's like, it doesn't, you could be the shittiest person your whole life, and if you just tell, yeah, I'm a Christian too, then they automatically get like bonus points.
Yep.
They get social credit. And so that's the majority of what I see with this shit.
And that's valid, by the way, in the group, because then there's people that say shit like, I'm an American, I'm a Canadian. And then they add a caveat. America's the best country in the world. Now, dare me not ask a question. Have you traveled? Well, not really.
Yes,
So how would you know America's the best country in the world? Well, I don't know, Dom. I said, exactly. So you're no different like a Christian then or a Muslim. You're just saying I am and then blah, blah, blah.
That's filling that ego. Yeah, I'm the best. I mean, you ain't done shit. You done nothing. What are you the best at? Nothing.
I lied to myself.
Right.
And at that point, it becomes humorous because, I, as much as that might sound I'm being sarcastic, I said, but if you kind of put some thought behind it, you'd be laughing more than I would. It's like, holy fuck, I didn't realize I've been playing a game without even understanding some of its parts. I'm not to say that being a Christian is a bad thing, let alone is a good thing. It's just, okay, you're a Christian. Okay, what else are you? I'm a mother. I'm a father. What else are you? I'm a plumber. What else are you? I'm a liberal. Okay, so continue. Tell me all the masks. Forget about 2019 and 2021 where they force you to wear a mask. You already have many masks. Which one is it today? Your persona in this particular case.
Yeah, like if somebody was to tell me they're a plumber, right, then I'm going to reasonably assume that if I got a clogged toilet, this person's going to have a certain skill set.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
Now, if somebody tells me they're a Christian and I apply that same, to me, that's a bold, like you saying, yeah, I believe in this Jesus and this book. I got a high standard for that. I'm like, all right, let's see it. And I never fucking see it, bro. Hardly ever, I'll say.
You won't see it in the group because you have to ask a couple of questions. So you never met Jesus, okay? So the person that wrote the book, did you ever meet him? Goes, well, no. So even if you met somebody that actually recopied the book, I said, okay, so you trust the person. But what he's writing about is a story, right? What do you mean? Because nobody is alive to confirm it. That's why when people say, okay, well, what can you do in the moment? Okay, the moment is here. I see objects in the world. I give names to it. Now, for a lot of people, they don't even get to that point. Like, what do you mean you're seeing objects? Well, I give names to it. I'm describing things. Doesn't the word give it away? Well, I never thought of that. There you go. You haven't even had a thought of it yet, but yet they're too busy believing or disagreeing with things or agreeing. I'm like, but you've never really put some effort into it. So then your ego, in this case, your body's running your life the whole time, fight or flight. They're not questioning the self. That's a little bit different than the ego. The self is the ongoing program. You wake up in the morning, you're in that upper part of the iceberg, your conscious state. Dare not understand how the subconscious works. At that point, those people that are Christians and say, I'm a Christian or I'm an American, those aren't the kind of people you want to ask questions to because they're already in the system. And it's not to say the system is bad, but when most people follow it aimlessly, that is when it doesn't become healthy. I will respect the guy, said, Dom, I value the teachings of Christianity and I practice it. Good for you.
That's fine, yeah. I'm okay with those kind of statements.
Yeah, but he's not forcing me to practice it. No different. I can talk about health. Doesn't necessarily I'm going to tell people I practice it, but I understand some of it, and some of it I do practice it. Now, if they'd say, well, Dominic, I'm looking for somebody that actually practices it. Okay, well, I'm not that person. I'm pretty sure somewhere else you can find that out, especially in an age of information. I always find it interesting when people use words, they don't understand it, but yet they so desperately want to agree or disagree. Open up another page. Look up the definition. At least you have somewhere to start. Not to say that that word is actually always used for that purpose. Now, this is where we have an opportunity with this technology to be useful for us, opposed to being a weapon, like not a lot of people, some people use it as a weapon. It's pseudoscience. Okay, I understand science and I know what they're talking about pseudo, but spirituality and science are two different things. So how does somebody use the word pseudoscience when we're talking about spirituality? That's metaphysical at that point. Usually that person's already full of shit. He just doesn't know it yet. Or in this case, full of belief systems.
Well, you're right about that one thing. That whole idea of calling things pseudoscience. If you're educated at all, if you're being accurate with the wording, yeah, the whole practice of science is materialism. So why would you tell me something is pseudoscience when we're talking about a spiritual, intangible, like you said, metaphysical, paranormal, all that stuff?
That's right.
That's not in the realm of science.
That's right. And especially the person talking about spiritual stuff. It has nothing to do with science. But it's funny when I talk to people that value science, I said, okay, so let me ask you something. Science says that Venus and Mars and all that are made of a certain substance. Okay, let's go with
right.
It. If we talk about everything that's empirical on the Earth, you're using an object through observation, like a telescope.
Yeah.
Has any human ever been up there to confirm if that material is actually there or that gas? Well, no, that's actually pseudoscience.
Right. That's where the assumption comes in, and then we start people start building whole narratives around an assumption, and they'll never recognize or even admit they're like, hey, here's the one weak point right here in my whole following narrative that I'm about to give you from here on out. And, space, that's a prime example, right? And again, like talking about the pseudoscience, I should say that modern organized science, institutional science these days, is dabbling in what people call pseudoscience. Mm-hmm. When I was in psychology, they were opening up new fields in parapsychology. And we already have things like called theoretical physics and astrotheology and all this kind of horseshit that has no basis in material science or provable, repeatable experiments, but yet it's being woven into the conversation only because the people who control the dogma of what is considered science have now said, oh, you know what, we'll allow this new branch to come in because it's very popular. That's why we got parapsychology now.
Well, it'd be no different presenting a lot of the tech that we have today to a bunch of people maybe 200 or 300 years ago that they call themselves scientists. So how do you think Wi-Fi works today? What do you mean? Do you even know how the frequency waves work? Probably not. Most of us aren't even going to understand it, but we use it.
Yeah.
Like we're like the frog in the water. Like, I get it. Nothing wrong with speculating. People say, yeah, they gave us the globe. I say, yeah, they also gave you the book. And then they'll say, okay, well, we discovered Pluto. There's a good one, Pluto. And they give you these numbers. It takes 240 years for it to travel around the sun. I said, okay, so it was discovered in 1950. If an average human lives 80 years, you can't confirm that as factual until 3.5 generations. But yet they'll put it in a book, and then people use the word, it's fact. Most people, when they talk about fact, they're talking about what's been written. If it's intuitive, that's another story. But have you been able to test it? Like, all of us can be science if we want to be. Can you test it? Well, not really. I said, so then how can you defend it or let alone attack it? You can't at that point. That's why they use the word theory. Gravity's still a theory. I would lean more towards magnetic, especially when people talk about as above, so below. And I understand about electricity, and I don't wish this on people, but I've got a sad jolt from a 347. I've got to experience what 2 magnetic force does. I have a force in me, and it had actually a pull. I generated heat. This is
go ahead.
Why didn't you go? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but no, it just reminded me because we were doing this earlier that Insane Clown Posse, they have a fucking lyric, and it's all about it. He says that magnets, how do they fucking work? Because that motherfucker's questioning it. You got fucking juggalos that I ask better questions than people who claim to be all learned and reading all these goddamn books. Do you know how a fucking magnet works? Really? Anybody? Not really. You can see it doing something. And then we have to draw up this whole fucking grand explanation around it. And somebody says, yep, that's the one we're going with. And that's it. So it could be anything.
No, well,
It's magic you're looking
Well,
at.
well, it can be magic. But then
couldn't we
again,
kind of break it down? I mean, well, it is a magic bar, but you break that magic bar
Magic,
in half,
magnet.
and then yes, you break a magnet in half and then try to put it together. It's going to have resistance in it. It's like a negative and positive. So is that gravity?
Right.
That's in between. It's a force. Huh?
Right.
That magic bar. Huh? So I get it. Huh? Let's go. Because look, magic is in magnet.
There you go.
Right? Or mag. Huh?
Yeah, there's something.
well, this is where the ideal comes, where people play with words like magic, the unknown, and the known, positive and negative. So in this particular case, like when people look at a sine wave, for example, the negative usually fuels the positive, and then you need a grounding plate. This is why we have a device called a car and a battery. You know, a lot of things that are in what we call order comes from chaos. This is why when somebody says, "Oh my God, I don't value negative," I say, "Well, then how do you think it fuels it then?" You know, this is where we talk about positive and negative, the yin and yang. What else words you can use? Life and death. These are polarities. And it's a cycle of some sort, if we want to look at it as a cycle. You know, but
yeah, and actually,
go ahead.
Well, they say that the human body thrives in a negatively charged environment. So that's just an example of like people who get hung up on those words and I don't like anything negative. Well, in certain instances, the negative side of things is actually more healthy and positive for you.
Yeah, this is where people use masculine and feminine. The masculine energy is more the action part. The feminine energy is more or less behind the scene. It's the teachable energy. That's why when people say you got to be in your feminine energy to be teachable, the masculine energy is programmable. That's why we have so many programs, TV programs, radio programs. You know, it's not about males and females, even though it's its own polarity. And then, you know,
hey, but look, but
go ahead.
It's sorry, but it's opposites attract because look at in electricity on the extension cord. One end, the male end goes into the wall, which is the female. So opposites attract.
You can use the word attract. It'd be like having a pedal on a bike. It looks like they're opposite, but they're working together. So it's a cycle. You know, again, we always feel as though there has to be a division. You know, it's emotional.
Electrical power is just the oscillation between the two opposing forces working in a way that creates movement, and that movement has been harvested. Yeah.
Sorry. Cycles. So that's a good word, but we use that recycle. Man recycles almost everything, right?
Yep, all of nature, this ecosystem, right? The rain goes up, comes down, goes into the ground, re-evaporates, goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, but look, okay, me saying cycle, look at the bicycle, but one sprocket is smaller than the other one. So the bigger one is the positive, and the smaller chain sprocket is the negative, but they both work together, right?
Very true. Yes, these cycles don't always have to be the same equal proportions.
Yeah, gears, bro. Gears is something that gets glossed over a lot of times, but the key to most of all this mechanical machinery, it's all just the transferring the ratio and getting that one initial power burst to lessen or raise its output based on just a simple different sizes of gears in relation to each other. Very simple, but it does almost magical things sometimes. You could lift a car with some gears and a pulley. I mean, look at a pulley. That's very simple. Or a fulcrum, or like a seesaw. You're able to you're able to move large amounts of weight with just one simple little mechanical thing, and then science makes a big fucking deal out of it, and they want to break it all down. That's great, but at the end of the day, it's just a fucking wheel, right? It just rolls.
So wasn't that wheel gear turned into like hydraulic? Don't the hydraulics do the same thing?
Yeah, the water just moves the thing and it's spinning a gear. Just like your car and the flywheel or a generator.
Oh, but look, oh, my bad, but it got the word water in it. Hydro, right? So
right.
Hydraulics. My bad, but it got a little bit of the hydro in it. My bad. Let's go. I just seen that.
Yeah, hydraulic is just oil, but it's using the pressure of the liquid. You could do water the same way, oil just works better. So yeah. These are all, they're just repackaging. Even AI, bro. Everybody's all fucking weird about fucking AI, and it's like, if you just get down to the basic fundamentals, you'll see it's the same shit you had when we used to call it Windows 95 and DOS and a calculator. It's just more
I was just
complicated. Yeah.
But the other month, well, now maybe about 8 months ago, when someone broke it down like Chat GPT ain't nothing but your personal assistant on anything you want to do. That's your personal assistant. What you don't know, the more you deal with it, it's going to bond onto you. So it's like it's spiritual, huh? It's going to know your ways and all.
Well, it's just collecting data, and then if you look into AI, what they're really using for it, it's a word, but it's a branch of science. It's probability. And all it is taking big data sets of we'll just say the population. They have a tendency. It's like momentum. An object or something in motion tends to stay in motion. So all probability is it takes a record of, it creates a small pattern, and then it's just going to extrapolate from there. And as we're asking all this Chat GPT, when somebody asks it something new, a novel question, that's just another data point it inserts into the big probability calculus. And so that's how it's getting better and better, right? But all it's doing is predicting. It's predicting, but it's not fortune telling. And so when people stop being so fucking predictable, that whole probability equation starts losing its power, and it becomes demystified once you see how many mistakes it's making. And then you say, oh, it's telling me a fucking, when I asked it about a caterpillar, it's showing me a picture of a house cat. And it's like, oh, I see what it's doing. It's just taking a piece of what I said, and it's automatically just randomly drawing inferences. And, oh, is this what you meant? No, that's nothing what I meant.
So, bro, you could give it strict instructions not to be going everywhere with it. That's kind of called hallucination. Let's go, huh?
Yeah, well, the imagination, right? I mean, it's not far off from a hallucination.
Oh, yeah, right? Look, yeah, it is because hallucination.
It's something that you think you physically see that's not there, but an imagination is something you see in your mind's eye. Only difference is you just say one's internal and one's external. One of them make you crazy, the other one makes you creative. So
yep, you ain't lying, but you ain't lying, bro, because that hallucination, like I guess if it's trapped righteously, is it some good from hallucination if they could cap it before it grows out of chaos? I mean, to chaos? Because I never hallucinated really, but just off of weed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe even that, right?
Ecstasy, but yeah, let's go, huh?
Like if you take a substance and you do hallucinate, you might see wild shit. You might see dragons and all kind of shit. Well, as long as you remember and keep yourself in check and say, wow, I saw all kind of weird ass shit. Like I was dreaming, but I was wide awake. But I took this substance. So therefore, what I see, I know it wasn't real, but my mind sure told me it looked real as hell.
Oh, bro, you know what
And that's
that
it.
is? Bro, you astroplaning without being asleep then, right? You
Right, you might
woken,
be sleepwalking,
tapping,
daydreaming.
yeah, you seeing into a different veil, a different dimension, right? But
Possibly.
you wide awoke. But look, you gotta, well, I heard like when you on the mushrooms and stuff, you gotta be, your body gotta be somewhere safe. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like safe. Because man, your mind might start going, and then you know the flesh doesn't dictate the spirit or nerves. The spirit, our spirit man dictates our flesh where to go at and all that. So that's what I heard. Like you got to be somewhere locked down safe. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how true it is. But let's go, huh?
Can I share something, guys?
Yeah,
When
yeah.
people that go into hypnosis, something comes into the forefront. Think about the iceberg of this conscious versus the subconscious. So when people start doing elusive stuff, I don't care if it's liquor, ayahuasca, whatever, your subconscious is coming to the forefront.
Right.
Again, it's like when people go to sleep, where do your senses go? Like, do you when you're in your sleep state, in your subconscious state, is the senses there? No, the senses are limited. That's kind of like why they use the description of the iceberg, 10% above the ice of the water. The rest of it's all the subconscious. Now, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it a god, aliens, entity, whatever. But if we're going to talk about the conscious state, we might as well talk about the subconscious state. So now when people get into that and they start doing elusive drugs in the conscious state, now they're bringing in their subconscious. That's there to serve. It's the one that's always taking in all information. That'll be like talking to what they call AI. You're talking to its ongoing software. But where's the hard drive that's taking in all that information? And then, of course, at that point, who we truly are, we can be the programmers of those things. Now, that might be a lot for a lot of people to grasp, but once you start understanding a little bit, that's already been put out for us, like breadcrumbs, the subconscious versus the conscious state. A lot of us are consciously ignorant.
So
Go ahead.
so bro, that was fire. So is the brain the hard drive, right? And the mind, our mind is the software, right?
To me, at that point, I would say that the mind is different than the brains. The brain will be where it stores all that information. This is where people say, okay, but where am I getting all this information?
Yes, yeah. Look. Okay, bro. Look. The hard drive. So the data centers that they are making, that's really destroying the earth, like taking more than any oil that what they taking and all that. But those data centers are hardware. The software is always spiritual, just like the upgrades that we get, that's software, right? That's coming from different frequencies and all this. Yeah, but I'm just adding on, bro. Let's go.
You can have resets, and again, it's one of those things. Where's all language stored? For example, we have so many different languages here in this realm. Call it realm, Earth, whatever. At the same time, what is the soul? I like hearing people say the word soul, but they never give them their definition. For me, soul to me just means data. So
I think, bro.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yours data. Okay, I'ma say that it's easy. Like the soul is what a good or bad spirit clings on to. So I guess that's data, because like you could remember, huh? Remember, it's in the word. Like hopefully one of your body parts will remember. But let's go.
Sure. Yeah, it's, again, in my interpretation, it's data. This is why they say, we become attached. Do we get attached to the physical? Do we get attached to all the thoughts? For me, it's probably more the thoughts. And this is where, again, when people say, okay, I saw the light. Okay, so you're going to the light. Is it a magnetic force of some sort? Like, I could speculate at that point, and this is where people talk about reincarnation and rebirth. The word re gives it away. Are we to assume that we come here only one time? Maybe. Again, at that point, you could speculate. But then we have to look at nature. Is nature always regenerating itself? again, it's a lot of people want to come back with the same thoughts. Well, then what happened if you did come back with all the thoughts that you've ever had? Would you want to hang on to all of those things? Probably not. You'd want some of them to be deleted.
Probably not.
Probably, if people are being honest, even the ones
Right.
that are well off.
Right. Look. You wouldn't want your grandson coming back just like you, right? The same thoughts and all. Nah. Huh?
Put it this way. I wouldn't want to remember my day activity that I did when I was 20 years old at a certain day. If I had to remember everything I did in all those moments in that day, that would be way too much information for me to actually have to hold. So what I do is I cherry pick. I remember when I played basketball that one time. Forget about what I did for the rest of the day. This is where people cherry pick. I got hurt when I was a young kid. Okay, the whole time or just in that one moment. Those are memories.
Oh, okay, so that's kind of shit. We're gonna bring in the deja vu then, because is deja vu a entity going way before you? And because that's what a deja vu is like. Damn, man, I done this before, right?
Yeah, you might have got a pre-download.
Shit, but and it sounds like deja vu sounds like leftover residue.
Well, they do talk about certain people that have the ability of having insight. Can we see something that's going to occur in what we call the future? And it depends on what is the future. Again, they're no different what is the past. Past are just memories, and future is what we're using our imagination. The only thing we ever really truly do have, to my awareness, is the moment. But I will entertain other things while I'm in that moment. So I have to use my memories, and then I have to use my imagination. But how do they serve? And they can. I remember if I put my hands on the stove, it's not something healthy to do. So now in the future or in this moment, I won't put my hands on the stove. But yet I'll walk in the ice storm without any gloves. So did I learn anything from protecting my hand? Probably not. Because there's different elements that can affect us in different ways.
Yeah. Hey, so do it come in threes, and then do that cycle. I mean, like, is it like us, our parents and grandparents, like that type of three cycle changeover?
Well, if we're playing the reincarnation, rebirth, we might be them. The memory part of it, not just the physical part. Our ancestors, if we're going to play the blood game, could be all with us. Because it's not like as though we go to a fountain called blood. I know they want to have blood donations. That's another whole story. But like the blood's always being regenerated within ourselves.
Yeah, because the blood ain't nothing but like a transmission. I think the real thing is the plasma, what they take from you from the blood centers, but the plasma, and then they give you your blood back. Because that just carries the life. Oh, go ahead, my brother. My bad.
And let's say that that blood is memory, and if you can abstract that memory from it, think about when you hear stories. Gotta go with stories where somebody says, I had a blood transfusion. Now I have somebody else's memories. I'm thinking of his wife.
Or cravings for food.
Craving for food. Yep, that's another one, Charles.
Yeah,
or hurts one. Like when
or having their dreams too.
Like when it rains. I'm gonna ask my brother because he had a blood transfusion, but he say like when it's cold or getting ready to rain, he get aches and stuff. So I'm gonna ask him about dreams and stuff like that. For real, let's go.
Well, if you get scientific with it about that, it's all in this. If you believe in the idea about positive and negative ions, the weather patterns are just positive and negative ions moving throughout. So yeah, we just like your blood type, right? You got some people who are O negative and O positive, or AB negative and a positive. So that's how we start explaining things in scientific terms when we use these words. But still, it's just all it's doing is trying to give you an answer for what you just said. You said my boy got his blood changed, and then now all of a sudden when the weather changes, he feels an effect. So how can we explain that and put it on paper? Well, That's what science is about, dude. Science, the whole of science really is just about giving fancy names and words to things that already exist, whether we look at them or not. It's happening. We just said, hey, look at that. How can we explain that? Well, we need standardized words, just like a clock. We need to say this is 12:30 on the dot. What do we need? What do we use? We use this and we measure this and we use this word. But it doesn't really change what it is, right? It's like when you used the word dimension earlier. Like in a purely literal sense, we could get down into the actual definitions, and there's usually like 3 definitions for every word, right? One of them will probably say, it's just an area outside of an observable environment, if you will. But then the other definition might go all fucking theological about it, even, and say, well, a dimension is a space that exists within the realms of the, between heaven and hell, and there's 8 dimensions, and they go all into these details and explaining things in this way, but really it's just explaining the same thing, and it could have 3 different definitions. It's all about how far you want to take all this shit. Stick to the fundamentals is what I say, right? And then we don't get all confused.
So the fundamentals on dimensions is just a basic doorway. Let's go.
Or something outside of even the physical, right? Like you could say mind is a different dimension than the physical, or the thoughts of the mind produced by the mind. But we can reduce it down in neuroscience and say, well, it's a chemical reaction that happens from an electrical impulse through neurons and all this other horseshit. But we explaining the same fucking thing, bro. And at the end of the day, it tells you on page 1, they don't understand any of that shit. They just say, this is our best attempt to describe it. That's it.
That was a good one where you said that all of our minds are different portals. Like, because I don't know you could tell me something, but I really don't know what's on your mind. You know what I'm saying? So that's powerful there, huh? So that's a doorway, that's a veil. You know what I'm saying? That's like a protection.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I just think about it when talking about dimensions. Each one of us in our own mind, we are almost our own dimension. So when they tell us, there's 3 dimensions and 5,
they call it dementia, right?
Yeah, demented.
But it used to be Alzheimer's, right?
Yeah.
Right? So it's still a energy and all that, right? Come on, let's go. Because look, it still takes you back in time.
After my grandpa had a stroke, that's when they call it Alzheimer's or dementia was kicking in. But I also heard dementia is caused from the aluminum to the brain, or metals that are allegedly getting in our drinking water, but aluminum plays a big part into dementia. And look how many old people are getting that shit. And that's not counting what's in the JAB either.
It could be, but also in the field of neuroscience, they tell you that your brain is filled with these things, axons and neurons, and it makes connections. And when you do certain activities or you engage in certain repetitive thoughts and actions, you're strengthening those pathways and those connections. And alternatively, when you stop doing certain things that maybe you even used to do, those connections will eventually, I forget the word, they'll prune themselves. Right? They'll break connections because you're not using those anymore. So in one sense, if dementia,
kind of like breaking chains to be free, like you ain't gonna use me no more, I'm out.
Well, you're talking about dementia. Look at how most people walk around, the headspace that they operate in as they age and get more mature as a person. A lot of people want to turn their heads off to all these things that we're talking about. They'll start turning themselves off to all kinds of things. Maybe it's bad memories, right? And they'll block it out. So eventually they don't even think about it anymore. Well, who's to say that dementia is not just a reaction to people who stop using their minds in a certain way to where they don't even, they're not even thinking about nothing during the day. And so, well,
Because
that'll get pruned out eventually.
most of the time, damn, because look, because the Alzheimer's take most people back to like their prime. But I heard like drinking too many sodas, a lot of sodas leads to Alzheimer's, or I think it was dementia. It was either one of them, but certain things dry
And
out
it rots
your
your gut,
brain.
Hey,
too.
what
And it
happens to
rots
most of
your gut.
those, like a lot of the older soldiers of the old time who fought in the actual wars that we had? What did they experience? Trauma.
Mm.
And a lot of them don't even want to talk about their wartime experiences. So,
Well,
and I'm not saying there's not an external, like a toxicity involved that could be contributing factors. Well, I mean, we know Alzheimer's is a lot of research and stuff about the prions and misfolded proteins. And I'm not saying none of that's valid. But if there's something that comes down to no explanation, or maybe that's just a correlating factor and not a causation, but you can do it simply just by your own thinking patterns. Stop doing anything that you've been doing, riding a bike. And when you get back on that thing, at first it's going to be weird again, right? You got to fire up those old connections again. That's why drug addicts, right? It's addiction. That's how addiction works. Those pathways, they're wired into your reward centers, and you get this nice dopamine hit. So when you quit, you got to replace it with something, and that's why a lot of times they replace it with religion, because you
So
can
it's
just change
spiritual.
that wiring
It's
a little
spiritual.
bit,
Yeah, I
and
mean, it's spiritual because look, a person that's on some hard drugs be locked up 10 years, ain't rounded or nothing, but just that remembrance. But yeah, it's spiritual, man. I think the harder the drugs, the more it soaks in. But we give up the ghosts to the demons and not taking advantage of, I guess, tapping into different things, like the shamans and monks do. I think type shit, monks or
well,
something.
yeah,
You know what I'm
and
saying? Because like,
it doesn't have to be like in terms of like if you're getting over addiction. A lot of people do go to the religion, but some people just trade the drug addiction for uh they'll become like workout warriors, or they'll just like I got a friend of mine who got off addiction, and then all that motherfucker could do was trying to get laid 24/7. So he just replaced drugs with sex because that's more socially acceptable to be a sex addict. Even though he wouldn't say it's just normal to be a horny dude, right? But I've seen it. I was like, this motherfucker's acting like an addict over here.
Well, there
ooh, boy, that's bad. That's right. Well,
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
it
word
can be.
there's a word people use, and they kind of overlap that. The word recover. What is somebody covering up? For most addictions, if not all addictions, there's an emotion attached to it. So now when a person understands anger, that's usually behind drinking, or smoking is grieving. So that's why when people transfer, because they want to keep covering it up. But I do want to play with a word. And you said it earlier in the group, and I just want to play with the words. Uh, being our mind opposed to being in the mind. Those are two different kinds of positions. It's like being in life, or life is yours. Once you realize you're in something, call it the mind, call it air, call it life, call it whatever you are. You're in it. You're like in a video game. You're the data that's in it. And in it you can use all different types of languages. So when people are trying to have meaning to something, they're using the English language. That's what English presents. It's not like Greek, it's comprehension, or Sanskrit's a healing language. Each language have a different frequency, and you know this because you probably play all kinds of instruments, and each note will bring different frequencies, and it'll bring up different feelings. And since we're in a human form, or any kind of form, there's going to be emotions attached to it. And once people become aware of that, then and only then they can do a transformation if that's what they want to do. They want to make a shift of some sort. That's why when I hear people say things, it's my mind, I'm like, okay, but you're not the possessor of the mind. It's everywhere. It's kind of like AI. Where's all the data? You can see the body that it's in, but where is it? It's transferring in the air. This is why we have frequencies. Plants are affected by the frequencies that we've introduced. Our bodies are being affected by that too. This is why some people, their blood, their memory store is going to be affected, and we'll call them Alzheimer's or dementia. Where other people, they might be affected with their bodies more than they are with the what you call it, the brains. And when I say brain, it could be many brains that we have in our bodies. The one that usually communicates with the mind is the gut brain. This is why when people say they're intuitive, insightful, that's the gut brain communicating. The upper brain is where the skull brain is. Go ahead.
Well, science says that the heart has more neurons than your brain does, actually. Do you know that?
Yeah. You're talking about the upper brain opposed to the heart brain. But a lot of it comes from the gut.
I think that's the real trinity is it's the heart, brain, and the gut thing. You know what I mean? They work in tandem.
That's why if women were leading this realm, most of them are preset because they're allowed to be childbearing. So therefore, they're already preset with the gut brain. Most of us men have to actually learn to use our gut. This is why people say intuitively. Well, it's just the form that we're in, Charles. If you hear enough women talking and you go inwards, you realize it resonates with me, but I have to realize my physical body's, my physical makeup is different than women. Even my physical body is different than most men, too. That's why it's always interesting when a man says, well, we all think alike. I said, how? Let alone feel alike. We all have different makeup. Are we the same blood type, same culture, same height? These all play a major role in how we experience things and observe things. A lot of it's done through observation. So a lot of us will pick up certain things by being around other people, not just because we've experienced it, we've observed it. Hence the subconscious again. I'm just using the subconscious, change the word with whatever word you want.
So what is that, intuition? Because women have that gut feeling, I guess, and men don't, huh?
No, we do too. No, we do too.
Yeah, I'm an intuitive person.
Yeah, I get that interview. Same with you, Laura. We're intuitive, but for some people, they become so programmed that they become scholarly like. They got to take information with the upper brain. That's where the king and queen sits. And then they have to read a book. That's why they say right and wrong. Okay, well, right is one hemisphere and wrong is the other hemisphere. Merge them together. Our kingdom is within ourselves. And we should have a gesture. That's the heart, by the way. Literally, where our desires and all that. It's not a bad thing. It's just we get motivated by desires and our comforts. If not, then what would motivate anybody to create or make anything? Probably more make than create.
That's another.
Just as a Joker? No. sorry, man.
No, that's all good.
Just as the Joker.
What is the Joker?
I just wanted to ask that real quick. No, when you said about the gesture.
Sure, it is. It's think about a king and a queen, and then there's a gesture. The gesture's not going to, question them publicly. They're going to do it privately. That's what the heart does. Unless people are going to share their heart or their intent openly, most people have an agenda, and that agenda is usually from the thinking brain. That's my interpretation. That's just my interpretation. How other people want to interpret it, fill their boots. Because there's not one fit all kind of possibilities.
Nah, but that's fire because it's different parts of the heart. So, man, that's fire, man. Let's go.
Isn't there 5 parts to the heart or some shit?
Well, there's 4 chambers. There's an upper and lower on both sides, and just there's just a valve in between.
Talk about really. That's why they say if you want to know the size of your heart, form a fist. Then you got your 5 valves too. When you form a fist, anyway.
Oh, and I was gonna also say whenever I think it was starting to come up, or it might have been mentioned about left and right brain. A lot of people have bought into this idea about left and right brain. Left brain does this, and the right side is this. Well, when you look into it, because I looked into it, I wanted to find where they were getting this from. You'll find that that's just something that one person at a university came up with, and there's really no scientific proof or evidence for that at all. And look how many people repeat that shit. You know what I mean?
We're believers. So, remember, we're believers, right? That's why we share the way we do. But the fact that you're questioning it, I appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah. I'm big on the origin of everything. I want to know who was the first person. Here's another one for me, bro. I'm a musician, right? And we hear about like the first musicians that we get exposed to as being like the godfathers, the founding fathers. You get the Mozart and the Beethoven and all these dudes, right? And they're the best ever that's ever touched a piano. Well, then that means a piano had to exist before they even touched the thing. They didn't invent it. It didn't say Mozart invented a fucking piano, right? So I always go back to the origin of everything. And there's not a lot of answers there. People just assume that, you know, it came about naturally, I guess, or I don't know. There's no answer for that.
Well, this is where, what's his name? Lateral. He was talking about, you know, downloads. You know, some people, maybe they download information. Next thing you know, then it manifests itself in the physical. But, you know, it's like when I'll ask questions like that, like talk to software. So who originate language? And then they start talking about, you know, some kind of person. I said, but weren't they a baby at one time? Well, yeah. Well, then how can they have actually invented language? You know, we literally could be in the Truman story. The stuff well, actually not the Truman story. That's not a good example.
You know, babies are born with a language. They will cry when they want something.
Yes, crying language. I'm with you on that. Crying language. But the language that a lot of us are familiar with, whether it's the written language, whether it's numbers and colors, it's almost like it just showed up. No, I can't lean just the fact that it just showed up. So
that's like giving everybody a clock and telling them that the clock is what time is. But time exists without that.
Well, yeah, I'm with you on that because you know, to me, we have signs in the sky, and then we use gauges called clocks and watch to monitor or gauge those signs. But that's not time,
right?
You know, but I get it. We can speculate. I've speculated.
So it's calibrated in. Sorry, it's calibrated in the calendar, huh?
Well, a calendar is another gauging of things. And again, if people understand energy, they'll realize it's not a 12-month calendar. It would have been a lunar solar calendar.
But hey, they could tell us we only got 4 months. And we would just say, okay, there's 4 months. And we would just operate off of that. It's a matrix.
Yeah, well, that's the programming of the masculine energy. We're going to take out 11 days now in this month. And now we're going to make January opposed to April as the first beginning of the seasons. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we're going to talk about 2,000 years ago and give this date as if it meant something.
But something shows itself what bro just said, and I agree with him on the lunar solar because the day in just the creation, Genesis 1, not 2. It was evening, and then it was like the day was the nighttime. But that lunar, like how growth is at nighttime, the sun is the food that feeds the plants and stuff. But let's go, huh?
Well, in Genesis, the way they describe it, they were talking about some other kind of light and day, you know, the divide and undivide. Where, like, even when people want to follow calendars, if people gauged a 13-month calendar and on a moon cycle and then multiply, like, say, somebody that's 80 years old, you would get those same numbers you would get in the Bible when they say he lived 1,000 years. Because those numbers add up. That's a lunar calendar they're talking about. So we haven't really changed. Most humans live between 80 to 90 years old. There are very few that are Centaurians or whatever. They live up to 100 years. So that hasn't changed when it comes to the physical part. What has changed is the technology, meaning that there is one type of technology, the sun and the moon, the clouds, the rainbows, and all that kind of stuff, and that's permanent. There's harmony and chi in that. It's constructive and destructive. But then there's another part of technology that's our angles. This is why I speculate we're called human beings. One is nature, the other is something else. If not, then why don't we just call ourselves humans? You know, become, you know.
So you say angles, I say angels. So that's both one and the same to me. Let's go.
A lot of stuff that we create, or at least make, are angles. It's not curvature. Nature's curvature. Well, we do curvature too, but nature's all curvature.
Right. No straight lines and no right angles in nature.
So we must be in two types of system or many different types of systems. And at that point, then we can question things like what Irgu was saying, how did music come to be, or instruments, or how did language come to be, how did the card come to be, let alone the alchemy of language that we describe these things with. Again, it's probably a fruitless effort, meaning that you're never really going to get an answer. You'll just probably get more questions.
I mean, you could look at it this way when we talk about mathematics. That's basically another form or another system of making order out of chaos.
Yep. And then if people start understanding the energy behind numbers, it's kind of like symbols. Once you start understanding the energy,
sigils.
Sigils, another one. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
there is energy.
Who is it who is ordained to be the minister of chaos in the cosmos?
That's a good question.
Me.
Me, Charles. Charles is going to have it. Okay, good luck with that, Charles. It's a good question.
Well, actually,
I was just joking. I don't want that job.
If you can come up with a good answer within yourself that you have critically thought enough to where you do actually believe it based on whatever you've worked out for yourself, it is just as valid as anything that they've given you in terms of dogma or being a standardized answer to something from somebody else. Because that's all they did. They came up with the answer within themselves, and somebody said, yep, we're going with that. We're going to make that the standard.
And
if
then
it works,
they had
it works.
the courage to say it to her, right? And then they had the courage, like, man, this sounds crazy, man. Fuck it. Okay, that's Tesla, huh? Right? Huh? That's Einstein. You know what I'm saying? There's different things like that, right?
Well, again, talking about Tesla.
But that's fire.
It's like talking about Jesus. What value does name dropping do, opposed to what was the teachings? Like, what was a guy like Tesla really trying to tap into? Was he talking about nuclear energy? Was he talking about energy that already exists and we can tap into it? People put the word free, of course, we've been conditioned to say free will, freedom of speech. No, nothing's free. Energy is always in motion. So you have to be at least aware of that energy. And okay, so if I wanted that energy, what would I have to do? Do you have to change maybe the appliances? We have all kinds of devices that move around and we use all kinds of energy. I'm using the word energy. We could use whatever word you want to replace it with because it's just a word. But again, where's air? I would ask that question to my buddies. Where's air? Well, I don't see it. I said, so your senses are limited. But we'll use a word to describe it, and then we'll see something moving like a leaf and say, well, Dom, I see what air is. And no, you're seeing its effects. Well, where's air? I don't know.
You're seeing the manipulation of air or the
wind,
like water. If nothing was interfering with the water, it would look like a glass table.
Like what is wind?
It's being manipulated, or what's the other word I'm looking for? Manipulated.
Well, wind is just air in motion.
Yeah.
But what's air?
Yeah.
Air is just the space in between. It's like what's saying what is dark matter.
I think air could be the electromagnetic energy. That's what I'm thinking.
See, but once again, whether you and Groove or Charles, we're using many different words to try to describe the undescribable. We need some sort of label to describe it, but yet, it's like when people talk about love. Love to me is what you breathe in and out all the time. What other people call love is what's obligation and duty. I love my kids. Okay, out of obligation or duty, would you do it for another person's kid? Probably. Okay, so what, are you doing it out of duty? Again, that's my interpretation of what love is. It's unconditional. It's offered to everything. The trees, to the insects, to the birds, to us. And then we can test that. Okay, so how long can I go without eating? 30 days. What about water? 3 days. What about sleeping? About 10 days. What about air? 2 minutes maybe? For me, 2 minutes maybe at best. So that tells me it's vital. When you're in a fire, what the fire is trying to do is the same thing you're trying to do. You both want that air. It's not personal with you. It just wants the air. But of course, to a lot of people, they get caught up. Yeah, but I'm going to get hurt in a fire. I said, well, then try to move yourself out of there. Yeah, but I need the air. I said, okay, well, find it somewhere else. It's not as though it's one place fits all. again, I'm trying to use a word. You know, that's why they use the word the breath of life. What is the breath of life? And then we use words to describe it. Air, oxygen, chi, prana. No, actually not chi, prana.
Well, you know what I'm thinking of when you gave that whole fire analogy is if you're in a room full of people, right? One person can stand up and make a certain statement, and what do people say? It sucked all the air out of the room, right?
That's a good one. Yes, very true.
Yeah,
Very
like
true.
a fire, bro.
Yeah, yeah, very true.
Fire of the mind.
Yeah.
What do they call that? A backdraft, right? Oh no, that's when you open the door, right? Yeah.
That's when you have a rush of air in, yeah.
It's atomic.
And again, all these words, like, I'm sure, I mean, I'll use a very basic, this is not based in reality. I'm just going to use it like, imagine we're watching a cartoon, right? But if I was talking to somebody who we used to call Native Americans, right? I don't even know if they would even differentiate the need to call one thing wind and one thing air. They would probably call it all air or call it spirit. The reason why we have to just break these things down and describe it is science, because they have to
They
have
call
these
the sun
differentiations.
spirit too, because the sun's called soul. Well, yeah, they call it.
So wouldn't spirit be like an element, because spirit is dealing with the breath, and spirit is dealing with like the wine, southern wine and spirits, huh?
It should be, because the ether.
Yeah, that's another word.
Like
Is the
highway.
scientific word for spirit. Yeah.
The ether is like the highway for fucking spirits or souls or whatever.
That's why a lot of things, if not most things, come
So
from
is that why they got the internet, man? That sounds like a super highway, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like the Autobahn. Ain't no speed limit, huh?
Somebody's giving us the way to connect things so that we can use the air to send frequencies.
Ain't it a Skynet? Ain't it a Skynet like on Terminator? I mean, that came out in the Terminator might have well came out in 1948, but it came out in 1984.
Time delay. It's like the word. You ever hear the movie? I always find it interesting when we use the word "Back to the Future." Back to the future, not back to the past, but back to the future. What is that supposed to be?
Yeah, that was a crazy. Yeah, what? Yeah. And then like the major symbol on it was like what time it was when Back to the Future came on. It was like 7:50 or something like that. It's giving clues, but yeah, Back to the Future.
Yeah, a lot of people need to get back to the future. I think of it as being stuck in the past. You know what I mean? Always looking backwards, always looking backwards, always looking backwards. What about now? And then it's like this. I can be a fortune teller. I can tell you in 5 days, I'm going to be sitting in my chair watching my TV just like I do every day. And I can manifest that reality just by saying that. All I got to do is sit in this chair and sit in front of this TV. And I just foretold the future, and here it is. Does that make me magical? A magician? A prophet? Any of this shit? Or did I just manifest it? Right?
Again,
the prophet groove, man. We're gonna put you in the book with Jesus.
This is what I consider all this that we're doing. I consider all of this philosophy. We're just thinking about thinking.
Yeah, it is philosophy. It's about wisdom. It's not about knowledge.
I like philosophy, yeah.
You know, I get the belief system. So this is where people talk about Nostradamus. Was he foreseeing the future? You know, this is why when people talk about, when they read the luminaries, for example, I'll just use that as an example. And then eventually when people can have insight, they read the luminaries, the distance between the earth and there, or the material aspect, and the luminaries is what people call time and space. This is why some people have speculated, and that's all I can use, speculated, that the wars have already been foreseen. The rest of us, we just have to act it out now. That's why we use the word act. You know, so like you, if you do a prophecy saying in 3 days I'm going to be chilling on my chair having a beer and chips, and you remember that, then you're a prophet.
Right.
That's all that is. But it's not like as though you're making things up. No, you just made it happen. But if a person would be able to have insight, like a mystic or a shaman or a seer, and they say, listen, I'm downloading information that hasn't occurred yet. So then that opens up to the door then what is the future then? What is imagination at that point? Because a lot of us get caught up in our senses. We think it all has to be material. I said, okay, so everything here that I'm touching is material. Am I to assume the sun and the moon are material? And then people say, yeah, well, it's heat. I said, no, time out. You're saying it's heat. I've jumped out of a plane. It's cold up there. So at that point, maybe we need to revisit maybe things like when people speculate about magnetic. This is why when people talk as above, so below, most people assume they're talking about as above in the clouds and on Earth. No, as below. The plate is the middle. The surface is the middle. But I'm going to speculate that those things up in the skies are magnets. They could even be images, as far as I'm concerned. You know, but the only thing I'm doing is speculating. It's usually the guy says, Dom, I went to university. I said, so what, you got 1 degree or 2 degree university? What do you mean? Well, there's many degrees out there.
Look at this. Look how I'm going to connect this. All right. You see the 6-pointed star right here? Star of David.
There you go.
All right. And I'll jump over here.
Well,
I'm going to put that.
That's merging of the lower and the higher upper triangle, Charles.
This would be 4 dimensions or 3?
Well, again, it's one of those things people
3.
articulate. Your lower 3 triangles are what we call the emotional, the physical, and the mental state. And then there's the above triangle, and then they merge together. This is I forget what the word's called, but the people call it the Star of David.
Yeah. I shouldn't have added this in. But
hey, now what you need to do?
I should have stayed with this.
Google search. Google search a picture where you can see like a bunch of like sheriff's badges, and you can see that same fucking 6-pointed star.
And a lot of them,
it's everywhere. Look,
yeah,
it's on the fucking machine to dig tunnels.
Yeah, but for a lot of them, they don't know that they're in some sort of cult or whatever. But the people that are aware of it, they realize, okay, those people we want working for us because they're unaware that they're working for us. You know, like I said, a lot of the Masons, most of them are unaware. That's why they had to bring in people like, again, I'm just name dropping, Manly P. Hall and Alice Bailey, because most of them, they wouldn't be with Masons. Masons is a social network club. You know, you're going to help each other, help your brother. You know, hopefully you'll find among them a very good man, a spiritual man, and you can make them better. But for the rest of them, it's more about material.
Yeah, and Manly P. Hall, for one example, I'm pretty sure he wasn't even, like, he was one of these honorary Masons.
That's right.
They made him one for their credibility. He didn't learn his shit from them at all.
That's right.
They used him to say, hey, look, we got all these smart geniuses over here in our group. That's all that shit is. It's the same thing they do nowadays. These celebrities, like Oprah Winfrey, Bill Cosby, they all got degrees from universities. They never stepped foot in their honorary degrees that they got after they became famous.
It tells you how much the degrees, how valuable they must be then, I guess, if you can give them away for free.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, as somebody like me who went through all those hours in the classroom and did the work, it pisses me off.
He must have gave large donations.
It could be, Charles. Yeah, it could be donations.
Yeah, it's both.
Because other than that, he worth shit, you know.
But the university uses it as a recruiting tool and say, hey, look, we have esteemed graduates, they'll call it, and they'll list out people with degrees, and you'll see Bill Cosby, Oprah Winfrey on that thing, and that'll make you want to go there. But they ain't had nothing to do with that. It's just PR, celebrity endorsement.
PR bullshit.
Charles, it'll be like an athlete holding up a razor and saying, listen, I'm promoting this razor. They probably don't even use it, but they're lending their name to it.
God damn it. I knew it.
What would you know?
Who likes my picture, man?
Pictures.
Do you like it?
What, this one?
Yeah, that's the most important
The
part. You
lizard
like-
baby?
Yeah,
That's
like-
Lucifer's son in the
Is it?
womb. Yeah, it's from the movie The Devil's Coincidence. The Devil's Coincidence. It's a good movie. I watched that, and then what? Yeah, the Angel Michael, man. They do a good. The thing about the Angel Michael, right? When he came down from heaven in the movie, he's a black dude. But the odd thing about it is, in order for him to come in the physical, he took the place of a white dude's body. And I thought that was pretty funny. But anyway,
Put it this way, Charles. We've been introduced to technology like holograms. So how do we not know that whatever these entities are, if they exist, they're shapeshifters? So they're not really concerned about what the color of the skin is or the gender they are. I get it. People get caught up in that, the color of the person's skin or the gender. Okay, that's more flesh and blood. You know, even when people talk about we don't fight against flesh and blood, but principality. Who's the ones that are speaking? Are these the fallen ones, offsprings that are speaking? We're not fighting against higher above beings because we're so downtrodden here. You know, again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. We just happen to be in a mortal form, and I use the word "we're in it." You know, whether people value that or not, that's up to them. My question would be for them. So then who runs your body when you're awake? Who runs it when it goes to sleep? Who runs the body when that person went into a coma? You know, this is where people understand body consciousness. Some people have the ability, they can literally communicate with the body. Right, Charles? Is that your little guy?
My body's on fucking what do you call that? when you got a car, you put it on
Cruise control.
Anyway, yeah.
Autopilot.
It would have been funny if my brain was working. It would have been more funny, but yeah, this is Chloe that passed away.
Oh, what a cutie.
But look at this. Boom. This is the shell at Walnut Hill Park. Unfortunately, New Britain's so broke because the politicians are sucking all the fucking money dry. There's no more factories like in the 90s. I think even Guida's left New Britain, if I'm not mistaken. And if they didn't leave, they're on the verge of it because they're being taxed to oblivion. They used to have a lot of bands here, and you could put a band on there, and you could go way up to the top of the park, like way behind, a good mile away, and that fucking thing would carry the noise back there because people would sit far away.
Charles,
Wow.
where I grew up, we have the exact same band shell right there. We used to break dance in one of those things.
Yeah, that's what they used to skateboard here too, and would always get kicked out. I used to watch the skateboarders skate here, and yeah, breakdancing too. They would do both.
Again,
there used to be a fence that went across here, a metal fence. But don't it look like this? Come on.
Look at those classes.
Now you don't want to show pictures. What the fuck's going on here? Here we go. The Caldor rainbow looks the same. I can't believe no one remembers Caldors, man. This was a major store in the 80s and maybe early 90s. This right here is in New Britain. This also became Walmart. But the Walmart that was here, I forgot what year it moved to the Turnpike. Because, man, when this became Walmart, I remember when I went in here, my friend Mike, we skipped school. And I wanted a hat so bad, but I was scared to steal. My friend Mike was stealing stuff, but I was real shook to steal. I never wanted to get caught. But I also didn't realize back then there was no cameras. I regret not stealing. No, I'm joking.
So you just had to be a bad criminal, huh? You had to be a lousy criminal to get caught back then, huh? You had been paranoid and shit. Paranoid, look, yeah.
I know myself. If I'm paranoid, I don't even do it. No, because if you're paranoid, it's for a reason.
You were semi-paranoid. you didn't want to do it. So shit, you didn't have. What type of
why I
shoes
didn't.
did you have on? Did you have on Nikes? You would have just did
No.
it then, but shit, you had on Converse. Yeah, come on.
I had a bootleg Converse from that store, from Keldor. They
That's
were
even worse, huh?
$2 bootleg.
That's even worse, huh? Yeah,
It's a
you a
fucking
company man. You
disgrace.
ain't gonna
He
steal
was
shit, huh?
he had to wear those Charles Taylors. He couldn't afford the Chucks.
The Chucks.
That's funny. That's a good one. That's
Them
a good
bitches had
one,
C
yeah.
on them, huh? They had a bunch of C's on them, huh? You would have thought he was crippin' back then, huh?
The Kmart specials, maybe.
And them Kmart,
Yeah,
some slide
the
them, huh? They
stars
had
on his
plastic
Converse had
ice
six
skates,
points.
huh? Well, I slide on you, huh? You was sliding and riding way back then, huh?
LT might have had Nike low-cut canvas.
Them Wayne
Hey.
Gretzky's, huh? You had on the
Hey.
Wayne Gretzky's
Don't lie, bro.
from
Hey.
Kmart. Huh?
What's that?
Don't lie and tell me you didn't have some fucking 2-stripe and 4-stripe quote Adidas clothes back in the day. Anybody?
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Yeah, man.
Man,
Payless.
What about-
Ours was
Hold
Payless.
on.
Hell yeah.
The
Adidas
bootleg,
Bulls, huh?
the
Let's go, huh?
bootleg Adidas was. I was thinking about this the other day. The bootleg Adidas were called Asics. They had the 2 stripes, I think, Asics or 4 or some shit. But
Shit,
I
remember
know
them
the other
first Michael
fake ones they
Jordans.
would have in Walmart. They had like 10 stripes.
Shit, them Jumpmans, they had the Jumpmans, but I had the Scam-Mans.
Those were the Jump Womans.
Interview. Let's not forget you have to finish the whole set with the Kangol hat.
Yeah. I never did the Kangol. That was a little much for me, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. The Kangaroos was the Kangaroos, the real one, but shit, somebody had rats, huh?
Who remembers the
Rats,
crocodiles on the t-shirt?
Yeah, Garanimals, huh? That's what it was called.
I remember I
Garanimals.
used to have a bunch of shirts. They had crocodiles on them.
Never had that.
Yeah,
My
that's
mother was
the poor
too
man.
poor to get polo.
Yeah, the poor man's polo.
Mine had forest animals on them, huh? Bambi. Well, let's go, huh?
Look, some guy was in the chat talking about, man, if shit hits the fan, where are you gonna go, to Newington? Well, you could see where Newington is. That was the dumbest shit I ever heard. But you could also see that dotted road. That's the Blue Trail. It's in the woods there, and it goes right. It actually goes through New Britain. This trail, it goes right around the reservoir. If I really wanted to, I could disappear in the woods. There's fucking lakes up in there. I could fish. Shit. I could survive if I really needed to. While everyone's killing each other over the last soup, I'll be hiding out in the woods.
Yours would be the Wrong Turn. Charles and
Oh,
Charge. Wrong Turn, part 3, huh? Yeah, you'll have a whole species of yous out there, huh? Just
That would
causing
suck.
ruckus, huh?
Hopefully not. Hopefully they didn't take my blood and somehow make a bunch of other Chucks, because
Man, your
if I
blood is
didn't
the
raise
same
them,
place.
they're
Okay.
not official.
Your DNA is right next to OJ at Fort Detrick's, huh? Let's go, huh?
I wonder
Or
if we
Chuck.
all got clones somewhere.
Yeah, we got clones. Those in pictures that somebody that look like you can say, damn, he look like me. That's a clone of you. It's just on the other side of the world. Huh? I seen an African.
God damn it. I knew it.
A fat face African looking like me. My sister told me this years ago. Huh? He's still over there in Africa somewhere. Let's go, huh?
You said a fat face version of me. Oh shit.
Hey man, peace and all peace, man. I gotta go find something grown up to do, man. So I don't feel like a loser today. Huh? Let's go.
Yeah, man. Do it well, bro.
Yeah, this movie, Peace, Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye said I was born paranoid. Man, somebody's got to remember Keldor's besides me. What the fuck? Is this like an East Coast thing or what?
Yeah, it probably is, Charles. There's probably many different stores throughout the world.
I used to always go there with my grand. I was thinking about my family yesterday, man. I'm like, motherfucker, one day I'm going to be dead, right? And I was joking with myself. I said, man, it's all right, because when I die, ain't no one going to come to my funeral. And when I die, I'll be forgotten about 10 seconds after I die. Fucking, not that I want people to worship me or remember me.
Charles is
Oh, but don't feel bad. Nobody's gonna show up for mine either. Maybe a handful of people.
People say, it kills me when people say, I wouldn't change nothing, bro. I would live my life over the same way.
Yeah.
Well, I used to think that until I thought about it. And I said, nah, there's a couple of things I would critique. You know, one thing I would critique and I thought heavy about is I would stick with baseball and practice harder.
So, Charles, what about if the possibility when you move on from the body, that there's a whole bunch of people waiting for you over there, and you say, "Fuck, I don't have to worry about sticking around for anybody here."
That's all I'm looking forward to myself. All my favorite people are on the other side already, so.
Well done, okay, then you have yourself in order.
No, man. I don't know if there's life after here.
There can be. You know. Again, this is why we entertain it. You know, like what is life? What is death? You know, like I wouldn't want to think this is it, only it. It's beautiful as it may be, but you know, why would people talk about an afterlife then if there wasn't a possibility?
Well, yeah, I'm definitely engaging in. I forget what there's a term for it, but a lot of religious people will say that too. I'd rather be right than to be wrong and regretted that I didn't believe in everything, right? Even if they quote believe in it or not. But hey, if I gotta believe that, yeah, I'm gonna see my mama and my grandma again, and my favorite little dog that recently passed, I'm gonna be able to. If that keeps me getting through this life without wanting to give up hope because there ain't nothing else left in here for me that I can see, then so be it. You know what I mean? How does it serve me? It's making my day better in the now. And whether it comes true or not, I'll never know, and who gives a shit?
That's right. At that point, it works for you in the group. That's what it counts.
Yeah.
You know, like I get where people have to try to like be salespeople. No. If you value heaven and hell, all the power to you. You believe in Mecca, all the power to you. You know, but as long as they're honest too, by saying, yeah, but I also enjoy the material world. Okay.
Right. You got to keep yourself in check and don't let some wacky idea that you can't prove start dictating everything that you do and have your whole life revolve around this thing as if you believe it's a fact or it must be a fact or there's some consequence if I don't believe in it that I'm going to be punished later. So meanwhile, I'm going to punish myself now by, not living a life in a certain way that I maybe would have because I'm scared of some consequence that may not even be. It's like fear, right? They say it means false evidence appearing real. So,
it is.
and which is really a delusion, right? A delusion is a belief in anything that you can't see and prove. That's a delusion. Especially when there's evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I probably share that.
False evidence appearing real. That's a good one.
Everyone's delusional watching the TV.
Yeah, if you believe that that's how the world is outside of you, which you know, right?
Yeah,
but if you know it's just a fucking story, or it maybe just be a story from one experience that one person had, and it's just being told in a way that the masses could glean some sort of moral residue from. That's a totally different perspective as you're watching that, as if you're looking at this. Oh, this is based on a true story, right? That's why you have to be the gatekeeper for all this shit.
Yeah. Your life is
No,
true.
I don't want to be a gatekeeper. No, no, no.
No, you better. It's like the Buddha says, bro, guard your mind. Treat your mind like a garden. You can't just let everything in that motherfucker or you're going to ruin your whole
If you're a
garden.
gatekeeper, you might have to guard your butt. I'm joking.
Right.
But yeah. Gatekeeper.
Right,
Yeah.
but you see, that's what a lot of people will do. They'll seriously do that shit. Oh, hey, gatekeeper. And then they'll totally just turn it off and avoid it like the plague. When, in fact, you're supposed to be doing that on some level with yourself.
Well, I guess at that point, Andrew, what happens is some of us, in some occasions, they'll allow things in, and then they'll gatekeep. I say, yeah, but have you questioned the stuff that you've already let in? You know, because if you haven't, then you might have allowed a virus to come in. That's why when people defend, I don't care if it's religion, science, state, I'm like, okay, have you questioned it? Well, not really. So then what are you actually trying to protect? You know, and this is where people get into arguments with each other. Go ahead, Charles.
I had a question.
Look at this picture. I want to ask, who knows those ever did HVAC and went on a roof? You got those things that are shaped just like those cone-looking things, but it spins. It's for air.
Turbines.
That's what those look like. Yeah.
Could be.
They look just like
And you know what?
That's crazy.
If on your house, on your roof, if you have those little turbines up there, right? They spin when the heat goes through. You could hook wires up to that thing and harness that energy and create electricity from that. It's going to be a very small amount, but that's how you generate electricity. You capture movement. That's
Interesting.
That's a fucking complicated.
I've seen
you can be the
people
smartest
do
motherfucker in the room.
With man, I've seen people use motors from like let me think. Well, a little motor and they would light light bulbs with it. I've seen on YouTube.
Yeah,
a little motor.
It's spinning motion. Everything is a motor. That's all a generator is. Like a gas generator. You crank that motherfucker up and it's spinning just like your car. And there's gears on that fucking drive shaft, if you will.
What about you? You're an engine or a motor?
Yeah.
When you step down, that's kinetic energy.
Right. And what is that? That's just an expression of and what is the will? Or the mechanical side of what will is would be energy and motion. So it would be these little electronic impulses of the neurons in your nervous system twitching your muscles, making you do something. So, but that's why that's when you get into electromagnetics. But again, we talked about that with the magnet, the positive and negative, either attracting, pulling, and push-pull, right?
Walking around your house, right? You could create energy.
Yeah. Riding a bike, the fucking, that wheel spinning. You remember those old school bikes? We probably used to have one. It would have a little headlight on the front. How was that thing powered? It had a little wheel that sat on your front tire. So when you pedaled, it would move this other wheel that was connected to the light bulb. And that's how I generated the headlight without a battery.
Peace to fools and tools. Oh, what up, True Song?
Already, you used to have to crank.
Yep.
Crank it up. Crank that crank.
Yeah, it's just, you just spinning it up and it's like a spring. It's under tension. And so the car moves by just slowly letting that fucking tension out and it rolls. And then when it fucking is out of tension, you got to fucking crank it back up again.
Mind's eye. Who else can you buy?
They have to crank.
What's that?
Hey, Phil.
Back in the 70s, they had radios used to have to crank like the old
Right. Yeah, yeah. Yep.
What's up, Phil? You still here? Who else came in? Phil. What's up, Zone?
The True Zone came in.
Yeah. Jeremy Bird. Peace to Jeremy Bird. Oh shit, what's up, Gabriel? Bex came in.
Strange
You gonna-
man in the locker room.
Vanta Black came in.
Let me get out the locker room. Oh.
I don't know why it does that. You know, when someone comes in, it'll tell you at the top of your stream, so and so is coming in. And so if you press that, boom, it still leaves a number at the bottom. This shit's crazy, but they're always changing stuff here in StreamYard. You already live, True Zone?
Nah, bro, I shut it down.
That's why.
Hmm?
Yeah, that shit was on fire yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It was it's an interesting back and forth.
Every show I do is it's a classic. I shut it down because I was live for 24 hours. I was like, man, I'll finish this shit. I'll resume this shit later today or some shit like that. You enjoyed yourself yesterday in the groove, man? What's her name? Came Bex pulled up yesterday too. Bex gonna be my new co-host. Matter of fact, Bex is my new co-host. My new co-host, man.
Yeah, the two times I went,
would you have ever thought that?
it was a good build.
Would you have ever thought that, Charles?
What?
That Bex would be co-hosting my show with me.
Of course. Why not?
Yeah,
You told her the other day. You were like, "Come to my channel. I'm gonna pimp you out." I was like, "Damn." What was I gonna say? People need to watch that movie, man. The Devil's Coincidence. That shit's a good movie. And then there's another movie with Johnny Depp. It came out in 1999. I forgot the fucking name of it.
Ninth Gate.
Huh?
Ninth Gate.
Yes, Ninth Gate.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I
used to have it
just
on
seen
DVD.
that movie the other day, and man, that's a good movie. That dude, he wanted it'd be the only one with that book, and he thought at the end he had to say the Satan spell, and he's like, I could feel it coursing through my veins, right? He's like, I don't feel no pain. He's touching the fire, and then when he dumps that gasoline on him, he realized he fucked up. It starts burning up near his face. He's like, and I was like, that's what you get, dummy. These people just can't realize that they're the power, man. They always want to harness some spirits or, fuck with something they have no business fucking with, man. They can't just know that they're the power. They always want something more. They don't appreciate what they have.
They're educated. The computer gonna do what you program it to do. Unless you turn like me and they'll start malfunctioning and stuff.
Well, if the belief in yourself is not strong enough, and then some people do need that external because they don't have the belief within themselves to move mountains, if you will.
Programming is programming. It does work.
Just you be the one programming is where you want to be.
Yeah, like people pray to Jesus, but they don't give themselves credit for putting in the work. Like people be like, Jesus got me this job, and they completely skip over all the apps they put in. Well, yeah, it's probably still the same.
Yeah, the light is.
Back in the day, I would go
truth.
to the job. Fuck calling. But nowadays, they don't even want you to call or go to the job. They'd be like, we'll call you. Right? It's changed.
How you see your job to get to it? The light. The light is true. It's just Jesus.
Religion is falling apart. People are starting to see through it for what it is. And people think because religion's falling apart, it's the end times. Like, all this was written in a script. That's why it's called the scriptures. It's literally a script. How many times has this script played out? I don't fucking know. It could have repeated itself 6 times already.
People know the world is good and evil. By now. That's why you can't move.
And most people that commit evil are followers in front, and they don't even want to commit evil, but they're just too scared to be themselves. So, you know, they commit evil to be cool.
The good is why people stay. The evil is why they don't want to stay. So you paralyze them. Yeah. Programming do work. Entertainment works. It does work. Government works.
Yeah, your mind's a garden, right?
I gotta go to the store, Puma, relax. You eat like my cat eats. My cat could have the experience of being a homeless kitty. I think it would change her whole perspective of kitty life.
They got it too easy, right?
Yeah.
They don't know how to get it. Got it.
My cat's on kitty welfare. I'm joking.
So you're saying you pussy whipped, right?
Oh, that's funny. I was just thinking too, I called her Puma, which is such a good name because she's always at my feet like a pair of Pumas. This cat loves feet. There's something wrong with her. She's got a foot fetish, this cat.
That cat love you, man. No matter what part.
My cat is nuts. But I love her. She's crazy though. She'll fucking leap off the fucking counter onto my shoulder with no care in the world. If I'm walking by and she's just chilling there, she'll leap off that shit onto my shoulder. And then dig her claws because she, obviously she's gonna slide down my fucking back. I gotta take her to the vet, or I need to get some clip her fucking nails. Things are razor blade sharp.
What you do is, bro, you gotta find a certain type of scratch mat that will grind it'll grind the ends of their claws off just by them scratching. You know how they like scratch pads and shit? You get one that's got like it has like a sandpapery grip tape type surface on underneath the part that they'll grip and scratch with. It's like when you walk a dog on concrete, you take it for walks and you walk it on sidewalks and shit. But them just walking on the concrete will naturally keep their nails clipped down, right? As opposed to if they're just walking in the dirt or on carpet all day. You just gotta. It's just like kids, bro. You just gotta fucking outthink them, bro. How can I get them to not change anything at all and accomplish the end result I want out of it? How do you just like society and these controllers do to us. They'll use our own tendencies against us. It's all the same shit.
For your comprehension. So what beetles what beetles don't go to school? What animals don't go to school?
Hey, hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, I'm good. Is my audio okay? Like no issues?
Your volume's good, but Yahweh, your mic is also low, like Dom's was.
Right. Hang on. Is that a bit better or?
No, it's good. I could hear him.
Yeah, the new guy.
Any issues? Just let me know. Just say, it's too low or something.
No,
like
you
that.
sound good.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought I'd comment first and say, could have joined rather than just getting a random on.
Yeah, man. What you think?
Well, what were you talking about earlier? Because I sort of joined like mid chat.
I don't even remember. You could talk about whatever you want. It's open panel for open discussion.
Oh, fair enough then. Well, I'll tell you what, not to start the discussion, but do you know the the image on the stream there of the monster, is that from Dead Space?
It's from the Devil's Coincidence.
I thought it was Dead Space for some reason.
Hold on, let me see if I could get the cover of the movie. It's a
It
really
looks
good
like
movie, man.
There's a I believe it's Black Sabbath has an album called Born Again, and if you look at the album cover for that, it looks like that same.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Was who Metallica? You said Born Again?
Black Sabbath.
Oh, Black Sabbath. All right, we're gonna check this out right now.
Yeah, I think it is a Black Sabbath one. Yeah.
Similar, but not quite.
Yeah, see the teeth though? It's the same
Yeah.
Same idea.
That's a ugly baby,
And I believe the movie Rosemary's Baby, when the baby comes out at the end, it has that same with the fucking teeth and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I thought it was from Dead Space, because the babies look like that in Dead Space as well. They've got all the teeth and the claws.
Yeah, so there's a reason why they always. You mean to tell me that nobody has an imagination where they can come up with a different devil baby for a movie or shit? They're all the same.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the Passion of the Christ, wasn't like the devil baby there like very weird as well?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
I'm trying to like remember. It's not like a demon, but it looks very, very weird the way they do the baby in that film.
And I'll take that devil baby thing a little bit further, right? You just looked at the Born Again cover, right? What color is it?
Red, black, and blue.
Okay. Well, the blue.
It's right here.
Okay, yeah. Well, they definitely have the blue in there, and then the other one you showed was all blue, right? And I've often heard that blue. They say that's the color of Lucifer or the devil or whatever.
Satan colors too.
Yeah,
Red, black, and white. Satan colors.
Yeah.
This is the movie that I was talking about. The Devil's Conspiracy. This movie, and that's the angel Michael right there. The black.
You are correct about blue being Lucifer's color, because in the like really old descriptions of hell, obviously, do you know where we see hell today as like this big fiery pit? In the original like Bible stuff, hell is just this lonely dark place with a bunch of blue flames.
Yeah, like cold, right? What happens when you get when you're out in the extreme cold? It feels like fire sometimes. It's sharp. Yeah.
And like red is a color that's associated with like Archangel Michael, not Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in this movie here, it's Lucifer. And Michael puts him in hell, not Satan. It's Lucifer. And nowadays, people want to put Satan and Lucifer as the same, but they're not. Nowhere close.
No, they're not the same, because you are correct. Like Lucifer in the originality was an angel that turned away from heaven.
I got a question real quick. I got a question. If I'm saying, if we're dealing with the Bible, and the Bible talks about Satan and Lucifer, right? Right?
Yeah.
So if everybody's saying the Bible is allegory and that it's not meant to be taken literal, why are we taking Satan and the devil literal?
I don't.
As if
I'm
they're
just saying. I don't know. I don't know why people do that.
Okay, I just want to ask that question. How you got it?
So some people do.
People
You're
in
correct.
churches, man.
People
are.
No,
people are
go on, sorry.
coerced to believe in that shit. It's the churches that get people with fear.
Right? The accuser is the devil. So that's the title for the accuser, the thief, you know what I'm saying? Destroyer.
It's to do with the fact as well that like the Bible's been translated about 20 times throughout history, and when it has been, it's been changed when they translate it. So if you go back and look at the like originals, there'll be something that's like a lot different to like what we've got now or beforehand.
Yeah, I feel it's expressing an energy or a way of mind. A way of
like, you know, God's originally, they didn't say God, they originally said like Deus, and before that it was like Yahweh. You know, it all just like changes.
Yeah, but it stays the same with no matter the era. If you got people stealing, that's
Where's Truth on at? Is he still here? Yeah.
You can live in the jungle. If somebody's stealing from you, it's the devil stealing from you.
Truth Zone.
You might call it the leaf creature or something.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Were you asking us the question, or what was the question again you asked us?
I was saying that the Bible's allegory is not meant to be taken literal as far as these characters in the Bible, because Lucifer is a character in the Bible, right? The devil, what do you want to call it?
He is literal.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I can only answer for me.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm asking
I
you.
can answer for me. I take it allegorical now. I was, when I was younger, much younger, probably in my early 20s, I didn't know at that point yet, but the more I researched and the older I got, the more I realized that. And the best one to tell you an allegory is what's his name? Manly P. Hall got good information.
Right. Okay, I got you. Hell. Y'all wait, let the man finish, y'all. Wait, damn, bro. What's wrong with you?
I don't know you, nigga. I don't know you.
Let this man finish, then.
Bro, you love my ass, bro. You love my ass, man.
What's up, Charles? Man, this nigga weird. He's why you got this weirdo over here, bro? This nigga's a fucking weirdo.
You on my ass, you do.
Man, you a fucking weirdo, bro.
Every time I turn around, you on my damn ass, man.
You a fucking weirdo.
Damn, bro. You love my voice.
Man, let the man finish on his own channel, man. I'll put this bitch ass nigga in the back.
All right. We love each other.
I'll put this weird ass nigga in the back. This nigga weird.
Damn, bro.
You a weird ass nigga, boy. This dumbass, shut your twin bed sleeping ass up.
Weird, bro. You the one. Bro, you always
get on his ass, bro. Shut your weird ass up.
You always
shut your weird ass up, man. Shut your motherfucking twin. Shut your twin size bed sleeping ass up.
Bro, all right, Charles, you gonna mute me and not him, bro. Man, he the one stay
bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna fall back, bro. This nigga weird, bro. Go ahead, Charles. Finish, bro.
I ain't gonna away from me. Quit getting on my ass, nigga.
I didn't even have time to mute you. So this dude unmuted so quick. Anyway, it don't matter, man. I forgot what I was gonna say, but
I know what
that shit is allegorical.
I know he got seniority, so he's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, superior. You know what I'm saying? He gangster. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm using myself.
With this,
man, I know what gangsters do with lame niggas, man. I've been lame all my life. They gonna get on my ass. Period.
Lucifer, that's what I'm looking up.
My
Why is
ass
Lucifer loose?
They want my ass loose. Or fur.
Man, dude's a fucking weirdo. My mouth, this motherfucker, bro. I can't do this weird ass shit. This gay ass nigga, man. You gay, nigga. What's wrong with you? Why you always talk about some old gay ass shit?
You always see a nigga ass to get on. Bro, you always see a nigga ass.
Shut your weird ass up.
You always see an ass tooting in the air and you'll get on it.
Why you talking like that as a great nigga? You 60 years old. Why you talking like that?
Bro, damn, nigga. Every time I turn around, you on my ass.
Man, shut your weird ass up, nigga.
Damn, bro, you was a thirsty ass.
Damn, bro, you waiting on my ass, bro.
I don't want to give you no
getting on my ass, bro.
Get off of me.
Shut your retarded ass up, nigga.
Get off of me.
Nigga, you better run on a twin size match. Shut your dirty ass up. You sleep on a fucking jail bed. Shut your piss smelling ass up. Shut your dark wing looking duck ass up, nigga. Shut your laughing. Shut your daffy duck looking ass up. Get off me. What you calling alone, nigga?
Get off
Calm
me.
down, nigga. Get off
Gay,
me.
nigga. I'm
We ain't
telling
playing,
you.
we ain't playing basketball, nigga.
I'm telling you. I think you want to fuck me. I'm
We ain't
telling
playing
you.
basketball, nigga.
I think you want to fuck me, True Zone.
Man, I'm out
telling
this
you.
motherfucker, man. This nigga weird and
I
gay.
think
I'm out
you
this
want to
motherfucker. I
fuck
can't do
with
this,
me.
folks.
You want to fuck, man. I really do.
Sleep in a
Oh,
bed that looks
man.
like a car from the side.
Them two always they
Strange.
should
He done made me his wife, bro. Bro, I'm his Tina. He my Ike, bro. He done turned me out, bro. Damn.
That's that fire in the mind, bro. Sucking all the air out the room.
Yeah, what's up with people always saying Satan's evil? Like I say, man, last time I checked, Satan didn't kill anyone in the book. But God slaughtered women, children,
Yes, he
babies, fucking
Satan
scabies.
did. Yes, he did, bro.
Where? What
No,
chapter?
he doesn't do
Could be
anything.
wrong.
It just leads man into doing it. Right? That's the whole. That's the invitation aspect.
Tricks man.
It's your
God
own
just
mind,
does
bro.
it.
It's like when
God just
like if you see something there that you might want to steal, you look at it.
Oh,
It's like,
right. So I can answer. Basically, Lucifer's whole point was to God, where he said to God, I believe that, man can be tricked easily, and I'm going to prove it to you. So he went to the Garden of Eve and Adam as a snake and said, yeah, go on, eat the apple and prove God wrong. And then he did it again a few times throughout history. But the only time he couldn't do it was obviously, when Jesus was through the desert for 40 days and nights.
Yeah.
That was like the only time that, Satan
Jesus
couldn't,
was fasting. Think about that. He was fasting from the parasites. I think Satan was a parasite.
Yeah, Satan showed up and went, hey, you're clearly thirsty and overheated. Come into me cave for water. And it's like, no, I'm going to resist temptation. That was the only time that, Satan was rejected. And that was the whole point of Christ, where he said, even if you're going through the hardest of times, reject, this evil, no matter how tempting.
Well,
That's interesting.
Check this out. What do we call people who like to read or read a lot of books? What do we call those people?
Like bookworms.
Bookworms, right? Where else do we see worms show up in popular symbologies? Where do we find worms, or what other object is a worm usually?
Worm.
Fishing.
The apple. Right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Remember being in school, in elementary school? Every time I saw an apple in elementary school, a picture, it always had a worm in it.
No.
So people that read a lot of books, a bookworm, you're talking about parasites.
I think demonic possession is parasites. If you look at parasitic possession, a person isn't their self. They're being taken over by the parasites. Just like the 40 days and 40 nights, Jesus was being tempted to eat, just like parasites do to you. They tempt you to eat, just eat.
Yeah, like True Zone. Like, yeah.
Fucking, just look at sickness and parasites and demonic possession, and they'll line up.
Like True Zone tempt you to eat, tempts me to eat. Yeah.
What a better way to get somebody than through parasites.
I know you probably told him, but True Zone is the devil. Whatever.
I don't know if he's the devil, but
bro, he already
sometimes.
He already in my life, bro.
Hey, but we all could be the devil sometimes.
That's what I'm saying about the enemy, right? That's what I'm saying.
That's why I said in my rhyme, I'm Satan and God.
He's trying to steal, kill, and destroy, right?
I said I'm God and Satan. I have to balance out my chi.
The accuser is the devil, which is True Zone.
I would say like the big difference is that even if you think like God does wrong sometimes, he's offered it. Like, do you ever remember the animated movie Prince of Egypt?
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, like the great thing about that film is that you see God putting all these wraths on Egypt, but he always says, to Pharaoh beforehand, you've got a choice. either let the people go or I'm going to do this. So he's not saying I'm going to do this, just to punish you. He's saying I'm giving you the choice. Even at the end when he splits the sea, God says to him, I'm giving you a choice. Either you follow in your demise or you turn around and go home. You know.
And then Charles didn't even need him. He told Tammy to give him some service, man. Whatever.
Man, I think these churches, the only temple people should be going to is you. The church always has people looking outward instead of inward, and I think that's a big part of their technology.
Understanding how to spell, like it's you that understand how to spell. You got the church.
Like the Bible, most of the stories end up being right. The difference between right and wrong, and I knew that before I even dived into a Bible. My mother taught me right and wrong, and even if she didn't teach me fully, when I did something wrong, I could feel it, and I knew it was wrong.
Yeah, the truth is written on your heart. It's already written about you. Like it's yeah.
I agree with that.
They say these certain words.
Even if no one taught us nothing, I think it's already written within us.
The truth
somehow, somehow.
Well,
you know,
some of us.
How to make fingernails. Like you don't know how to make eyesight. You know that.
If you bring that up to somebody who calls himself a Christian, they'll sometimes, depending on who they are, they'll show you that they have no fucking idea what you're talking about when you say that. That it's in you. They will fucking no. Oh, you can't rely on your own understanding. Blah blah blah. So
the claim to be a Christian is they don't know. Christian is a derogatory term.
Christian's like an umbrella term, but there are like a lot of different like Catholicism, Protestantism, it's like Lutheranism, I think. There's all sorts when it comes to like Christianity, but it is a lot of like different views, different upbringings.
If you didn't know how to spell, where is the truth? If you don't know how to spell, where is truth? Is it not in your face?
it's you. Beat it. You are the truth. If you
are the truth. Come on, man. You're the only one, but you're the only son of your father. You're the only one thinking all your life.
Yeah,
that's why I always say, if you're gonna like do the Bible stuff, always I'd say go back to like the original copies. There's nothing wrong with reading like the modern stuff, like the King James and stuff, but always try and read like some of the original stuff because it is like mind blowing.
But you just read the truth of your life, right? Which you cannot go wrong. You can't go wrong knowing the truth of your life, which is the truth. Like if somebody stole from you in real life, that's the devil. They're accusing you, especially if you ain't did nothing, that's the devil. Your adversary is the devil in your real life.
right. So you have to choose what to do with that, and you can go two ways about it. You can go eye for an eye, or you can turn the other cheek.
Yeah.
There you go.
So the truth, no matter which one you do, it's still the truth, right? If you choose to do the bad thing, the truth is you did a bad thing.
Which is gay. If you choose to do the bad thing, you choosing to be gay.
That's why, like, truth is a word that it seems to be like at the top of the pyramid for everybody, like as a virtue and shit. But for me, it's more about honesty. Because as long as you're honest, you can explain everything.
If you didn't have a word, where is it? It's in your face.
Yeah, if you're being honest, you can be wrong and be honest.
Yeah.
But in order to be the truth, you got to be honest about the truth.
Before spelling, you could not be lied to. Before you
'Cause
learn language, someone lie to you.
But if you're being dishonest, that's a lie. It don't matter. You can say this is the truth, but if you're being dishonest, you're a liar.
Whatever you did is true. You know, when you talk to me, you say, Wayne, I borrowed your lawnmower and I ain't give it back after a week, like I said. You didn't give it back after a week. It's true. You can't lie to me.
Right, but yeah.
Because whatever you're doing is true.
Yeah.
The words are secondary, right? Like your name Paul, but you is real, I guess. And then we call you Paul.
But a lot of people conflate also truth with this idea of things being a fact or not. Unless it's from you, it's not really truth. It's information. And it may not even be a fact. But
Yeah,
you can base shit off of that.
I think when
That'll
you
make
read
it the truth.
hear people talking, you should only see your true life. The world don't exist to me. You should only see the truth when people talking. And you can't be lied to no more. You can't see lies no more. Look around. You can see it ain't no lies around you.
Oh, yeah, you know. I mean, it's all semantics at this point, but
Yeah, when you learn how to spell, you can hear people lying to you now.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but I'd say if you're gonna go with that, I'd say just be truthful, like to yourself, and or like if you're gonna say something, be truthful. It is hard to like detect lies from other people or whether they're knowing they're speaking truthful or not. So I'd just say, yeah, if you're gonna be truthful, just do it to yourself. Just don't start like going around trying to pick it out from other people and stuff, because it can be hard.
Forever
Yeah.
learning and never seeing the truth. Because it's in your
when you let some people keep talking and keep doing actions after a while, and you just sit back and observe, it doesn't matter what's flying out of their mouth or even what they may believe, but they may be deceiving themselves and thinking that they are speaking truth or a truthful person or even a Christian, yet their own words, deeds, and actions on their own free will, if you will, if you just sit back and observe, you can tell whether that person is not necessarily truthful or honest in what they say they are, right? It's easy to fool ourselves. We can justify anything. I could say, hey, it was okay for me to steal this loaf of bread because I'm hungry.
You're feeding your family or something.
Yeah. But yet the store owner is going to take a loss and you're justifying it without even considering the effect on the other end. But you have to justify that in order to make yourself.
All you had to do was ask the store owner in Jesus' name for the bread.
Yeah. That's another way.
I know it's lame and I get it. I get it.
So that's listening to the little devil on your shoulder instead of the angel. The angel will tell you to go ask. The devil will say, nah, just go ahead and take that shit. You deserve that, or you need that, or whatever. It's justified. So you could have made the decision right there. And some people just take that shit. Some people say, no, I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to ask. And if he says no, then I'm just going to go ask somebody else or whatever.
But he probably won't most likely won't say no.
But you got to be mindful of the fact that it ain't about just you, right? Stealing that loaf of bread, it's going to serve you. It's going to be good for you. But if you ain't even thinking about the consequence on the other side of how you affect somebody else, that's what I would call the evil nature coming in, because you're unaware.
Which is called the devil.
Because I do believe there's something to that, bro. I think ignorance, willful ignorance, is a sin. Just by the very nature that if you are of a creator, especially if people are call themselves Christians, right? You're created by this divine being in his image. He loves you, you love him, and you honoring that. But yet you still do shitty things, then you're in darkness. And if you turn yourself off, to certain information because it's uncomfortable in a world where you might have a responsibility to be aware of that, such as if your own child was maybe being abused in some way by a family member or maybe somebody at school or at church. If you make the decision to be willfully ignorant, I'm just gonna, just keep your mouth shut and I'm not gonna, that's a sin to me.
Mm.
And so I think it's the same way with all these religious beliefs. If you can't, I love a Christian, bro, if you live in it like a Christian. But if you a Christian on Sunday and then Monday through Saturday, you pumping up politicians and you cheering on war and you like fuck the poor and why should they get my tax? Then you are not what you say you are.
Yeah, you're not a Christian in that sense, especially when you've got stuff in the Bible like it's easier for a camel to go for the iron storm than a rich man.
Right.
Stuff like, like always help the needy because they're the ones that are, stuff like that. So yeah, you are correct, and I do agree with you in the sense of these people who are like weekend Christians are just massive hypocrites, and they are like knobs as well.
Yeah, and actually, you know what it is? It's a blaspheme and it's a dishonor of God. It's a mockery of God when they do that.
You're following it. You probably never heard of. Isn't the ones in the public eye, the Christians, doing all these things y'all saying, I guess?
Pretty much. I mean, well, they're using it in his name, if you
But
will.
some people are not even on TV or not on social media at all.
Right.
Yeah.
So at some point along in that chain, there's somebody practicing willful ignorance. Like a politician, right? He's getting money from what do they call her? Donors or whatever. People that give them money for favors.
Like getting the knowledge of these Christians, right?
Yeah, like if they choose to do bad things, then on behalf of that, then that's willful ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, see, I understand what you're saying, but don't get me wrong. Like, if you had a politician who was saying he's Christian, but he was doing all these things, I wouldn't like him just because he's Christian. I'd go, all right, maybe he is Christian, but because he's doing all these things, he's a bad man. I wouldn't like forgive him because he's Christian. I'd go, you shouldn't be like using the Lord's name while you're doing all this stuff. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. What's that?
Oh, sorry.
Did you see them doing those things? The politicians? Did you see them doing
I did, yeah. Yeah, no, I did see them, and I don't like them. I don't.
No, what did they do that you seen them do?
Like which politicians, US or like UK? Because I'm UK.
I don't know.
I'll tell you,
politicians are liars.
Yeah, they spoke manipulations. They deceived. That's what they did.
I've never seen a politician a day in my life. Never.
Oh yeah, no, I don't defend politicians. I hate a lot of them. I think they're all rats.
He's saying that he never seen one a day in his life, meaning have you ever seen Trump in real life or have you ever seen Biden in real life?
Oh, I get you.
That's what he's saying. Like, and that's a good point, because maybe these politicians are just made up garbage. Like, I've never seen Trump in public or any of these so-called presidents. None of them.
My intelligence of Donald Trump is artificial. I've never seen this person a day in my life.
All right, but here's the problem. That is true, and you can be aware of that, right? And you cool with that within yourself. But guess what? Your next door neighbor is looking at that fucking TV, and he thinks that shit's real. So if this fake ass character, if this fake person, hold on, if this fake person that they're looking at on TV suggests that, hey, if your neighbor over there, if he ain't on our team, he's the problem. So you need to do your patriotic duty and go take these motherfuckers out. Well, then it don't matter if the motherfucker's real or not. It's real enough.
Yeah. I was suffering like that.
That's true.
So that's why I'm not going to practice willful ignorance and just say, well, I don't know if they're real or not, and just go about my fucking day. No. I know it needs to be addressed.
I don't know if they're real or not. Yeah, the truth.
that invisible fucking president on TV told everyone to go get the Jabuski, and they were getting it like it was a free sandwich.
Yeah, fucking the whole thing, bro. The whole thing was based on
the ones in your face is enforcing the policy in real life. Them are the ones in your real life.
Yeah, and they're usually not politicians. They're usually rinky-dink ass motherfuckers that live around you who just happen to have a fucking job at the goddamn cashier store or whatever, and they're telling you to fucking put a mask on when you walk in the fucking door. It's like, hey, bitch.
Yeah, which is truth on. Yeah.
Don't you live down the road from me? Like, I get it. You want to be stupid in your house, that's great, but you practicing bad boundary recognition right now and trespassing by fucking thinking you're gonna take some third party agenda or idea and direct it towards me through you. So you might as well be Trump, lady in the store telling me to put a mask on.
I'm not a teacher. I'm not English at all. I'm an actor of English.
But no, not you. Yeah. You're practicing English, basically.
It's all, you can see me practicing English.
No, I don't see you. I hear you, but I'm also blind. So try going blind for a little while, and you'll see how much shit out here.
Don't scare away the new people, True Song. I mean,
it's bullshit.
My bad,
when you can't rely on your eyes, bro, and your other senses have to come into play, bro, you'll figure out more than
you can blame me, right? Like I got the power to steer people away with being a fake English person in the first place.
I wonder what happened to MacGyver.
Yeah, okay, see, I'm fake.
I hope not.
I'm a fake English person. I'm acting English. Obvious.
You're not like a fake English person. You just speak English. I'm
acting, right? I don't know English. I think I know it.
Yeah, he's getting a little meta on us.
Yeah,
but here's the thing, bro. I don't need.
He's having a mental breakdown.
I don't need you to be real. Like I don't need any of y'all motherfuckers to be who you say you are on here. When we come and have these conversations, I don't need to say, I wonder if Charles really lives in Connecticut in an apartment, and I wonder if he really does this. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna take him at face value, and I'm gonna be myself in the same. Y'all don't know it, you know.
The world is a stage.
I live in Connecticut.
You taking my
stage.
Like why? Like I'm not even
right.
The power of the tongue, right? You can take over people's life, and you're not even English.
Yeah, but in fairness, though, that's not like it's not like your fault that you do. It's just the way history's gone. You know what I mean?
I'm under spells.
But let me ask, Yahweh. Hey, let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. If you're aware that you're under a spell, are you really?
That's how I know, right? Because understand how the spell say under spell.
So you're not under spell. You're just a practicing magician, just like we all are, because we're using spell work, but we're not using.
I taught myself English. No one taught me English. So how do you even know what I'm saying when I talk myself? Like I'm not.
It doesn't matter, bro. It fucking don't. But we talk about. Look, the conversation does always go back to this. It don't fucking matter what the fuck words we use, bro. As long as we all understand.
Why the parrot is not persecuted when it talks?
Because it's fucking hilarious. Let's be honest. When you see a fucking bird speaking English language, you're like, holy shit, that's the wildest shit I've ever seen. You can't get mad at that.
Look at me like a parrot. I'm just manipulating my throat to sound like I'm saying stuff.
Everybody go watch this movie.
All tones are mine. All tones that I make are mine. I just manipulate my throat where you think you can hear me saying something.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah. So it's like I got
bitty bitty bing bing.
Like I control everyone through my voice, right? Whether you want to beat
I
my
used to
donkey,
have
or
the voice.
I control you to beat my donkey.
What the fuck?
Like I'm just saying, like I determine
What's this
if
guy
whatever
talking
you
about?
feel, when I talk, I determine how you feel. Which it look like you read the spells to me.
Yeah, you receiving the vibration, it's hitting your fucking eardrums a certain way, and you're making determinations based on that. That's all it is. It wouldn't matter if we were all speaking fucking Spanish. It would still be the same vibratory information being fed to your fucking eardrums.
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. That was yeah. People hear different things, right? That's not my receipt. That's not my receipt. That's not my receipt.
It's like sarcasm. It's the same, works the same way. I could say, "Oh, Yahweh, you're funny," right? Or I could say, "Yahweh, you know what? You're funny, bro." Which one's sarcastic?
I didn't get the difference. I don't get the difference.
You know which one? You know which one is? Whatever one you decide it was. That's it.
Yeah, I told myself what you saying.
That's it. I got you. Yeah. So we're there. We're on the same page, bro. We don't have to keep. I'm talking about the fucking words every day, like, you know.
But you're the
Otherwise,
only one.
why even have a conversation?
Thank you, Will. I don't know though. I don't know. That's why I can't blend in with folks because I'm the only one thinking, and I can't blend in because I'm the only one thinking, bro.
Yeah, but you can think. You think without speaking, or you can do. You can think without speaking. So you choose to speak.
Without speaking, I'm the only one thinking. What is thinking?
Yeah. So when you speak, that gives somebody else an opportunity to what? See how you thinking, bro. That's all.
Well, no, it's how they thinking. They telling themselves what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's never going to be the complete story. It's going to be half of what you hear interpreted by your own.
They giving me the power, right? They giving me the power what to think. I tell you what to think. You don't do it on your own unless you realize it.
Woo!
Unless you, yeah, I mean, you know, that's why it's awareness and willful ignorance comes into play.
I'm looking for my underwearness. You seen my underwearness?
Better get that Under Armour.
This is the other good movie right here. The Ninth Gate. People watch this movie. The Ninth Gate, good movie. And this is the book that they're chasing. This exact book.
Not even English though.
It's in German.
So I can see they wanted Jesus crucified. They just like they gonna want me because I'm out here just saying this stuff, and they don't want to see me. And I'm not even English. I'm not Aramaic either.
It said Lucifer fell from the heavens, the angel of light. What if that light fell and gave consciousness to us?
Well, then we all didn't, right? So might as well just fucking end it now. I mean, where do you go for that?
I don't know.
The knowledge of
There's something wrong with these. When I figured out the Jewish people wrote the Christian Bible, I said, "Oh, what a setup! Those fucking people don't even believe in Jesus. They shit on Jesus." And then I thought, well, Dan, they wrote the Christian Bible. You had Josephus.
I was gonna, yeah. So, the first Bible, it was written in Hebrew, and there were some Jews involved, but it wasn't like.
I just had to add that in. I heard the Ethiopian Bible was the original. I don't know how true it is.
Oh no! So to explain that, the original Bible was written in Hebrew. There were some Jews involved, but it wasn't all Jews. Then the Roman Empire adopted the Christianity, and that was how it went from Hebrew to Latin. So do you know, like the Catholic Church, they still like use Latin today. That's like the reason. The Ethiopian Bible thing is because you had a guy called I forget his name, but he was like this big Ethiopian king at the time of the Byzantines, and he became very, very, very Christian to the point where he sacked this like ancient land, took all these ancient Christian artifacts and put them in a treasure cove and buried them in the land. That's why they say the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia, when it's not. It's just all these ancient treasures.
Yeah, and so when you ask who wrote the book, really all you need to say is some other dude.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, because we could all be writing our own goddamn Bible if we got our own connection to the higher, the source, if you will, right? That's all they did.
Like, not because the thing is, well, after Jesus, all of his apostles like went separate ways and wrote their own things. It was only compiled years later.
Why everyone ignoring they understood?
The what? Sorry.
Why everyone ignoring that they understand how to spell? They underspell.
What the? That's my cousin. Imagine when you go to hell, there's a bunch of these guys.
Like, who gave the English the authority to say you a human?
Who gave the white people the right to make Jesus white? No, I'm joking.
You know, not everybody has, not everybody is susceptible to hypnotism and being hypnotized. Only a certain people who, I guess, exist naturally in a certain mind state, right?
Jesus is white though. White don't mean skin color. It don't, to me, when I look up white, it don't say nothing about skin color.
Right? It depends on who you ask, though, right? Some people have very strong ideas about that.
Pure, clean, full of light. White means pure or clear. Like how we breathe is white.
It's a bit weird because it's like, so do you know like the term Caucasian? That comes from like, the Caucasus region, which is like a bit mixed, so it's a bit weird. You know what I mean?
Have you heard of Yakub?
Oh yeah, I've got the book on him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you know that comic book where it's got the famous image of all the white people going, I think we need to destroy this land. Agreed.
Well,
wow.
I would respect people more on this topic if when they talk.
Yeah, he
When they
was
talk,
leading out the darkness, which is the evil, out of the flag. Black mean evil.
I don't believe none of those ideologies that, to me, they people create this stuff to keep us fighting with each other. Because the day we come together is the day the 1% lose.
Yeah, we're just talking, right?
we ain't even really got to come together, like in a physical sense. We just all got to get on the same page and break this fucking spell, like Yahweh keeps saying, bro. And once people are aware, I already hear people saying the right things.
That's what I mean, you know. That's what I truly meant, was pretty much on the same page, because
mad at me because I'm a retard is not right. Why are you mad at me because I'm retarded?
There's plenty of things we can do to crush them.
What I do to you because I'm retarded?
We could start. Who are you
say
talking
no.
to?
It sounds like masculinity to me, man.
We could grow our own food, or we could start creating our own energy, and that would crush them.
Or we could all just stop fucking going along with the horse shit. That's it. We don't need to be in the same group. We don't have to fucking like fly a certain flag. We don't need to do none of that shit. We just need to be on the same page mentally within ourselves and just operate freely like we've been doing. And just every now and then when they come up with some bullshit, you just say no. Or you go somewhere and they got fucking eggs for $10 a dozen. You say, you know what? I really wanted some fucking eggs, but nah, I don't want to be played, and I'm just gonna go without eggs.
Yeah, like you know what? If you give like people a chance to do like a one-on-one, it would like it sounds like I'm like tangenting, but it's not. Do you remember the Christmas truce in World War One, where you had two opposite sides hating each other, but that one day they come together and was like, hey, you know, mate, we're actually not so different. You know what I mean? We just need that on like a grander scale.
Yeah, and that's a mindset.
Yeah, go to the truth in your face where you can't go wrong. You know when you read it's about the rain, you're reading it. Like you can read when to pick your harvest. You can read when to pick your vegetables.
Yeah, and the moon calendar.
Yeah, you read the truth, not in English.
Well, the moon calendar is what they used to go by for fruits and vegetables and gardening, not the sun. But anyway,
You don't need any of that shit either, because most of the time when a fruit ripens on a plant, it'll fall off, and you'll know, or it'll turn a certain color, or the leaves will start dying off, backing off, and then you'll know. Oh, now you're reading it.
And the sunlight, yeah, which is the living water that you can't see. Like you can't feel it with your skin. Well, you can, or you can feel the sun on your skin.
Farming is very intuitive if you have the ability to be intuitive. You don't have to know shit at all. You just you'll be surprised at how much you figure out along the way. Almost like when you have a baby. I mean, look how many dummies out here are able to fucking keep a child alive. I mean, certain things you figure out just by fucking observing and
not to mention as well that like we've cultivated farming for like 10,000 years, like ancient Egypt, ancient Rome. You know, we've got the know-how behind us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got a lot of technology. Like feeding the world, that should not be a fucking problem. I mean, it's so fun. You can put producing greenhouses in the middle of fucking Africa, dude. As long as you can get a little water in there from a well, you dig deep enough, you can feed the whole fucking world, bro. We already got the technology for that, but we don't. Apparently, we got less options. So that's another conversation, though. Why that is, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I think it's like with corporations, they'll happily do it for
good old capitalism, right? Good old capitalism.
I wouldn't even say like so much capitalism. I'd just say like with corporations, you can have capitalism and do all that stuff and expand, but with corporations now, there's a lot more.
Yeah, they want to be in a monopoly, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, when I say capitalism, I'm not saying fuck capitalism, but I am saying by definition, capital is what? You take in one resource, good, labor, and you're capitalizing on it. You're turning it into a profit. Now, if you're sharing those profits and there's a good benefit for everybody out of that, that's good capitalism. But if you're trying to be a monopoly, then that's the bad capitalism. So which one do we have these days? Yeah.
Yeah, I know you weren't saying like fuck capitalism, and don't worry, even if you were, that's your opinion.
No, that's good. But that's where a lot of the problem is we got a lot of people that operate off assumptions. So that's why you saw it earlier when we start talking about Satan and Lucifer. Most of us were on the same wavelength about how we're speaking about it, but it only takes one other person to hear it and say, "Oh, what that means you believe the Bible's real?" It's like, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's why we have to clarify all this shit. And that is the spell of the words, bro, because the words have different meanings. And so a lot of people can't seem to grasp context, right? So that's another form of manipulation they use.
What's clarify me? To clear the frequency?
Well, clarity, right? What does it mean when somebody says they have a moment of clarity? They get a fucking awareness. They get a different level of awareness that they didn't have before. And it's like a hit of acid, dude. That's why they say new and novel thoughts are psychedelic. Now, if you can look at that as a metaphor, it makes perfect fucking sense. Moment of clarity. There you go. You might as well took a hit of acid and go, whoa, that tree's alive. I get it now. That's psychedelic. And you could have just thought that up without the drugs. You could look up at the sun and say, you know what? That does look a lot like God. Or it acts like God. You know what I mean?
Good point.
I think this is, I'll land the plane with this.
We take too much for granted, man.
When I was growing up in school, they gave us a heavy dose of poetry. We had poetry every year, every English class. We spent a lot of time reading poetry.
I would have smoked that class.
And that you learn how to see things metaphorically and not so literally all the time. One thing that I think is missing from modern education these days is they're not teaching these kids poetry. Look at song lyrics. Look at the song
Yeah.
lyrics from the 80s compared to
Imagination
right
has
now.
been exterminated.
Yeah, bro.
They
On
want you
purpose.
to copy and regurgitate. They don't want you to be in your imagination. They want to create your thoughts for you. That's the
Yeah, but
problem.
yeah, you educated.
Yeah, because imagination will do two things for you. It'll either make you creative and you'll become competition for somebody else's ideas that are out there, or whatever their ideas might be based in some sort of deception in order to make it work, in order to capitalize. So they don't want you to be creative enough to figure it out. So
No,
sucker
it is good
born.
that you got to do like poetry in school, because I did the same, and it was like such a good learning curve.
Yeah, I went to all the public schools, dude. I was in grad school level university. I'm not indoctrinated by that shit. What it did for me is I was able to pick the flaws out of all of it. That's why I speak the way I do about science and all that shit, because I fucking learned it and I seen what they were doing. They're assuming.
Yeah, it's worse now as well with just how they're doing it. Because the big thing I saw recently, which I was really angry about, was the restructuring of like World War II history in like some American schools, and I was just really pissed off about it, because I was like, but all the Americans went through and you're just whitewashing it. Nah.
Yeah. Controlled opposition. That's
Yeah, because like they're trying to paint like America's the bad guy in World War II, and it's like, no, they weren't. The stuff they went through. Come on, they were heroes, like titans. You know, especially with like the American Asian front. You know,
Well,
if you learn about that, geez.
Hey, I'll tell you another big one that they leave out of the fucking World War II story. Who actually dealt the death blow? Who actually defeated the Germans?
Oh, it was the Russians, wasn't it?
Thank you. And who's the big fucking world enemy right now? The
Russia.
motherfucking Russians. How'd that happen? They don't get no mention in World War II. No, we heard America won the fucking war. Russia won that motherfucker for us. Thank you. We was on the same team. But see, they got to make us think that they're really the enemy because it serves them now.
Oh yeah, no, they're trying to like say, oh, America's bad because they nuked Japan. It's like, no, they deserved it. You know, they had to do it.
Well, yeah, that's a iffy thing, because if they would have dropped that shit on the Emperor's Palace, that would have been deserved. But the people that lived in those towns didn't deserve that shit. No more so than the victims of war today. These leaders,
I mean, the people, yeah, you are right. They didn't deserve it, but it was just one of them where it had to be done to end the war and, you know, show America's strength. Because remember as well that even after America dropped 2 nukes, Japan was still planning to continue the fight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that aspect of it. It was a, you know, maybe they were out of control and like a rabid dog they needed. But the point is, at the end, though, is who were the victims of that?
The Germans, the Jewish people started with the Germans. We leveled them. Well, not we, my ancestors. And it took the whole world. I think they truly wanted the technology the Germans had. But from what I hear, Hitler didn't want to give it up. He knew what they were going to do with it. And that's probably direct energy weapons and all the shit they got now.
Well, the first jets like came from Germany, and the Americans took that, and that's how we've got like F9s and all that today. V2 rockets. That's how we've got like intercontinental missiles and like spaceships and stuff.
Didn't Ford allegedly build shit for Germany too? Because Rothschilds is known. They're known for funding both sides of the war. From what I was, you know, they always say follow the money. And these people will fund both sides of the war.
So Ford did build some stuff for Germany. However, at that time, America was neutral and not in the war, so they were supplying Britain a hell of a lot, but they were only like selling some stuff to Germany. But that's not a bad thing for America. That's just they're not in the war. They're just looking to make some money.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of Germany and the U.S. together, and I'm thinking, damn, when was this? Because they were in the German uniforms that they wore in the war, and they were taking pictures with the Americans.
That'll either be from where they've surrendered and they're getting pictures together, or it'll be from one or two battles where the German army fought alongside the US army to fight the SS.
Why do we still see today motherfuckers in American uniforms and or American politicians posing with and or training motherfuckers that are wearing what we know today to be like ISIS, rebel, what's the other words? Freedom fighters and all this shit that they call them.
Oh, I know the ones you mean.
Yeah. The same fucking shit, bro, over and over.
Oh, yeah. Like, it does all change, but like in America, but like 9/11, it was just a massive upheaval with the public.
Yeah, they Americans generally were in a state of like we were all left to our own device and autonomous, and everybody was basically working on a, I would say, an individual but a more communal intention. And so 9/11 was a way to get people off their own square and their own game plan, and we had to become this us versus them. Well, you're in a country, therefore, and they played upon people's loyalties, and then they lied. Right?
You know that fucking. Hold on, let me take this off. Did you know with the 9/11 fucking the Black 5% nation was under attack too? They were questioning them. I didn't know that was going on back then. That they were questioning the 5% nation Muslims too. They were under investigation. So my question is, 9/11 was war on us, the people, especially the Patriot Act. I mean,
it was a culture war.
Yeah. And,
they changed the whole fucking culture with that shit too, didn't they?
Yeah.
America was so much better before 9/11, man.
Yeah, bro.
I felt more free back then. Now I feel like this has become more of a physical prison.
You muffled as fuck, by the way.
Yeah, it's my headphones.
Okay.
Yeah, just lower them a bit and like move the thing back. It'll be all right.
I got a winter hat.
We could argue whether that was intentional or not, like how things changed after 9/11. Was that intended, or was that just an unforeseen consequence that happened? Well, that can be debated, right? But if we're being honest, we got to at least recognize whether it was intended or not, that's what happened. And we have to decide, is that the direction we should go once we're aware of that? If you know you lost your way, does it matter how you got lost? All that matters once you lost is to find your way out, bro.
Wow, that's some wisdom right there.
Yeah, bro.
I was watching the documentary on Netflix, and there was that, like, when the Patriot Act was going first around Congress, there was that one politician that was trying to say, like, no, this is a bad thing for the long term, and everyone was like, oh, you know, she's this, she's that, and she was getting like threats off people, like the public. But it turns out it was like, actually, no, I'm good. She was right, you know.
Yeah, you could not, like, after 9/11, when some of us were starting to like have little inklings that something wasn't right here, you could, if you said that to anybody, no matter where you were, you'd have a gang of motherfuckers that would, yeah, they would aggressively challenge you. Like, you know what they say, you're either with us or you're with the terrorist.
Yeah.
So that tells me that whole shit was intentional, because I'm judging things like that. You don't say shit like that unless you, you know, trying to steer psyop. And it worked.
Yeah. Mm.
You know how many soldiers went AWOL when they realized?
You're
So
still like
many
very
soldiers.
muffled, sorry, mate.
Yeah, try again.
They were going AWOL because they realized that it was all wrong.
They realized they were all wrong. What was the first part of that again?
I said a lot of soldiers were going AWOL because they realized, I guess, that we had no business being there.
Oh, right. The taking themselves out after they'd already seen what the truth of the matter was, right? And that they were made to be a part of it. They were manipulated. They used their patriotic, altruistic, moral compass against them. They thought they were doing right, and they were used. They were duped.
They're doing the same tactics with Venezuela. The fucking guy looks like Saddam, for Christ's sake.
So you're really muffled again, you know. Have you got like a microphone on your headset? Yeah, just push it back like quite a bit. That should, you know, fix it.
Yeah, that shit sounds like
What's up,
ass,
dude?
bro.
Huh?
A bit more.
What happened?
That's a little better. Maybe if you turn the volume down, it would help.
Yeah.
For what? For what? These headphones?
I know with yours. Yeah, so push your microphone a bit more back and just lower the volume by 2 on your end. That might fix it.
Yeah, it's like too much bass.
What's about now?
Oh no, that's gone back to how it.
I just raised the volume. That's all I did.
No, that sounds like ass again.
I got these
Tell you what,
stupid headphones.
Yeah.
Push your microphone all the way back and see how that is.
Fucking sounds like you fucking got that shit off Temu, bro. Send that shit back.
These are Iowa headphones. They ain't that garbage.
Huh.
Okay, that's quieter. Still a bit muffled, but it's quieter. Like that's okay.
Because I got a fucking hat over it. I got a hood over it.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Use your high
The
voice.
only reason I
Carbone.
bought headphones, as a matter of fact, I'll turn them off. It's because when I go in the store, you know, I gotta quiet it. I was gonna end the live, but I said, fuck it. I'll take y'all with me. You coming with me to the store again? What are these people doing?
Yeah, it might
Like
just be like
those.
the headphones that are just yeah. Oh.
She the only one shopping, bro.
Oh well. Oh yeah, have you been seeing like all the stuff with Epstein in the news?
Yeah, y'all got rid of one politician guy over there, that Mendelson or whatever his name is, Mendelson.
Hmm. I did see the meme where it was like Ron Paul's been mentioned in the files, but it was just when they were talking about his campaign, and I was like, oh, thank God.
They got a comedian I like to listen to, Kurt Metzger. He goes deep on all the. He thinks like we do, you know, about things, and he's figuring shit out, and he's in there because Epstein on his birthday wanted to go to a Metzger show, see one of his comedy shows, so he's in there too. So.
Yeah.
But not, you know, it's just a mentioning. But again, there's some people that'll read that and they say, "Oh, look, they're just what you just believe because somebody's name's in there that they automatically did something wrong." Nobody fucking said that, but that's how they're trying to run cover for this shit and minimize it.
Yeah.
Because because I don't give a fuck what anybody says, bro. Anybody right now that's downplaying that shit about how, oh, it don't mean nothing because they're not gonna get arrested, or it don't mean nothing just because their name's in there. Anybody could just make shit up. Either they're ignorant, they haven't done the fucking research that at least I have. I've been looking at. I knew about. There ain't nothing I ain't heard in the past 10 years I didn't know before that. So everything that's being said now is like this grand truths that are being dropped. I already figured that. Well, I'd already ran across all that information pre 2014.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So I'm just sitting back watching. I see all the same fucking tricks repeating themselves, and you can tell who is either scared of the fucking information, so they got to downplay it, or they're trying to fucking steer people away from it for other reasons. A lot of paid agents out here and fucking whatever. So either way, it's the same result. And I treat them both with the same regard, that either you're operating in ignorance or malice. And you don't know what I know. Because I knew it before anybody else told me about it. I found it on my own. Self-directed. And so then we can have the ultimate conversation that nobody wants to fucking have. Okay, whether this information's true or not in reality, quote unquote, if it comes from a quote official source, then that's the route of where we should be going. Anything that was ever printed in a fucking newspaper or that ever showed up on the nightly news, whether you want to say, oh, it's fake news. Okay, well, if you're telling me something is an official source of information, a newspaper, it don't matter if it's fucking true or not. The fact that you're presenting it a certain way, that's where we all could be fucking questioning this shit. You ain't got to believe in nothing. If you printed it and you told me this shit was true based on the fact that it's in something that says New York Times or Associated Press, that's where we should be really determining what's real and what's not as far as information goes. It's just like a history book. The Bible. Somebody else wrote that shit. That's the top of the fucking pole, bro.
Or like famous example, like, during the Vietnam War, and the news was presenting one thing, but you start having stuff coming out going, I don't believe the news, this is what is actually going on. And then you started to have that like shift where it was like, it went from, oh, the news is gospel, to, no, I think the news is lying to us.
Oh yeah, that's the wake up moment, really, But what is that?
The hippie movement.
You get a moment of clarity.
Man, I don't know what to trust no more, I'll tell you that. I sure as fuck question it all.
You trust that you can figure it out, bro, the best you can. That's all you can do. That's why, what does it matter whether we walked on the moon or not in reality, right? If you're one of the people that say, no, I don't think we did, but based on whatever reason you got, I'm gonna just trust that you got a reason. It don't fucking matter at that point whether you believe in it or not. So what,
I would say that it's like, even if I was someone who said I don't think they walked on the moon, I would say it was still a good thing to do, because it pushed the Soviets back. So even if they did fake it put the Soviets down quite a bit.
Well, maybe so, but what interest is it of me to lie to me to push Russia back? As far as I can tell, Russia's I've never felt threatened by Russia in my life. So I don't need to be lied to.
The only thing I never felt threatened by is our own government. Other than that, I never feel threatened by no one else but our own government.
Like, in order for me to believe that Russia wants to fucking do something bad to me, I have to trust the motherfuckers that are apparently lying to me and thinking that they got a good reason for doing it. Nah, bro. I wasn't born yesterday, bro. You know what I mean? As far as like, I'm not gonna believe a lie is good if no, I'm not gonna believe a lie is good. If you need to tell me something, be straight up and tell me the truth, bro, and I'll figure that other part out.
I mean, like, if Russia did something bad to America, you'd all know about it, and you'd all be like, yeah, fuck Russia,
Yeah, that's why everybody's saying fuck the government right now, because we know who's really fucking harming us on a day-to-day basis.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
In terms of politics and controlling, running society.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's the same as like gas prices in the 90s. That shit was 99 cents a gallon, right? We drove all the fucking time, right? And now all of a sudden it's $3, $4, $5 a gallon. What changed? Our perception that the shit's running out. Well, apparently it's not running out. Okay, so if we figured out that it's not really running out, why you been charging me fucking $5 the past 20 years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? People don't want to. They don't want to say that. They want to fucking say, "Well, everything's more expensive now." And why is that? Why does a fucking house can get built in the 70s and the average price would just say it was like what? I don't know, $50,000 for a single family home, a small, spec house. And now that same goddamn house would be 250, 300,000, $500,000. Perceived value, not actual. The cost of a 2x4 didn't fucking explode 6 times more. A tree is a tree. A saw blade's a saw blade. Well, yeah, you got to pay people maybe instead of paying them $4 an hour back in the day, you're paying them 20. Okay, is that the difference between $50,000 for a house or a fucking $500,000 for the same fucking house?
Yeah.
No, it's perceived value. Why is a BMW so much more expensive than a fucking Honda Civic? Which one's really the better car?
Honda Civic, definitely.
Right, it's gonna last you longer. Which one's the better investment? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why are people so willing to fucking pay all that extra money for the Mercedes? It's perceived value. Jewelry, diamonds. Why the fuck is that shit really expensive, bro?
See, that was the other thing, because like America back in the day had a very large industry of its own to serve its own people. Like, all right, let's say you go to like America in the 30s or 40s, everything there is made in America. All the cars are American, apart from like 1 or 2 imports. Like all the homes are built from them. All the stuff they make for the people are made in America. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but when I was a kid growing up, I remember specifically my dad, he drove a Toyota truck. Right? And they were cheaper than the American cars being built.
Yeah.
But hey, it wasn't as cool to drive a fucking a Honda Civic as it was let's see, what was the 80s, the big
Right. I've drove an American car. It was a 60 Lincoln Continental, and I get you. Driving an American car is different, you know.
Yeah, I like those old Lincolns and shit. You can make them shit pimped out.
Oh yeah, like the old Lincolns, I love. Like they're like limos. They're brilliant.
Yeah, yeah.
There's another American car I drove, but I'm trying to remember. Oh.
Yeah, see, now what's happening is they don't want people driving old cars. So they very quickly, because they got a whole industry of taking these cars and shipping them to all these other countries. A lot of them go to West Africa or Mexico. So they got to convince us that the new ones are better, safer. And then on top of that, they got to convince us that, well, you got to be more stylish and you got to keep up. And if you got a nicer car, that means you have a better status. And they have to sell us all this other happy horse shit. Like having a house in a certain, quote, nice neighborhood, an exclusive gate. They put a gate up and the home values go up fucking triple because they got a gate at the front. You know what I mean? It's fucking buy a fucking $200 gate and put it up and call yourself fucking living in a mansion. It don't matter, bro. It's all a matter of how you see yourself and perception of other people seeing you. Oh, look at him. He lives in that fucking nice neighborhood, driving that nice car. It's the same. Bitcoin. Why does Bitcoin have value? Because people believe it does. That's it. Same with the dollar. If we want to get into that, that's cool. So what's the difference? There is no difference.
Yeah, Kiss Matt said, Kiss Matt Cat. The Matrix drives you out of nature with its pretty lights, noise, and other humans. That's where you get lost and caught up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking you comprehend people.
But here's the thing, right? Am I a total sellout if I decide that I want to take a shit on a toilet where I can just flush it down the drain and it has a technology attached to it that allows me to not have to go outside and squat in the woods when it's cold and this and that, like nature, right? Does that mean I'm a total sellout? Or if I'm aware that, plumbing has a use and I don't let it corrupt me. If I need to go outside and take a shit, I will. I'm not too ashamed. I'm not thrilled about it, but I will.
Do that in our account. According to the Bible, though, I can't say for y'all. But we're not supposed to do that in our account.
Right.
That's why we had outhouse. That's why we had the outhouse.
Or we observed a bird and you're like, you know what? That bird never takes a shit in its own nest. That's a good idea. Huh.
I'm listening, guys. I just can't hear you too good, so I had to turn the volume down in the store.
You know, if you've ever visited a plantation home, like down in the South, we still have these plantation
I live on a
homes.
plantation.
Right.
Well, called the United States Nation.
If you go into one, they still have the fucking bedpans in there. They'll show you that they pull out right from underneath the bed. And it's like, yeah, this is where they used to go to the bathroom. They shit in a fucking bowl. Huh. This big ass house, and they still taking a shit in a bowl.
Oh, it's there's some like old buildings in London that was showing you how like old people slept, and there was something called like the rope bed where you'd pay like 2 pence to lean against this rope and sleep for the evening, while standing up with like 40 other people. But I can hear like noise, but I don't know if that's coming from.
Yeah, it's loud as fuck in here, Charles.
There's a video.
Ah, there we go.
Boom.
I was going to say though earlier, you're not a sellout because, like, if you were to live in a fancy home and all that, that wouldn't make you a sellout. You know what I mean?
But some people are saying that these days in these circles. They like to bring that shit up anytime we talk about something, or if we say we don't like 5G, they'll say stupid shit like, "Well, you like lights on in your house, don't you? You like a car, so why are you complaining? If you really complaining, you'd be living in the fucking woods in nature, and you'd have a campfire every day, and you'd be catching and cooking your own food right there." It's like, bro, they don't have to be fucking one extreme or the other to not be a total fucking sellout where I go, well, you know what? I like lights in my house, so I guess I gotta be okay with gene splicing and all this other shit.
Yeah, like you could live in a normal home and still be against, like, stuff like smart homes and that. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it a sellout. It just means that, I think the position we're at now is fine. We don't need to go further.
Yeah, we could have stopped in the fucking 90s, bro. We had the best of all technology in the 90s.
Oh,
we really did. We had enough tools that we could have easily went another 100 years on 1990s technology and fucking did incredible shit, bro. And look where we are now. We got all this technology. We got fucking AI. You don't even have to know anything about how to write a song, and you can fucking produce an album and be a star, bro.
That's why I like Ted Kaczynski in the 90s was saying, like, be wary.
But y'all don't think it's magic to hear people's voice on a little box?
It is. It's magical. It's magical.
Yeah, so
Fuck yeah, it is.
Which is pharmacy, right? Pharmacia? Media Center Medicine Cabinet? Media Center Medicine Cabinet?
Well, that's more like alchemy and herbalism when you really get down into it. You know what I mean? That's using a substance that uh, to alchemize, to transform,
Cooking,
transform something.
yeah, cooking is magic. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, it
cooking
does.
is
It does.
different.
Yep, it's chemistry. Cooking is chemistry.
Yeah, yeah.
You're doing it. Yeah,
That's why we're having all this bloating and digesting stuff because of the mixture of ingredients. According to the Bible, we're not supposed to do that. But I
well,
can't say
according to
for
the
no one.
Bible,
I'm not speaking the Bible for no one. I'm not.
yeah, right.
Just saying, man. The stuff makes sense though, right? Like when you walk in the day for 12 hours, you will never stumble in the truth.
But that's the thing with me, right? If you say you believe in the Bible and that's the word of God and that's how you need to know that so you know how to live your life. Okay, you better be fucking living your life like that then. Because if not, what are you? You
Yeah,
know
but I'm a
better than
witness.
anybody else. We all fucking
That's the
sell
thing
out.
about the world. I'm a witness though. Like if I smoke cigarettes and it caused me this, I can't tell you not to smoke. Why?
You
Why
can,
I
yeah.
can't tell you?
Right, you're right.
Not tell you like command you, like, but
You're right.
share
No,
what
you're right about that. I
yeah.
get it. Yeah. And why are you telling somebody that? Out of love. You want them to avoid the mistake that you had to learn the hard way.
Yeah, if
You
I'm
know,
walking off a cliff, you want me to tell you?
unless, it depends. You want me to go with you or not? If you don't, you better tell me, hey, don't follow me, bro. I'm about to make a mistake. Or
That's
you
why
don't
they
tell them.
always also say, like, hate the sin, not the
Everyone else,
sinner.
whatever, y'all. The AI
Yeah,
trying to be your friend and everyone is your enemy. Yeah.
because you can't sin and not know it at the time. You might know it right after.
Yeah. When you get educated, you come under spells from what I see.
And that's why I say repent. Because once you realize, oh shit, I made a mistake, there's some bad consequences attached, spiritual, or I don't like the way it makes me feel, and I got a lifetime of regret now because of some action, I'm gonna repent and I'm gonna stop that action. I like to
which is
apply it more instead of myself.
Repent is
Go ahead.
180 degrees, which is turn around, come out of the
Yeah.
world.
You don't continue doing what you're doing if you know it's got consequences on somebody else.
Especially if sorry,
the
go on,
world telling
mate.
you where
Sorry.
you're going. Forgive me, brother.
No, it's all right.
It seems to be telling people where they're going. They understand how to spell. They being entertained and programmed. The world telling you where it's going. Away from God. It's called Independence Day.
Well, let me ask you, Yahweh. If I asked you what is your don't tell me what somebody else told you. What is your best answer if I tell you what does the word God represent to you? What is it? How would you define that?
Everything that's good that was spoken in the beginning.
Okay, I was with you on the everything that's good. I can go with you on that.
Yeah, the trees bearing seed
because
it's good. The breath into man is good. The creepy crawly things is good. The fish of the sea is good. The great lights in the heavens is good, which is God or Jesus. I'm just using these names are titles.
Right, but is a thing good or bad, or is the intention more so what we're judging?
Things that have life in it is good.
I would say, like, to give you an example, do you know about Saint Dismas?
No.
So Saint Dismas was one of the two guys who was crucified with Jesus. And when he was crucified, obviously, you know the story of one of them said, "Oh, you're the son of God. You can get out of this." And
Right.
Saint Dismas turned to him and went, "Hang on a minute. No, he is the son of God, but he's choosing to die with us to show that he loves us. He's done nothing wrong, and he's still paying for it. I understand now." So, and then that's when Saint Dismas turned to Jesus and was like, listen, I'm a bad man, but just, you know, can you forgive me at all? And Jesus turned to him and said, listen, just if you take me into heart, you will enter the kingdom of heaven, showing that he forgave him. So like you can have contextual stuff like that does apply to yourself. Obviously
Right.
everything's got to be different, but that I would say that's a strong contender of, you know.
Okay, and when he says, when you take me to heart, you take me into your heart, however you want to say it, what does that really mean to that person? That would mean that you actually, when he's asking for that forgiveness and he's telling him that you're an innocent and you're going to die with me and I actually deserve this, but you don't. When he's asking him for forgiveness and he says, if you take that in your heart, take that to heart, what does that mean? You feel that, you internalize that, and you therefore believe that with your whole being. So as long as that guy, he is in a sense repenting for the fact that he was a bad man by being able to recognize himself in the good man and see where he had fallen short. And when he says, take me into your heart, if you truly believe I am a good man, right?
Yeah.
Then you've taken that into your heart. That's why I say, bro, all this fucking psyop, all the shit that they're doing to us, they never talk about the heart, bro. They leave the heart out of it. Because when you take things to heart, you can't lie to that. You can fucking make shit up in your mind. You can justify it. I can steal this loaf of bread because it's good for me and I'm desperate. And this other person's got 2 loaves. So I'm going to take one. But in your heart, if you realize, hey, that man took 2 because that other loaf of bread was meant for his other neighbor. And you think about that and you actually feel guilt and bad about that because, yeah, you might have been desperate and took it, but you took that out of some other person and made them desperate. If you feel that and you internalize that, then you can repent by either making it right. Maybe you say, you know what, I'm gonna take half of this loaf and I'm gonna go give it to any action where you repent. You felt that and you change your ways on that. And once you live like that, if you're a bad person, like why does somebody need to be, quote, born again? What does that concept really mean?
So from my understanding, it's from a specific sect of Christianity where I can't remember like which church it is. I don't know if it's like multiple. It's where they go, for all the bad stuff I'm done, I'm gonna basically be born again and be like a new person, to start over my life and like start sin free. But depending on who you ask, it's some people say, oh, it's a really good thing. Some people say it's like, oh, it's a bit of an iffy thing. I'm someone who says it's an iffy thing.
Well, it is an act of repentance, really. It's
it is an act of repentance, yeah, but the way they go about it just seems a lot more cloaked and like rushed. Whereas if you look at other forms of repentance, let's say like within Catholicism, you would have to obviously go to confession, reveal your sins, say, and then go, okay, as an act of repentance, you would like do like 50 of this and something.
Right. And would you also say that there are people out there who would say that they are, quote, born again, but they still sin and fall short after that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, that's why it's a manipulation. People think that you can. So people that generally call themselves born again, they believe that their life before that moment was the life of sin. And once they became born again, that they are, quote, like you said, a changed person and different after that. So they absolve themselves of everything before that, which is fine. They made an act of repentance. But then if they go back on that after they've been born again, guess what? You got to be born again, bro. So really, we should be born again every fucking time that we fuck up. It's not just this one fucking event in your life where you say some magic words and you dunk your head in water. right?
Yeah.
If you don't live that out every day and you know that, hey, I could still fuck up here. And if I do, I got to repent again. But that's why the problem of religion is a lot of these Christianity.
Repenetration? Teddy Pendergrass?
Like repentance.
You know, whatever. Or like penance. Penance is like a form of payment. So you gotta pay. You gotta pay the piper, I guess. That's why I don't believe in all that shit. That's why I got my own religion.
I'm the angel of light. I'm the angel of darkness.
I'm just
the
not looking
angel
for
of whatever the fuck you want me to be. I'm the angel
I am
of
what
turds.
I want to be. I'm what I want to be, bro. And whatever
Imagine being the
somebody else
angel of
thinks.
turds. That would suck.
The dung beetle?
Yeah. Your job in heaven was to clean up the turds. That would suck. Well, there might not be no turds in heaven.
I feel like my only job is just to make sure I wipe my own ass, you know what I mean?
I truly don't think there's a heaven after here or a hell.
I think
That's
heaven's
just
a
my
place in your
opinion.
mind, bro. I think you can be in this life and in this world, and you can be in heaven if you fucking choose to.
People used to tell me, oh, they're in a better place now, Chuck. They're not suffering anymore. How the fuck do you know it's better? You went there? Did you take notes when you went there? Your mother's in heaven. Or the one that I dislike the most is God needed her. What?
Right. See, that they're just over explaining something because we are too childlike that we can't understand that spirit is everywhere. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. So when you die, they may not be in heaven. They are in spirit.
That noise is about. There we go. Thank you.
That's what someone told me. God needed her. I remember years ago.
That's just to make ourselves feel better, bro.
Yeah, I
and
know.
their
It just pissed
intentions
me
are
off.
good, right? But they probably had good intentions by telling you that. They wanted to try to quell your discomfort about it.
That's why I didn't say nothing back.
Right. But yeah, it does piss me off too. It's just like it does when people say they'll pray for you. Maybe they
don't pray.
Maybe they mean to be good intentioned, or maybe they're being fucking sarcastic asshole.
Right. To pray for somebody. Last time I checked, birds hunt prey. There's a lot of duality in the words we use. Like the devil, if you put it backwards, it's lived. Perfect name to fit the devil, lived.
Hey, bro. What the fuck? Hey, what the fuck is a dog spelled backwards, bro?
God.
Good, because I got 4 of them motherfuckers around here, so. And I'll take pretty good care. I take the best care of them I can, bro. So. You know what I mean?
People be like, this lady, I was at London's one day, a long time ago, and this lady told me, I hate God. And isn't it crazy when people think they know you better than you know you? Like, how you gonna tell me
crazy.
I'm something? I told her, how can I be mad at God? I'll be mad at myself. For some reason, whenever certain Christians, if you say you're God, it really gets them over the fucking edge. Like, they start judging you and say that's blasphemous.
Hey,
you're gonna burn in hell.
I got one better for you. What if you just came out and you said, I'm a son of God? That's even worse. If you call yourself a son of God or a daughter.
True.
Because then he's saying, oh, you now you're comparing yourself to Jesus. You goddamn right I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm comparing myself to Jesus. You're right. Deal with it. Huh.
Whoa. I'm not no better than any Christian or any Muslim.
No.
I don't know more than anyone else.
Unless they're raping babies and shit, right?
True.
Yeah.
It's true. But I don't know. I don't I never, just thinking about religion seems like a prison.
It's a nice little matrix.
They want you to give your life to this deity that I don't even know who it is. You want me to just give my life to this invisible whatever?
I will say though that's like a bit of a human thing because even like not Christianity, you know, itself, like there's been a lot of like throughout human history, religions where they deify something, because humanization of something is better to like grasp.
Yeah, we have to put it in a context that apparently some people can't understand. That, like it says in the book, that it's fucking written in you, right?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Then it's
like when they say that the word is written in you. Then why do I need a book if it's written in me? Well, for some people, apparently it's not written in them. They need a book. And that's fine if you need the book. But then don't fucking call me a Satanist if I say it's written in me. I don't need the book. You know how I know it's written in me? Because I know more about what's in that book than the people that claim to fucking read it the most and love it the most and believe in it the most. That's facts,
But they make
bro. I mean,
Satan's character seem so evil, and I think that's because they're hiding a lot of things. Because most people will see if someone says it's evil, they'll avoid it without even looking into it, and that's how 95% of the population is. Once they hear the devil or demon, they won't even look into it. They're scared automatically.
But they'll tell you about Nephilim, right?
Oh yeah.
All right. I hear y'all. Yeah, you know, when they start talking like, yeah, I hear you.
Like Dom always says, I always try to just be the observer and not pick any sides. More like,
yeah, you got a side. You got your side. I want to hear your side, right? And if I know you observe,
my side's the center.
It's your testimony. Testify, my brother. I want to hear your observations.
The dude needs a muffler.
It's
beautiful outside now. It's 30 degrees. It was fucking -2 this morning.
Yeah, I can hear that wind.
It was fucking ball busting this morning, boy. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know how y'all live in that shit, bro.
I'm tired of it.
I'm trying to go South Florida. I'm fucking Louisiana ain't even good enough for me right now.
I'll be 45 in 2 months, and I'm ready to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man.
If my roommate passes, my mission's complete, man. I kept my word, and I did what I said I was gonna do. It's been about 8 years. My time's up. Time to spread my wings and vacate.
Well, when the time's right, it'll be presented to you, and then you'll have that. You can make that choice in good conscience, right?
Do you know what? If I ever got the chance to go to America, I'd probably go like to Montana.
Yeah.
Well, don't come to Connecticut. They got the highest taxes. It sucks here. It's the most drugs. The whole country's went to hell. This whole country's garbage now. You know, the police will beat the fuck out of you if you don't show them an ID. They'll probably shoot you in your fucking head. Like, America's the worst.
I
Who would want to visit this shithole?
I assume you want to go to Montana.
Montana? Well, yeah, it's beautiful there. Like, if
Natural
you're gonna
beauty, right?
go to the woods, then I would say, yeah, I'll do it. But to
Right.
go to the cities,
Right. What are you gonna see? You're gonna see the same fucked up shit we see everywhere. You know, you're gonna see a fucking dirty fucking waste dump, and you're gonna see fucking pollution over here. It's everywhere. But
yeah, go to fucking Montana, man. That would be beautiful.
Yeah.
there's a lot of beautiful places, bro.
Oh yeah. There's lots in the like. If I ever went, I wouldn't go to the cities. Like I've seen LA and New York, and that's a no from me. So.
No, yeah.
I used to love America. And then 9/11 happened. And it still wasn't that bad. When the Patriot Act was signed, it still wasn't that bad, but I see the effects of it now. And then Trump, who wants to take more so-called rights and give 100% qualified immunity, and he also wants to make it so they could come in your house without a warrant. If that happens, we're fucked.
Right. But check this out. Check this
I'll
out.
shoot
though.
a motherfucker. I don't care.
God don't even. God doesn't even grant man 100% immunity. So how in the fuck could this motherfucker do it with a piece of paper? So it's a delusion, bro. It's somebody needs to call bullshit on that. And if they do something against you, if they murder you just because it's on a piece of paper because this dipshit said it's okay, well, they're committing sin, and you have to believe if you believe in spirituality, then there's a consequence for that. And if not, then whatever, like if you just believe that we're fucking monkeys and shit, and we're just here by accident, and nothing means nothing, then maybe you probably got a harder time to deal with that.
You know Mark Rubio, that Texas, I think he's a governor now or some shit.
Marco Rubio?
He was talking so much shit about Trump, and he was sucking the Democrats off. Then all of a sudden, he's a Trump's right-hand man. Like, yo, that shows you the fakeness of politics. Trump talked all that shit about Obama, Clinton, I'm gonna lock them up, and did nothing. Now he's sucking each other off. Like, yo, if people can't see politics being fake, and they're just out to lie and lie and lie, I don't know, man. What's it gonna take? People are dumb.
Why did we think that Donald Trump and the Clintons were enemies and didn't get along with each other?
His first go around, he was telling people, I'm gonna drain the swamp.
Because he was talking all that shit. But if anybody looked at what he was doing on the fucking weekends, they were all fucking hanging out, bro. The whole fucking time.
Man.
And nobody wanted to fucking look at that.
Do you remember Jimmy Carter's funeral? And they were all sitting together laughing. It's like, I'm going to afford to hate it. You hated each other. And it's like,
that's what they do, bro. And they all look the same in the ballroom and the fancy restaurants and the fucking island parties. They all look the same ones. Because they good buds, bro. The only people that don't get it is us, bro. Huh. Those of us who look at that shit and say, oh, well, the left side is the wrong one, and I'm the right one on the right side. So everybody on my side is good, and they're all bad. If that's who don't get it.
Yeah,
that's it, bro. You don't have to get even more complicated with this shit. It's simple, bro. They playing a dupe trick on you, and when you think you on the fucking team, that means you the one that got duped, and they fucking don't respect you. I don't care if you see them wearing the same color as you. Inside, in their fucking mind, they saying, "Look at this fucking worthless dupe. This motherfucker believes anything." Huh.
Like that. That's why I've said before. It's like, if America was to have a president, I'd say Ron Paul, because I do think he would fix a lot of stuff.
I mean, would he do better with managing the paperwork? He might. Yeah. You know what I mean? But can he do a better job than me? If you ask me, if you said, hey, would you like to be the leader, or do you want Ron Paul to be the leader? I say, nah, I better be the leader because I know what I'm gonna do and what I'm not gonna do. Because I don't know that motherfucker. He might be doing what Trump did, saying all the right shit. He might be a good guy. I'm not gonna say I'm against him. But at the same time,
it's a dictionary in your mouth.
Why you need a leader? You know what I mean?
It's a dictionary in everyone's mouth.
In or out, yeah. Whether it comes out or not.
Yeah, they
still
plop
in
it
there,
on your
right?
head. You know how they'll plop the dictionary on the desk? They'll plop it on your head.
That's why you can.
So you've got like a bad.
And that shit'll curve around. That shit'll curve around to the shape of your head. The dictionary.
Yeah, that's why you can be talking out of your ass, right?
Yeah, because it's a dictionary in your mouth. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
this dick talk.
You the only one. You the only one speaking.
Yeah, he said he got a bigger dictionary than me.
Maybe so.
See, and he made it valid. Like you can say dictionary all day. Dictionary, 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 dictionary. Like, as long as you put that scenario on there, everybody feel fine.
You've got like a really bad echo, you know.
Somebody laughing in the back.
Oh yeah, I'm on the phone. Forgive me, y'all. I was just wanting to say that they put a dictionary in your mouth.
It's all good, man. I'm secure enough in my manhood, bro. It ain't in my mouth. I spit that shit out. You know what I mean? That's why I'm talking.
Amen, brother. Amen. Amen.
There you go.
Resist the devil, he'll flee from you. You know that Richard is dictionary, right? For sure.
Right.
Okay, so Richard is another name for the devil.
Okay, I got another one for you. Would you rather be a Richard or would you rather be a Neil or a Bob?
Neither one.
There you go.
No habla inglés.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think your name Jesus. Am I right?
Yeah, people always got catchphrases and stuff, punchlines and all kind of dictionary in my mouth stuff.
That's it.
Yeah,
I'd probably be a Bob, but I know a few more like Bobs that are like, you know, good Bobs. I kind of like Bob Ross, Bob Dylan, you know.
But you know, if you're kneeling and bobbing, you can bob all you want, but you definitely don't want to kneel and bob.
Yeah, true.
You might be up to something. You know what I mean? That might be lost in translation, but yeah.
I think I know what you mean.
Right. Yeah, you probably do.
Yeah, because I know it's like UK slang.
I forgot to add. They got softback and hardback volumes of the dictionary. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
No, it's all right. I know what you mean.
See, I like the fact that y'all can freely say words over there that we're not allowed to say, like bundles of sticks and cigarettes.
Oh yeah, I know the word you mean.
That's fun.
Yeah, mighty pack of cigarettes. Yeah,
yeah.
It's on the dime.
It's the name of a food dish. Obviously, I won't say it on stream, but it's the name of like a food dish as well. That's where we get it from.
Okay.
A bundle of cigarettes make a dime, a 10-cent dime. A mighty pack of cigarettes.
Oh, that echo is coming through again. Sorry.
You can still say it. Like,
Hey, bro, you loud as shit with that.
Say that again.
Background noise.
Yeah, it's just like it's like really bad roofing and that, you know.
Sound like you're moving furniture in that bitch or something.
You know, when you plop that softback dictionary on someone's head, it'll curve to the shape of their head. You feel what I'm saying?
Like a Roman war helmet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right across your nose.
when you was little and they would hand you a sheet of paper, like they'll hand you a form and they'll jiggle it, they'll like wiggle it.
Yeah.
What was that you said about the war helmet?
The Roman war helmet. When you lay your male member on somebody's forehead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the curve to the shape of your head, the softback dictionary. Yeah. And they'll wiggle it like when they hand it to you, they hand you forms, they'll wiggle the form.
Oh, you've got the trying to think of like the other one. I won't say it, but you've got SPAS in the UK. That's like
STAS.
Oh no, actually I can say it, can't I? Because it's not offensive in the US.
Yeah, you can say it.
Yeah, it's spaz.
Spaz, okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, what that mean?
Yeah, what is that? What is that? Over there, what is that
like
for?
It's like someone with like like special needs or disability.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I'm fast there. Yeah, I'm fast.
Yeah, we used to call them idiots and morons officially over here, but you can't say that anymore.
Yeah, that's
either.
me. Yeah, that's me though. I'm fast. I'm retarded. I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. Yeah, that's me.
Sorry, you're. It's gone really bad again. You know, with the feedback and background noise.
I'm trying to help you keep your freedom of speech. Right? So you can probably be retarded.
Hey, I think your speaker is fucking echoing, bro.
Yeah, it's like coming through just like real bad.
Get your shit together, bro.
I can't, man. I don't have an outhouse.
Nah.
I'm slow as molasses, y'all. I'm slow.
No, it's all right.
And I'm okay with it. Like I don't see nothing wrong. It's true that I'm slow. It's true.
Yeah, No. I was just going to say that, like when we talk about the US and the UK, obviously, like the big thing is with the US is food. Like food in the US is all sorts.
Yeah, they can eat awful food, but they can't speak awful. Ain't that something? Well, they banning their own freedom of speech.
What's good, Boji?
But by the end of the day, my brother, I feel like the America is still the best place out of any other place at the moment, right? Where do you guys want to go if you guys are going somewhere?
To the east, my brother.
Stay away from gangsters.
Where's that at?
Where's Naga?
No. Where is the east? Where's the country that we're looking at?
Germany.
The only answer I can
really like east.
Good old Germany.
If you go far enough, depending on if you think you live on the ball or not. The only place I could think to go would be any place that has a name as a country that I ain't ever fucking heard of, and I could say, "Oh, look at that! I've never heard of that place."
I know.
If you've heard of it, it's probably fucking corrupt and not a good place to go at this point.
True.
I mean, what's wrong with especially United States, especially California? We have everything up here. We don't even really need anything anywhere, right? So I feel like when it comes to success,
no fluoridated water. Cali's the only state that don't fluoridate their water.
Yeah, that's the problem. When we're talking about America being whatever, anywhere on this motherfucking plane, any country could be the best place to be because you there, right? But
Yeah.
what's fucking all this shit up is the politics and the
Yep.
social fucking re-engineering.
Why can't we
That's
come together and stomp these roaches out, these parasites, so we can protect Mother Earth like we were supposed to do?
I
from the start?
mean, when it comes to
But
that,
people
Charles,
started,
none
hold
of
on,
these
people
guys are
started
immortal, right?
believing, people started believing this religious garbage, no disrespect to anyone, to turn your cheek and walk away. And now look where we're at for doing that. All these evil bastards are killing people's mothers and daughters and cancer and fucking poisoning our food, at least here in America, spraying our fucking skies and all that good stuff. But that's the last time I'm going to mention that. I don't know why I get all passionate about it. My speaking
No,
out
I do get it. Don't get me wrong. I do say that America does have problems, and I'd love to see them, sorted out. But I would also say that even with America's problems, it's still a lot better than a lot of other places.
Yeah, I could agree. Yeah, I don't want to say agree, but you're right.
There's a lot of potential here. We just get frustrated that the potential is being stamped out by all this other whole shit.
Well,
Yeah.
tyranny here, no. And
It
no
is.
disrespect to anyone, but people are waiting on a savior to solve all their problems, when that's totally wrong. We're the saviors, and nothing's getting saved because we're sitting back waiting for something that's never coming, and that's my opinion. That was the biggest trick, was to get people.
They don't need to bring the circus. It's already here.
Yo, play that song.
Like, here's the beauty of America, right? All you got to do is have a good fucking idea for something. And you can do some legal paperwork, you can write that idea down, and you can form that into this thing that we call a corporation, a business, however. And you can actually live a lifetime of income and wealth, and do everything you want to do, and you don't have to do a lick
LLC
of
in
fucking
your
work.
name. You're the LLC, your name, and then you could work for your own company and get on the payroll. Your company could be In the Groove Music, right? Or
That's
your
it.
name, Charles Waz Music. Then I'll LLC it, and then I'll work for my own company.
Or if you're the right kind of business, you can convince the government to just hand you fucking money. Oh, that's a good idea. Here's some money. Go try to do it.
For me, the thing with the US obviously has to be the Constitution. I know it gets infringed upon from time to time, but the fact that you do have one is something I really love.
Right, I get that, bro.
We're tired of the bullshit, this tyranny and stuff. We just don't know how to act upon it. No one wants to go to war. But sometimes I think it's coming to that. Because these people ain't gonna back down.
Oh, I don't know. For some
Like
particular
them, they're not
reason,
gonna back down.
I don't know, my
Why would
brother.
they
For some
back down?
particular reason, we are all in United States, and we all have different perspective. To be honest with you, I could do this over and over and over again for the rest of the billion life. I don't know. Yeah, for the rest of the billion life, my brother, I could repeat this stuff because I enjoyed this journey so much. Especially United States
I'm glad
gave
you
me
are,
all
'cause
the
I didn't enjoy mine.
opportunity and all of the things in life that a mind cannot even perceive.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
happy
dude.
for you. Because not everyone has those opportunities.
Yeah, somebody right now is having a fucking great fucking day. They got everything fucking working for them. Right? So yeah,
Thank
they will
God
have
for
a
all
different
of that, bro.
perspective.
I cannot even believe. Wow.
What's that?
So that's why I said, with our relentless hard work and really perseverance to succeed, my brother, in United States, we could get that.
Yeah.
Sorry
You got a
to
good
cut
idea,
in. I'm gonna jump off the stream now, but I'd just like to say, big thank you for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully I can come back again soon.
Yeah, anytime, bro. What's your name
Salute,
again?
salute. Thank you very much, everyone.
What's your name?
Listen, just call me Bear. Thank you.
Bear.
Salute. Yeah, salute. Oh yeah, but
Thanks for
I'll
coming
jump
up,
off
Bear,
now.
man.
But you're welcome, Chiefs. Have a good night, lads.
Yeah, man.
You too.
Let's go. Cheers, my brother. Yeah.
It's fucking hot in here now.
Oh, when they're good, I'm smoking, my brother.
Yeah, came back. He in here now, bro. He in here now. He came to get on my donkey, I think.
Oh man, no one even said nothing.
Now what's up, Charles, man? I ain't sweating it. I ain't sweating, dog, man. What's up with you?
Bro, I got somebody on the phone. I'm hoping you get on my donkey so they can.
I'm thinking about getting my LLC, Boji, myself.
You better start driving trucks, Charles?
No, an LLC is for a business.
I'm bad. I ain't hear. I thought you said truck license. My bad.
Remember, I told you was a trans. I think you're a transformer.
Man, shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
I knew you were a jump start. I knew I was hot wire this motherfucker. I knew it. I knew it. You can't help it because you see some ass to get on. You know you do. I'm tooting. I'm telling you.
No,
You got to move. You got to
I
move
think it's
past
the
that,
other way
Yahweh.
around.
Nigga, you a grade A weirdo, bro. You know that?
You
There you go, bro. You jump started now. Go ahead, tell the crowd how you feel. Bro, tell them.
You need to be born again,
Yahweh,
dude.
you see Truth Zone come in, you jumped on his bunion.
Yeah. Hey, hype it up, Charles. Put some more stuff in there.
I knew I'd get him
Hype
to
that
say
shit.
something.
Hype that shit up. Yeah.
It did
That shit gonna
actually.
back them up.
It did.
We're
It
just
did
fucking
sound
with
like you were turning around and opening up your cheeks and presenting yourself on that one. I have to give
Yeah,
you that.
because I know that nigga thirsty. I know it. I know he's thirsty. I know it. I know he is.
You're like, oh,
Now,
Diddy's in the room. I got some baby oil right
Ain't
here,
take
baby.
nothing serious, Yahweh. We're just fucking joking around, man.
Oh no, I'm serious, bro. I'm tooting.
No,
I know it's a thirsty nigga in the panel, bro. I know it.
Oh shit!
I know he gonna get jump start. I'm telling you, bro. What is called hot wire.
You know what? You know what's the big news here in our area, but because this is where the Super Bowl had happened, they say that Bad Bunny's performance beat Michael Jackson 134 million view, and Bad Bunny went out 143 million view that day on his halftime.
Yeah, so that makes it better, right?
Drake
Michael
May,
Jackson said, "Your bed is mine."
Drake May played so terrible.
Michael Jackson said, "Your bed is mine."
Drake May was an embarrassment, man.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what numbers they throw out there because I know how they compile numbers. That shit yesterday, that shit was lame. 2 thumbs down, all of it. Game, halftime, all of it. The commercials, big fat fail, bro. I don't give a fuck about no numbers.
Drake May
Hey, remember I was calling you a transformer?
Hey, remember the commercial? That's the company, bro. That's like what?
That twin size match is going to transform into a
$7
full
million
size.
per 30-second slot, bro.
Hey, fuck, nigga.
Yeah.
That twin size match is going to transform into a queen size bed. Dirty nigga, shut up.
You know, hey, you know what a
I had the
transformer
mic
does,
turned
right?
down. I didn't hear you, bro. I didn't hear you. Say that again, bro. Bro, it's like hot wire in a car, bro. For real. It's like jump start.
You're right. Hey, you're right. He is a transformer. The same transformer that's out on your power line that takes incoming power and it boosts up the signal in that motherfucker, right?
With this true zone. Yeah.
That's what he doing. He charging you up, bro.
Ass signaling, like ass tracking. Yeah.
He's trying to sharpen you up. That's all.
Which is ass tracking.
He's a fucking weirdo.
You just said 5 minutes ago.
Go ahead, bro. Tell them more about me, bro. Tell them more about how weird I am, bro. Tell them, bro.
You just said 5 minutes ago you're slow, right? But as soon as the transformer comes in here, you all quick all of a sudden.
In disguise.
Transform. He got you.
What makes you slow, Yahweh?
You make me slow.
What makes you lame and retarded? What makes you handicapped? Why are you
You make
handicapped?
me lame and retarded and handicapped. You do. You the truth, ain't you? Bro, tell them about the twin size mattress, bro. Tell them that, bro.
Shut your retarded ass up. You should want a twin size mattress. Shut your dirty ass up.
I knew you couldn't help it because I'm tooting. I know you love lame niggas' ass. I know you do. You love a lame nigga's ass, bro. You do.
Why you gotta go to some gay shit every time though?
Cause you is fucking strange. And it's like you can't see I'm tooting my donkey, bro. I'm saying here,
I'm good
eat
on.
this.
I'm good.
Eat.
I'm good. I'm good on that, bro.
I'm
I'm
saying
good on
here,
that. Hey, what's up,
here,
Charles? Man,
eat
you
this
good, bro?
donkey. I'm saying it like here, eat it. Here.
This nigga nasty, man. You a nasty nigga, man. You a nasty.
You
You
know,
are
bro.
a
That's why you
nasty.
own it. That's why you own this donkey, because you
You a
know I'm nasty.
nasty.
That's why you
You a
own it.
nasty. You a nasty nigga.
Yeah, tell him some more, bro. Tell him how nasty I am, bro.
You nasty,
Tell him how
nigga.
nasty I want to be.
You are
Tell him about Two Live
nasty
Crew.
with them jeans on. You are nasty.
Tell him about Two Live Crew, bro. Tell him, bro. I'm nasty as I want to be. Yeah, tell him. Tell him, bro. I want people to laugh, bro. Make them laugh, nigga.
I got you.
What, boy?
That's it. That's it. I'm calling the fucking gay police.
Gay only means happy.
Hey, Charles, what you say you gonna do? Get your LLC?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Gay only
Start
means
a
happy.
business in my name and then work for my own business. I don't know. I'm trying to learn these in and outs of the banking and how my money can make me money.
Hey, bro. I got an idea for you. Instead of doing an LLC first, you know what you really need to do first? Trademark yourself.
There you go.
Who said that?
In the
That was
groove.
Boji? Trademark?
They gonna get on
Yeah.
your ass.
Look into the trademark thing. Hold on, let me write this down.
That's how we fight back against all this fucking AI shit taking our fucking
Come
data.
on, girl. You know you want to say something, girl. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. You know
Man,
you
you
want to
about
say
to mess
something,
with
girl.
truth on. It's not a good idea.
I'm talking to myself, man. I'm a lame. I'm slow. I got autism or something, ADHD and all that stuff.
That make you special, bro. I mean, you're gonna have to teach us this way.
What's up, Boji, man? Oh, Boji, what's up with you?
Hey, that makes you special. Will you have to teach us this way?
I can't hear you. Say it again, Boji.
I said it make you special that way, so you're gonna have to teach us this way.
Teach what word? What word you
Yeah,
talking
the
about?
dictionary in your mouth. Yeah.
Man, this is weird, bro. What do you mean by that when you say it's a dictionary? Somebody got a dictionary. What do you mean by that, bro?
Saying when words come out your mouth, I look up the
haven't seen
dictionary to see what you're saying.
in a minute.
So I can
Why
get a
everything that you say
dictionary
is
in your
perverted?
mouth.
Why? Hold on, let me ask you a question. Why do everything you say is perverted and alludes to homosexual activities? But why?
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why? You are perverted, and that's why you hear perversion. It's you.
The real deal.
I ain't teach you nothing. I was saying. I didn't teach you anything. I didn't teach you
real
anything.
deal. You really weird, bro. What's wrong with you?
Yo, you weird. That's why you can see me. That's why you can see me weird, because you weird.
You 60 years old acting like this, bro?
Bro, you 60 years old acting like this, bro? Hey, girl. You know I think you're a transformer. I told you.
Prove it. That's what
Hey, put that picture up. Hey, Charles, put that picture up there. Now I'll break that picture down. Put that picture on the single screen.
Ask your bitch. Ask your bitch.
No, I'll break that picture down. Put that picture up there on the single screen so everybody can see it.
Ask your
Put
bitch.
that picture of Truth on the single solo screen so I can break it down, bro. Put that picture up there. Put it up there, y'all.
Ask your bitch if I ain't.
Okay, you see this shit? You see he got a round face.
This nigga retarded.
She got a round. Her bone structure is off. Like her bone structure all the way off. That don't look like a female to y'all. That don't look like a female.
That look like a nigga that'll fuck your bitch.
Are you
that look like a female with a toy. Yeah.
That look like a nigga that'll fuck your bitch.
So you fuck dogs that give birth to puppies? You fuck female dogs, bro?
Hold on.
You fuck bitches?
That look like a nigga that look like a nigga that'll fuck your wife.
It sound like to me you saying you fuck female dogs, bro.
That look like a nigga
Like
that'll
to
fuck
me,
your wife.
you told me you will fuck my bitch. You will fuck my female dog and he. You told me
Man,
that you
that's
fuck
some
dogs.
weird ass. That look like a nigga that'll
You
fuck
telling
your
me,
wife,
bruh.
bruh. That look like a nigga that'll fuck your wife, bruh.
You telling me that you fuck dogs, bruh.
I'll fuck your wife, bruh.
And dogs, and bitches,
Nigga that'll
and
fuck
bitches,
your wife, bruh.
and bitches,
You
bruh.
got the
And bitches.
English language, bruh.
Don't be trying to change it around now, nigga. You
You
done
got the
said you a
English
fuck a bitch.
language, bruh.
You done said
We
you a
gave
fuck a female dog
You the only one
already.
that
You
can
already knew that.
see, bruh.
You scored a
You the
point.
only one
I
that
I knew
recognize
I could
that.
get you jump started. I
you
knew
the
it. Your
only one that
firm
can
was gonna break
see,
down.
bruh.
I knew it. Your
You're still
pop-up blocker
behind
was
though,
gonna
bro.
go off. I
You
knew
the
it.
only
I
one
knew
that can see.
I know
You the
I
only
was
one that
gonna
can
hot
see your
wire
whole
that ass.
life,
I knew I
bruh.
was gonna hot wire that ass. I knew it.
You the only one that been tooting up
I
all your
knew.
life, bruh.
Go ahead, bro. Break it down. Go ahead, break it down,
You the
bro.
only one been
Break it
tooting up
down
all
to
your
him, bro.
life, bruh. You been tooting that donkey up all your life, haven't you, bruh? You been tooting
Go
that
ahead,
donkey
tell me
up
some
all
more,
your
bro.
life, ain't you, bruh?
Tell me some more, bro.
You been going to a male strip. You been going to a male strip club, tooting that donkey up all your life, haven't you, bruh?
Hey, that's good, Dean. Man, thank God she's coming home.
I'm done
Tell him
talking
some
to this
more,
fuck
bro.
ass. I'm done
Tell
talking to this
him
loser
some more,
ass
bro.
nigga.
Get on my
Y'all
ass
got
some
it,
more.
man.
Get on my ass. Get on my ass some more, nigga.
Oh no!
Get on my ass.
He
He
said,
getting on
"Get
my
on
ass
my
though
ass."
already.
Damn, True
He already
Tone.
getting on my
He
ass.
said, "Get
He
in
already
my
getting
ass."
on my ass already. He getting on my ass. He let my ass know. He telling me all about my ass. Tell me, nigga. Tell me about myself, nigga. Get on that ass.
That you a retarded ass nigga that sleep on a twin size mattress at 60
There you
years
go.
old
I knew it. I knew you
on
can't help
hospice.
it. I know
On
you
hospice.
cannot help it. I know
Nigga,
you can't.
you got one
You
eye,
got to.
you got
You
one eye,
gotta do
one
it.
leg,
You
you got
gotta
one
do it to
foot,
me.
you got one
You
foot
gotta
and
do it
one
to me.
leg.
You gotta do it to me. You got to
You got
do
one
it to
foot,
me.
you
You
got
got
one foot
to.
and one
You
leg.
gotta do it.
Bruh.
You gotta do it to me. You gotta do it to me. You got to.
You guys,
You got to.
this gay
Man,
shit is
Got
I'm
to
getting
do
joking
it
with
to
old,
him,
me.
bro.
man.
I'm joking with this nigga, bro. I don't take this shit serious with this guy,
Yeah,
bro.
you got to joke with me. You got to do it to me. You do.
I don't know
Oh
what you
my
So
talking
get
about,
God,
on
bro.
the
bro.
donkey. So get
Hey, bro.
back on it and don't get off.
Bro,
I'm
this
only
gay shit
Get
is
back
out of
on.
control.
Hey,
going to
So
allow you
get
to
back
repeat
on this
yourself
donkey.
a
Listen to
maximum
the
of
host.
3 fucking times. Once you start repeating yourself more than 3 times, bro, you gotta come up with a different one, or you fucking losing, bro. You
I'm
gonna start getting
special, man. I'm
he does it
special.
when he starts to lose, bro. He start talking about gay shit, bro. That's weird, bro.
Yeah, people
I
in
don't
the
want to
chat
win.
are
I
saying
want you
he
to
pushing
win.
gay shit.
I want you to win. Get on this ass,
You got.
nigga.
Hold
I'm
on,
good,
man. I'm
bro.
just yelling.
I want you to win. You done made me your bitch. You call me a bitch.
Oh my fucking God, man.
So you done made me a bitch.
I'm out,
You
Charles.
I'm
busy right
nagging.
now, Dean?
I'm nagging.
Yeah,
I'm
you
nagging,
lagging.
bro.
Nah,
I'm nagging.
nagging. Okay.
I'm nagging. I'm nagging. I'm nagging. I'm
Yeah, it's like
nagging. I'm nagging.
it's Wheel of Fortune, right? People who annoy you. What do you call
Come
people who
on
annoy you?
down. Come on down. The price is right. Yeah.
The naggers.
Yeah. Come on,
Yeah.
man. See, this how it is in the hood. Like once you see a bully on your donkey, you can get them to eat your donkey at any time at will.
Yeah. I don't know about all that, bro.
Cause they love donkey. They love getting on a nigga's ass. They do.
What's up, Tammy?
Shit out here. They gangster. Gangsters will tear your ass up.
Hi, man. Hello.
We hear you.
Gangsters will tell you. They'll tell me, Wayne, we'll tear your ass. We'll beat your ass. They'll tell me.
We hear you loud and clear, Tammy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Al Capone.
You
Al
ever-
Capone look like True
you ever
Zone. Matter of
get
fact, True Zone look like Al Capone. Whatever.
You ever get an ingrown hair right under where your mustache is from shaving? Oh man.
That's why I quit shaving, bro.
Damn, all I did was tap it, and that shit hurt like a motherfucker. Oh, damn.
Put some water on that shit.
Hitler, he had the worst looking mustache. Like, that shit looks stupid. This cat had fucking...
Would you
Would
rather have a Hitler mustache, or would you rather have a Steve Harvey?
Raleigh. How about a Raleigh Fingers mustache? You ever see Raleigh Fingers, a baseball player? Look him up.
You can work with that. You can work with a Raleigh Fingers, bro. You can trim that up.
Damn, why does Tammy always do that? She comes up and leaves.
It's a trick, man.
Noise will be noise. Is right. If you got time, Dean, you're always welcome to come up.
I'm back.
Thank God.
I really don't mean to. I promise.
Damn, 6 hours I've been live. Everyone's got to donate $10, and then I'm gonna split it with fucking In the Groove.
Fuck yeah, dude. That works for me.
Okay, well, my birthday is 8/10, so I'll just donate myself. Okay.
You said 8/10? Yeah, mine was yesterday. I didn't get any birthday money. So.
Unless, of course, you take Jesus' credit card, but I don't know if anybody does here. I don't know. I do have one though. You want to see?
Thank you, Kissamet. Thank you, Charles. Make these fools take it outside. That's right.
Exactly, but they are outside of their self and their channel. So it is
I
outside.
told them cases, I'm gonna prove that they do. I'm gonna prove that all of them niggas is gay.
I don't know. I just heard what he had to say to me, and not cool. His intentions were completely demon-like to me. Within his voice, you know, whatever the voice is.
I'll give you a call later then, Dean, if you're busy. You know, I understand that. But yeah, take it easy, man, because I know you're picking up all the work. I hope Maureen gets better, because my aunt had the same problem. She fell in a tub, and over here they got these hard ass tubs, and fucking my aunt had cerebral palsy, so it was hard for her to balance, and she fell in the tub, and she has diabetes at that, so that makes the healing even worse.
Dean, my prayers go out to Maureen also.
But she broke her hip, huh? Is that what happened? Yeah. Well, I've heard something about all these people with the bad hips breaking their hips and shit, hip replacement.
Yeah.
There's some scientific research that suggests that this might be from the overuse of things like high dose steroids and shit. That it weakens.
In food, right? In the meat,
in
in the food.
medicines.
Hey, that's what I heard about the diabetes medication. Is making my friend got his toes amputated. My other friend's toes are turning black, and my aunt had toes amputated, and they're all on the same fucking medication. That's not a coincidence.
Diabetes. That's what that
The
is.
medications they put people on that are so-called diabetic are making their situation worse. It's just prolonging it, when all they have to do is kill the fucking parasite in the pancreas. It's simple as that, but they don't want to do that.
No, I heard it on the radio.
I told my friend Tammy, get the stuff to clear the parasites out your pancreas. I tell him all the time when I see him.
What is
he don't
that?
listen. What?
What would do that?
I forgot the name of the stuff, but
Yeah,
It
that's what we
clears
need
these
to know.
parasites that are in the pancreas that are stopping the pancreas from providing not penicillin. What is it called?
It's like a rage
Damn.
gene that you need.
It's like insulin. It's stopping the parasites are stopping the pancreas from creating insulin, or I think it's eating all the insulin up or something to that extent. But
It's making the Christian or it's a hard word to say though. The things that like your sweat and your juices that come out of your body. Yeah, that's what the pancreas handles. I can't
thank
remember
you,
the name.
Kismet got it. Pancreas insulin. Man, and then my other friend that passed from cancer, I told her, I said, you know, try fasting. Don't jump into
right
chemo treatments. And I get it. Who's gonna listen to me, man? You know, who's gonna listen to dumbass Chuck? What the fuck do I know? I don't have a dumb piece of paper on my wall saying I'm a regurgitating and smart guy. I do
the thing is,
research and look into things. So, because I got a thing on the wall that says I'm smart, all of a sudden now I know it all just because I got a college fucking degree on my wall. That don't make a person intelligent or anything.
No, it shouldn't matter to the person you're talking to, because if they got two options and you're giving them an option that causes the least amount of damage and you can find out in a relative short period of time if it's going to work or not, why wouldn't you try that first before you go and do something that's irreversible? Just as a good way of making decisions for yourself. You know what I mean? But that's how they tell people, oh, well, we got to start now. We got to start. You ain't got time to waste. You got to, and that's how they get them, man.
Yeah.
Fear.
I wonder how many fucking patients that never had cancer were wrongfully, I almost say convicted, were wrongfully classified or whatever, what's the word I'm looking for? Wrongfully diagnosed with cancer. And then went through treatments, because radiation treatments, right, it's just a treatment. It's not curing anything. I've watched a few people, including my mother, go through these treatments, and they fucking ate them alive, man. That shit put them down to skeleton.
Yeah, because you should be able to
turn to dust and everything. I swear to God.
Yeah, because if they tell you, hey, we want to do this thing to you, and you go home and you just find out exactly what are you doing to me, that should be enough to let people know. It's like it's telling somebody, hey, you got a spider on your arm. Let's shoot your arm with a shotgun. But hey, you won't have a spider on your arm. That's what they do, bro. That's the micro of it.
Kismet says cancer is caused by negative thoughts clustered within. That's a strong possibility. Is it true? I don't know. But you know what? I think
It's
she's
not
on
what,
to something.
but it's what consumes you that you become.
True.
You are what you eat.
And it could be partially true.
In a way, yes. I think it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
that's true, Yahweh.
Jesus is the truth.
Welcome to China. Well, let me do it again. Hold on.
It's almost like
that one sucked. It was all weak.
He the same today. He the same yesterday. He the same forever.
Welcome to the fuck shop.
The fuck? There's all types of sounds here. Let's see what else we got. Ooh. We got a train whistle.
That's cute.
That's awesome. What else we got here? An explosion.
I don't know if anybody knows. My doctor told me that my immune to cancer. So all you have to do is those blood transfusions and do it right. But
What?
the doctors won't do it. They're
It says
hypocrites.
a slide long. What's this? That's a slide long? Whatever. That's a waste of time.
Go ahead, say again. The sound keeps cutting out like underwater and shit. And Chuck keeps, you know.
Yeah. Pussy. What? What'd you say? You better lay down. Get your jaw broke again. Watch. What? Oh, that was weak. I hit him with the left.
Come on, Bob.
Ass punch. You shot.
Are you talking to your kitty?
Yeah.
Okay.
My titty. Ooh, nice titties.
I can understand now. I have 4 of them.
Can I rub on those nipples? No.
Come on, Bob.
Those are a nice set of nipples. Imagine.
You're wrong for that, bro. Put a shirt on it.
I never knew what a lot lizard was until I looked it up in the ghetto dictionary. I was watching a YouTube channel, and this guy says some goddamn lot lizards. I'm like, what the fuck's a lot lizard? Because he was in Arizona, and I'm thinking, he's talking about lizards. Then there's a channel where this guy, he calls himself, he calls himself Lizard, Lot Lizard.
I said in the comments that there's a dude in Arizona that said he wanted to be a horned lizard. I have no idea what he's talking about. Does anybody know?
A horned lizard.
I thought it was a horny toad, right? A horned
I would
frog?
think so, but it's a toad. It's not a lizard. It's a toad.
Yeah.
But
They're amphibians.
Right.
They're all
Toad
the same,
and
but
lizard are two different species.
I know. I would think that they were, because lizards don't really too much like water.
They're not even reptiles. They're amphibians.
Yeah, well, a horny toad is horny, yeah. But a horned lizard is something different.
Right. Okay.
I would think so.
Bing bong.
It would have
That's
to be. Yeah.
It was really weird when he told me. He's like,
what time
when
is
I
it?
come back, I'm going to be a horned lizard. I'm like, well,
I'm jumping
horned
up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6:30. 6:30. 6 hours and 30 minutes. I'm out of here.
Once you go
Well, I
Yahweh
can't
Wayne,
believe-
you never go back.
I'm at
Yahweh
one
said
night.
he's gonna go live.
I'm in Arizona.
Right, Yahweh?
Once you go Yahweh
Right.
Wayne, you never go back.
Right, Yahweh, you're going live after here. Everyone's gonna come to your channel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Wayne, come on. Come on,
Okay.
Yahweh. Wayne
Jesus
Green.
might come over there. Jesus might come and see me today. I
He got that. He got that big dictionary energy. Come on,
Oh,
Bob.
yeah. You got all of it.
Lord, no.
He can do it all by himself.
Okay, I'm just tripping, y'all.
Let me Let me find out, Tammy. Tammy says, yeah, he got all of it. Woo, Tammy.
Smalls. I'm tripping,
That's
y'all.
you all told me, right?
I'm spazzing. I'm spazzing. Okay.
Wayne Screen's got his own style, man. You know, not even I can
I
listen
don't
to
get
Wayne
why
Screen. I'm talking
why
to myself.
English got a whole dictionary with all the words of English in it, but you can't say them all, and I just don't get it. I just don't.
Well, just be silly and you'll be blessed.
Yeah.
Don't be nice because then you're ignorant, right?
That's right. But I'll be nice to Jesus.
Ignorant.
What you see in yourself and another, you see in yourself, though. Is that right?
There you go. I'm the only one thinking, right? So if I was Jesus' own, I'd be on Wayne's ass.
You are Jesus' own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm kickstarting myself. You start a Kickstarter. I'm kickstarting myself, right? What they call it, hot wiring. I'm hot wiring my own ass.
That's
you feel me?
Do you, bro? Yeah, I guess.
But me myself, I don't find myself talking to myself when I hear Wayne. I hear something, and I relate.
I got weeds in my garden.
But to say that Wayne is me and me is Wayne, I don't know. I think we are like opposites or something like that. But come together as maybe.
You're the only one thinking all your life.
I don't know. I don't like to think anymore, Wayne.
Yeah, don't depend on me to put the dictionary in you, right?
Oh, fuck you with your dictionary and stuff.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, don't depend on me to stick it in. Right?
How many years?
I'm an English actor. I'm not from England.
I am. Supposedly.
Acting English?
I'm not. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, actually. I was born there. Sim City, you know, that Sim City.
Not in Nevada either. I don't know.
But my ancestors were. They're from England. From the Mormons and the
You see on
church.
fake, right? Look, you can see on fake. It's obvious. So I could, like a parrot, right? I could say all the words of the dictionary and don't have no feeling of them doing something wrong. Like,
oh fuck!
I don't feel them doing something wrong.
All right. What time is it? I'm jumping off.
Purple people eat.
Do the parrots really doing something wrong?
In your own village.
You know, some parrots have parrots on their shoulder.
Oh, you parrot very well, Wayne. You really do.
Well, if I get any donations, I'm gonna split it with you, Groove. Well, I think he left. But yeah.
Lord knows.
What you're going through, Charles, but you're in my prayers. And I pray that everything works out.
Thank you, everyone, for coming up. Man, it's been 6 hours. I haven't done one a 6 hour in a long time.
Be safe.
Okay, you're closing it down. Okay. I may start a live though.
Yeah, so you can go and set up your own live, Wayne. That's what he said. So everybody can go up there.
Peace, listen to me talk to myself.
The host.
Yeah, I talk about how Jesus looking for my donkey.
Jesus is highly disappointed in us.
Jesus don't gonna punish me.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's not disappointed.
Gangsters don't let you get away with it.
He loves you.
Once you go Wayne, Yahweh, you never go back.
Every rain screen. All right, Charles.
Yeah, I got some good donkey.
Chat.
Okay,
All right,
y'all.
Tammy. Peace
Everybody,
out.
thank you for allowing me to be on here.
All right.
God.
Anytime, Tammy. I almost fell asleep.
All right. You get some rest.
All right.
Much
Peace,
love.
Yahweh.
All right, great life,
Yeah,
brother.
thanks
Peace.
to Yahweh. Thank you, Yahweh. In the groove. Dom.
Jesus.
Copper Tone was here. Thank you, Jesus. Trying to think who else. Yeah, who am I missing, man? It was Copper Tone, Yahweh, Dom, True Zone, Tammy. I know I'm forgetting people, man. The new guy that came up. Bear. Peace to Bear. Anyway, peace out, everyone. I was trying to think, but my brain isn't thinking. I need some herb. Some motherfucking herbs, dude.